Greetings, YouTube. I was just talking trash about you guys because somebody said something that I did not understand. It was... This is like the daughter of SVB's group up? Yes. Like, this one here. Here, let me show. Season 15, Tank and Support Perks Guide, Support and Tank Placements. And then somebody goes, love your stuff, Spilo, but this title and thumbnail was a little misleading, which is inconsistent with your spotless record. I don't understand. What's misleading? How is the thumbnail misleading? It's my face. Is it the hair? I don't understand. And then I go, not sure what you're talking about, mate. And somebody goes, the date and the title looks like a win, draw, loss record, which I took off because I probably don't need anymore. But I don't get it. I don't know what it means. Somebody please explain. I don't understand. I don't think it's sarcasm either. I don't understand. I'm going insane. Yeah, maybe they're trolling me. Maybe this is like the thung buckle. Did you guys see about the classic thung buckle? People, thung. You don't like thung buckle? Thung buckle. Oh yeah. It's like a Streisand thing or Mandela. Or it's like what's a combination of the Mandela and the Streisand effect? That would be great. Shut the frick up, Squookong. Thank you for the subscription. There's no glasses, true. Yeah. Yeah, the spoon one I get. The spoon one is some inside joke. It's like I can recognize it from you guys. You're a thung buckler. Hairstyle is misleading. Okay. All right, we gotta do this really fast, y'all. We gotta do this really fast. DPS Perks Guide. We did Tank and Support on Tuesday. I said we do DPS today. Remember, we're going to be doing this like 6 inches deep, a mile wide. We're going to go over the brief touchdown. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
I didn't say anything.
We're going to go reasonably in depth without going super in detail. It's more like a quick run through of all the things without just giving you like a situation in which to pick which one and which one. I can't do this, you guys. You guys are just ruining everything. Okay. Let's change the headline here really fast. Sane, thank you for the sub. Wait, where the frick is the frickin' thing here? Is that better? DPS Perks Guide. Okay. Yeah, meet or team, your choice about how you want to use it. Map, enemy. What was the other one? Frick. Advantage and team. Yes. Hello, everybody. Okay, we'll start with Ashe really fast here. Now, this is the one that I'm frankly going to be the least educated on. So I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you guys. These are also kind of tweaky and buggy, I hear right now. So rapid fire unscoped shots gain 30% increased attack speed, but deal 15% less damage. That gives you a pretty nice advantage versus dive characters when you're not really want to be scoping in as much. It just basically allows you to go bam, 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 versus when you're getting dove. But if you're not going to be unscoped as much, it's not as useful. So technically it is more DPS, but it's going to mean that you're going to reload faster. So there's brief windows of times where you're getting engaged upon and you need a lot of damage really quick. Tracer, Genji, Sombra, so on. It's going to feel pretty good, but it's going to be pretty situational. Coach Gun pushes Ashe and the enemies 20% farther. Now this one is interesting too because this one is also good versus the same exact characters. So this might be one where it gives you a little bit more verticality and maps with a lot higher high ground. It might be something that you can do if you're getting dive tanked. Like so, if I'm getting dove by a Winston, I think I prefer Sidewinder over Rapid Fire. If I'm struggling versus a Genji or Tracer, I think I prefer Rapid Fire over Sidewinder, if that makes sense, right? So you kind of have different choices with that. Yeah, that it's kind of, again, like a lot of these things are going to be changing, and some of them might be bugged with this character as well, so just kind of keep that in mind. If you're getting full dove rather than just harassed. Yeah, that's true. Of course, Saint. Cheers. Viper's Sting, hitting 2 consecutive scope shots on a target deals 25 extra damage and reloads 2 ammo. So 2 consecutive scope shots on a target deals 25 extra damage and reloads 2 ammo. Very good. Very good versus tanks. Very good in poke situations when you are allowed to be scoped for longer. Again, this one is also very bugged, very weird. So if you're not under pressure, Viper Sting is the way to go. Airburst is kind of the opposite one. So Dynamite at 40% increased detonation. So if you're ever in your panic situation, Dynamite's on targets that can spread and scatter like rats. Air Burst is going to feel pretty good. The refund and ammo is also pretty good. That one's going to feel pretty good if you're getting dove or you have like hypermobile targets. So I would say Rapid Fire, Sidewinder are both good versus dive situations. Viper Sting and Air Burst are both just kind of broadly applicable, but I'd probably prefer Viper Sting if I had to set my feet and shoot, and I'd probably prefer Air Burst if I'm under a lot of pressure. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta move my camera. I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry. I actually also have to pull up YouTube chat, so we're really failing today. I'm kind of under a time thing here, so we're gonna go in like flow state here. Sorry YouTube chat, I'm not ignoring you. I love you guys more than the Twitch chat. Actually, that's not true. I don't know how to make you guys give me money. So maybe I love Twitch chat more. Where's Milo memes? Shut the frick up. Maybe I don't love you guys more. Dusa, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Hello. Yeah, give me just a brief momento, and I will move my face camera. Face cam. Woo! Okay, we're back. We're locked in. How do I unsubscribe? Shut the frick up. I'll remove the black screen as well for right now, just so it's a bit easier to see. I'm not gonna move Twitch chat though. So, okay, let's keep going here. Bastion. Couple disclaimers with Bastion. One is the word on the street is that his Lindholm explosives, which basically allows him to fire big explosives instead of his primary fire, the major perk. I think that's bugged. I don't know if I've seen clips where it doesn't give you ult charge. So I think that one might be bugged. So keep that one in mind. The other one is the self-repair. It's infinite. There's no resource for your heal. Like the old school Bastion only could heal so much and then it regenerated. This self-repair is literally infinite. So I think right now self-repair is just better because it is infinite, feeds you ult charge, and Lindholm Explosives is bugged in the bad direction. So we've got two bugged majors. So I'm going to coach these as if they're both functioning, as in Lindholm Explosives is giving you ult charge. Self-repair has a resource like it should. In which case we're gonna do things kind of backwards here. We'll go majors first. Lindholm Explosives, very good in a duelist situation when you're not taking crazy flanks. If you are going crazy flanks, crazy angles, crazy self-sustain, the map is more of a map situation here. And maybe if you're not playing versus dive too, self-repair is going to feel way better. It's going to allow you to go really broad on these like deeper flank maps. Like if I'm playing like Flashpoint or something like that, it's going to feel really good. But if it's more compressed, I think Lindholm Explosives feels really good. The only other thing to point out with Lindholm Explosives is I do think it's probably a little bit weaker versus tanks. It's a little bit weaker versus tanks. So if you're just like looking to burn tanks, just keep self-repair, just shoot tank. Lindholm Explosives is not necessarily higher DPS, it's just better burst for taking duels. And you can rocket jump, so you have a little bit of extra verticality with Lindholm Explosives, okay? Going to the minor perks, Smart Bomb, again, verticality. There's not really, it also could be used for disengage as well, so keep that in mind too. Might be better versus armor, that's true. That is actually a good point, yep. So maybe armored targets, armored tanks, Lindholm Explosives is okay, good point. But yeah, Smart Bomb, good verticality, up, down, backwards, dives, yeah. But Armored Artillery allows for a lot more playmaking defensively and offensively with your turret. So I think both of these aren't really, there's not a really clear compositional strategy. Like I can see both of these being good when you want to flank or when you want to dive or when you go in or play passive. I think it's more of a playstyle preference about which one you want to kind of lean into. But yeah, okay. I'm going to keep going here. Cassidy here, we have the Fan the Hammer. I don't understand this one. I've played with it a little bit. It's really weird. Fan the Hammer shots are individually controlled and can crit for 50% more damage. Now, keep in mind this is 50% more than Fan the Hammer. It's not 50% more than your normal primary fire headshots. So just keep that one in mind. This one is going to need a lot more experimentation about whether it's useful. It's super weird. It's super tweaky. I can see it being useful as anti-tank that you can headshot. Like if I'm going versus a hog, up close, quick draw could potentially have a niche use, but it's really, really weird. Now, yeah, it's weird. It's like role playing, but it doesn't really work with the characters, with the way Fan the Hammer is supposed to work. It's odd. Past Noon is actually kind of underrated. Deadeye using it for zoning at the open of a fight, make them scatter like rats. Your team capitalizes off the space, wins the fight, or takes angles and so on. You could just hit it and hold it. And then if the entire Deadeye expires or whatever, you get nice zoning value, and then you just get 30% of the ult back. So I would say Past Noon is probably going to be the more consistent one in terms of just consistent value, which is weird to say because it is kind of niche, but Quick Draw just feels really weird to use right now. So yeah, it's really good for zoning though. Gunslinging. This is where things get a little saucy here. Critical hits with primary fire reduce the cooldown of combat roll by 3 seconds. So combat roll reloads you, and it's 6-second cooldown. But if you get a critical hit, it's going to cut down your... So you're just going to bam, 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 bam. So if you're shooting anything, even just one headshot really helps here. So yeah, you're just infinite reload mobility. It's really, 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 really good. That one is going to be the more default one. The one to experiment with is the Bang Bang, which I have not experimented with as much, but I have seen it and I have done some theory crafting with it. It's going to be one of those perks that you could really kind of be a nuisance with targets that hinder effects. That's the way to look at it. It's more about the Genji Tracer, Doomfist, Wrecking Ball. I mean, honestly, even something like a Malga or a Roadhog, right? Like just easy, accessible, double CC that goes further, right? You're going to want to experiment with this. This could be really annoying for some of those targets that, yeah, you're not putting out as much consistent pressure with gunslinging, but you can honestly lock them down and really cause them some issues. So we'll need some testing about how consistent it is to land that. But I can think about playing Tracer versus Bang Bang and being like, man, I have to dodge 2 hinders, because if you hinder a Tracer, she's freaking dead. She's freaking dead. Venture as well, right? So I really think it's not about the damage with hinder almost at all. It's always about the CC. And I think Bang Bang can really exacerbate that. And I think this is going to be one of those cooldowns that people are going to use in their misery clips. You get it what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, this feels so cancer. So again, hero specific, I think more so. Echo. Duplicate can also target allies. I mean, it's good. I think this one is just freaking good. Being able to have a lot more choices about what you copy is just really nice. I think you can kind of read the battlefield, read the map, and be like, I don't like any of the copies there, so maybe I'm going to choose friendly imaging. It's nice. Scriff, thank you for the sub. I don't have YouTube chat pulled up here. Okay, sorry, guys. Thank you, TZTV. Wait, no. I'm getting a. Wait, no, I don't want that. Okay. Enhancing duplicate. During duplicate, your clone's first ultimate extends duplicate duration by 3 seconds. This one is also really quite good, but this is one that you want to use when you're guaranteed that you're going to build an ultimate with your clone. Sometimes with Echo, the situation will mean that you're kind of cloning just to kind of keep yourself alive and playing for more sustained pressure. But if you're going Winston copy or Tracer copy, and you like, I'm going to get an ultimate here, it's really good. I think it's probably better than friendly imaging, depending on the situation. It's going to be more about, like, do I see myself going in more aggressively? Enhanced duplication's better. Do I not like what I see? Friendly imaging, very situational, not so much composition. Okay? Thank you, Luke, for forgiving me. All right, major. Sticky bombs fire 50% more projectiles, but all sticky bombs deal 50% less damage. It's just more damage, guys. It's more damage. I actually talked with the developers about this one, and their hero fantasy with this one was more about like carpet bombing the floor, like kind of zoning an area out. But I think I kind of gave them a hard time about it. I was like, dude, you're not carpet bombing with stickies. So I think this one is likely to change. But in the meantime, it's just more damage on fat targets if you'd like to. And high beam is nice. It's definitely nice. I think especially considering that this has coincided with the recent beam buff, which means it's a little bit more useful. I think that one's good too. I don't really see any compositional or map choice when either of these are better. They're all good in all situations. They're just not super, super broken. So I'd experiment more. Full salvo might be on paper a little bit more consistent value, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we'll keep going here. Genji. Acrobatics, Swift Strike resets double jump. Dragon Blade swings gain 30% lifesteal. I think it's Dragon's Thirst. I think Dragon's Thirst is going to be about 90% of the time useful. Dragon Blade, even when it's naked, is a everybody look at me ultimate. It's very good, to be fair, and this just takes some of the pain points out of it a little bit. It's going to be good. Basically, every chop that you're doing, what is that, like 33 healing, 35 healing? That adds up. But it's niche. Meditation, guaranteed, consistent value. It's a must pick, I think. It's a must pick. That might change with our understanding, but for right now, meditation is just always going to be good. I mean, you're deflecting a beam and you're still 25 healing yourself. Because even if the deflect only lasts 2 seconds, it's a 50 self-heal. I mean, come on, guys. That's really good. That's really, really, really good. So I think probably Dragon's Thirst meditation is the way to go. And on basically every situation, without exception. He laughs every time he looks at YouTube chat. We're winning. Hey, there you go. It works. Any outliers of the perks? I don't want to do a perk tier list right now. Maybe at some point we'll do like a tier list of perks, but I'm really scared to do that because I think it would take some time for us to solve these things. And also, I have a lot in my plate right now, but maybe down the road. You agree with this, Tetris? Good to know. So Tetris is a Master's Genji main, and he agrees with me. And that's all that matters. Sonic Disruption. Sonic Arrow hacks nearby health packs for 12 seconds. Scatter Arrow, Storm Arrow splits into 3 new projectiles on their first ricochet and bounces 2 extra times. Situational. I think Scatter Arrow is probably guaranteed better in situations when you're not under pressure. So you're just kind of like poking. It's just free value. You might as well go for it. It's just free damage. Sonic Disruption, though, might be something that you could whip out if you're playing versus more of a pressure comp. It might change the angles that you're allowed to take because hacking a health pack is a really big deal. And I've actually tested this. The range is really good. I'm not going to demonstrate it right now because I'm on a timer right now. But I will say that if I Sonic this right here, this is going to hack the health pack there. You can see the blue ring goes all the way out. It doesn't even have to be directly. So you can get a little bit of scouting information and you can hack the health pack at the same time. It's really freaking good. It's still kind of silly and still kind of niche, but when it hits, it changes engagement significantly. Scatter to 75 if all hit. Okay, good to know. Thank you. But yeah, it works, right? And then Genji is talking about how you can even use it for your team as well. Now, you do lose the scouting, I think, if you focus on primarily hacking a health pack for your team. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some value in this minor perk. And I actually think this is one of the better minor perks because not that it's broken or strong or weak or underpowered or perfectly balanced. It's just kind of thoughtful and interesting without being like game-breakingly broken. There's like a risk reward, there's a cost benefit. Like you are using Sonic in a place that you might not otherwise use it. Is Mike better now? Okay, sorry guys. But yeah. Does it override enemy health pack hacks? I assume not, in the same way that it doesn't initially. Okay, so sorry guys. Okay. Major. After hitting an enemy with primary fire, gain 25% attack speed for 1 second. I mean, it's just freaking good. I think it's going to be better than Yamagami almost 100% of the time. Maybe Yamagami is something that you can utilize more with a lot of verticality maps, or if you're playing versus, again, dive, if you might want that lunge cooldown more often. But I think just having free attack speed after hitting a shot is just like always good. Always good. Like, it's just good. It's not something you're going to notice too much, but it's going to add up. Your DPS, your pressure, your ability to win duels is going to go up consistently. Remind me, Baba, in a little bit. I think you'd have to tell me where the invite. Go on YouTube. If you can't find the Discord link, any description of a YouTube video should work. In theory, I'm sorry. My bad. But yeah, Dragon Free again should probably always be better in most situations. Junkrat. This one's pretty fun. Steel Trap's throw range is increased by 50%. Situational. Being able to cover more space with Trap is kind of nice, but I don't think I would ever take this over Nitro Boost. I saw a lot of people initially crying about this. I think Lukagu and my chat, he's like the Masters GM Junkrat player, I don't remember what rank he is actually, had a good breakdown of what he likes about these perks. I think Nitro Boost is insane. Like, I think it's really, really good because it's by choice. You don't have to use it. You can use it if you want to. If you want to sacrifice the damage for a guaranteed kill in a squishy, or a much more likely guarantee to get a kill, then you can go for it, right? And I think this is exactly what Nitro Boost is for. I think Nitro Boost is probably going to be the must pick, to be honest with you, for the most part. You can fire storm arrows and increase attack speed too. Good to know, Igor. Major, this one is where they get really situational. I could see people complaining about frag cannon, maybe messing with muscle memory, because if you're going to change Junkrat's projectile speed, you'd like to do it kind of equally, right? Like his kit as a whole and not through a perk. I think frag cannon is definitely going to be one of those situations where if they're playing more dive stuff, Pharah, whatever, this is going to feel a lot better, especially if the map is much more open. You need faster projectiles to function. So people are saying they're really bad. I think they're just situational. Are they as good as other hero perks? No, but there are situations when you're going to appreciate that they're there. TikTok is kind of the opposite, where it's a lot more compressed, a lot more congested, and maybe even have time to set up, in which case TikTok can do a lot more damage. So it's kind of more of a map situational thing than anything else. I can understand some of the complaints about some of the Junkrat stuff, but I think that there's still utility here if you want to use it. So, yeah. I think the weird thing that people complain about with Junkrat, which I think is a really fair complaint, is that both the major perks can kind of screw with your muscle memory. So you have to kind of choose your poison here. Frag Cannon or TikTok. And so the way that you use mine kind of changes. So it's like either one messes up with your muscle memory. It's kind of weird. How can you be a coach when I'm not even top 500? I'm just gifted. I'm gifted. I'm a freak of nature. Mei. I don't like Meis from a design standpoint, but we're going to talk about how you can actually use them. Chilling Reach. Primary Fire's range is increased by 30%. Very good in more spread out situations. Just very good, period. Permafrost, if the fights are happening in narrow lanes, Permafrost is good. I actually saw a take that Permafrost is a nerf to Mei. I disagree. I think in situations when you're fighting in a choke, having a 2-second longer duration and a 2-second longer cooldown is good. So look at Mei's ice wall here. The uptime is not quite half. So increasing it by 2-2 actually favors the uptime of the wall than the other way around. You see what I'm saying? So if we have here, I destroy the wall immediately. It's a 12-second cooldown. I don't quite get it for 6 seconds, right? So it is a small buff to Mei if you want to use it in chokes. But I agree that this is probably not something that you're going to always be using if you aren't taking fights in chokes. Primary fire range increased by 30% is also really good. I mean, it's really, really strong. So any fight that's spread out, you're probably going to be going with the Chilling Reach, playing dive, probably going to Chilling Reach, bigger, more open map, probably going with Chilling Reach. I don't think Mei needs to be completely reworked. Her perks are just really bad. I think Mei is a very thoughtful and interesting character. Her perks are terrible. I came up with 4 better perks in about 15 minutes. And I'm saying that with as much respect as I possibly can, because I know it's hard to come up with 168 perks. And I did give those perks as feedback. We'll see how it goes. I'll share those perks with you some other time. I mentioned them earlier, but yeah. Major, Biting Cold. Secondary fire slow, hit enemies by... Esther, thank you for the gifted subs. Sorry. Thank you very much. Very humble, yes, thank you. Biting Cold. I coach and play a lot of Mei. So, Biting Cold. Secondary fire hits slow enemies by 15% for 1.5 seconds, stack up to 30%. Use this perk. 90% of the time, this is the perk to play. The one exception might be if you're like off-angling and the tank is high mitigation and they're like running like maybe full dive, like Genji, maybe Cryostorm, which is the slow and damage might be better. But like 90% of the time, Biting Cold is insane. Very good. It destroys tanks. It's good versus squishies. It's good in duels. It's good in frontline. It's good in backline. It's good in sideline. It's good in it's just good. It's really freaking good. It destroys a lot of tanks. Yep. Ball, Malgar, anything. You're just hitting an icicle 15% slow, hitting 2 icicles 30% slow, and it's freaking good for getting snipes. You hit the Zen in the backline with an icicle, now you're significantly more likely to hit the next icicle because he's slowed. It's really freaking good. It's really, really freaking good. I'm going to have to time out somebody in YouTube chat. I cannot believe this. Twitch chat, you guys are not as bad. I actually take it back. YouTube chat is degenerating. All right. Pharah, we're going to keep spitting. Pharah can move while Barrage is active. Very good. Helix Shield, 75 shield health to shields. Very good. It's more like Helix Shields. When is Helix Shields not good? That's when you use Drift Thrusters. If you're getting pocketed, Helix Shields, not as good. If you're playing shorter angles, like you're not flanking that much, Helix Shields, not that good. If you are flanking, taking deep angles, flank heavy, not getting a pocket, Helix Shields is good. You're going to regenerate your HP so much faster. So the barrage moving is really good, but it's more along the lines of when is Helix Shields not necessary? I'm getting a pocket, I'm not flanking so much, then you get the moving barrage. That's the way to go. That's okay, Twitch. Major, Concussive Implosion. Concussive Blast Knockback is converted to a pull-in. So this one is another one, right? If you're standing still and not rotating and getting dove and flanking and going crazy, then you need to be using Implosion. It's much worse for self-movement because the way that you play Pharah is you hug a wall, right? So if Concussive Implosion, you might not always have a location with which to suck yourself, okay? But if you are playing more like static, right, and you don't really need to move, then this is just going to be really good for landing rockets. You're going to pull people into your rockets, really good if you're standing still. Drift Thrusters, really good if you're standing still. Concussive Implosion, really good if you're standing still. You're moving around a lot, rotating, flanking, no pocket. Helix Shield's good. Fuel Store's really good. Jet Dash grants 50% fuel. Maximum overheal is increased. I mean, it's just really good. Now, for some of you guys may think that, oh, Fuel Stores is good for when I'm trying to hover. Remember, when you're using fuel, you're also moving forward. You're actually moving faster. So even if you're not hovering, even if you're flanking, having more jet fuel is really freaking good. Yes, that's okay. Thank you, Twitch. That's much better. Thank you. I love that I'm saying Twitch and YouTube chat. Yeah, okay. My in-game potential with Implosion, true. Reaper. Death Shadow. Shadow Step reloads health, fire shotguns, has 25% increased range. Honestly, this is probably the perk to lean into. I think the cool lore of restoring 50 health is nice and all, but it's not that much. Passive heals the thing, and having Shadow Step reload Hellfire shotguns and greater range just gives you a lot more flexibility and even helps your cooldown cycling a little bit better. I think Soul Reaving is cool, but I think Death Shadow is probably going to be more consistent. Probably more consistent. Yeah. And in terms of majors, leaving Wraith form grants 40% additional lifesteal for 3 seconds. Frick, man. I look at Ravenous Wraith and just think really good in duels. Maybe when you... Okay, let's put it this way. Ravenous Wraith is really good in duels when you're committed to the duel. Dire Triggers is really good, not just for the long range accuracy. I don't know if you guys tested this. Frick, I'm going to have to demonstrate something. I freaking hate my life. Screw you guys. The nice thing about the Hellfire Dire Triggers, primary fire, I almost messed it up, is you can go bam, 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 bam. Why is it not working? Oh, I put it on a cooldown. It's just burst. It's burst is what it is. It doesn't necessarily increase your attack speed, but it's a cash out. So you go bam, bam, and then you see that delay before you shoot again. It's not necessarily better in 1v1s, but it's better for a crash out. So it's like, if you're looking for sustained pressure, I don't think Dire Triggers is good. Maybe Ravenous Wraith is just infinitely better. But if you're going for that big cash out, especially with range, like let me showcase that range, like that's pretty darn good. That might be something that you situationally use. Yeah. More situational. I don't think there's necessarily immediately off the top of my head situation in which you like, or a composition where it's a must pick, but yeah. Well, the delay is required, I think. Otherwise, you'd have primary fire, double fire, and then just keep going. It would just be broken. I think it would probably be better. It is a bit clunky to use. Sojourn, we're going to keep going here. I kind of have to leave Twitch chat for now just because we're going to kind of go through these. Extended mag. Max ammo increased by 15%. Whee! More damage. Good. Sustained pressure. It's good. Overcharge. Railgun's maximum energy is increased by 50 while overclock is active. So now your railgun is lethal when you're ulting. Good ult. Other than that, extended mag, good. I think overcharge is probably going to be a little bit better. I think overcharge is going to be a little bit better because don't forget you can use your primary fire during your overclock, so you can quickly get to that 150 charge. So it's not like, oh, you're going to have way fewer shots. You'll get there fast. You'll get there fast. So I think overcharge is probably more often going to be useful, especially if you can build an ultimate. Yeah. Dual thruster. Power slide gains an additional charge and its jump height shifts to lateral movement. Map situational thing. Power slide is kind of interesting because dual thrusters on a map that's really flat, like a flashpoint map, it makes you a lot better versus dive. A lot better versus dive. So I like dual thrusters in a lot of situations when you're under a lot of pressure. You don't really need the verticality. You just need sideways potential, and you have a lot of it with dual thrusters. Yeah, I'll be making a video on some of my perk ideas at some point. An adhesion siphon. Disruptor shot can stick to enemies and generate railgun energy when dealing damage. That one is basically, if you aren't under pressure a lot, then you should be using adhesive siphon. Now, the one thing that might be untested yet is that you could actually take even deeper flanks with dual thrusters versus more poke-oriented comps. So I don't think this is 100% locked and set in stone here. Like, there's a world where like you could take like almost like a Genji or Tracer-like angle with dual thrusters, as long as there's no verticality, and just get out. But for right now, that's kind of my initial take on it here. Soldier. These ones are fun. These ones are fun. Helix rocket reloads 15 ammo if they damage an enemy. Interesting. It's interesting, but the way that you often open your combos with Soldier is more of a Helix into primary fire. So I find this one to be not as useful because generally you're kind of opening with Helix most of the time. There's a long discussion why. We're not going to go into that as much today. Field emergency. Now on paper, chat, can you guys fact check me? Allies includes yourself for all other perks. So is it Biotic Field heals yourself by 100% when you're critical health? That's correct, right? If so, I think Field emergency is probably just always exclusively better. Because all the other perks that apply to allies applies to yourself. I could just test it myself, but we're kind of on a tight time frame here. So we're going to go and assume with that. Please test that. I can't believe I'm doing this, but yes, test it. But just test it. Okay, frick. Yes, okay. Hassan's toenail backs me up. That's all I need to know. Okay, now the really interesting ones are the major perks. Sprint speed is increased by 20% and reload can be performed while sprint is active. Very, 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 very good versus diver when you have to rotate a lot. Big map, this is a good one. Agility training is great. Lots of repositioning, lots of angles. If you get dove, you can quickly get out a lot faster. It's very nice. Next one, stim pack. If you are not under a lot of pressure, if you are not getting dove and you don't need to reposition a lot, stim pack 100% better. It is a massive attack speed. You can animation cancel it into your ultimate. I've tested this a bunch. Yes, you don't get healed, but you just annihilate people off of a window of time. Really, really, really good when you're not forced to reposition. So we talk about compositional matchups, enemies, agility training, and stim pack. Those are the ones you're paying attention to. Yeah. All right, let's keep going here. Sombra. Sombra's are kind of cheeks, honestly. Sombra, there's only really... viral efficacy. Virus cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds when an enemy affected by virus is eliminated. It doesn't happen as often as you think. Probably not very good. Control, Alt, Escape. Teleporting with Translocator while at critical health initiates passive health regeneration immediately. This is the must pick. There's almost no argument. Always pick this one. Critical heal means that you're able to get back into the cycle of pressure infinitely faster. So your uptime is way, 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 way faster, and you're also less likely to die. Control Alt Escape is a much, 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 much better perk. White Hat, useful. Stack Overflow, situational. If there's something that you can get close to consistently, the silence duration is really, really good, but it is situational about what target. Maybe a Doomfist, Wrecking Ball. Like, the worst part about this is effective versus the worst things to play Sombra into. So Sombra playing into this, it feels so bad for the person playing it. It feels terrible, right? But White Hat is going to be situationally useful if you're kind of soft off angling. You can see your supports, or you're going in with a diver. I think Stack Overflow is a really unhealthy perk. I hope they change it. It feels super situational as well. So yeah, it doesn't really give you answers for the fight, right? If you get the hack off, it's much more annoying. But the problem is that if you're going for the average typical hack, you're not always going to be wanting to play melee range. So it's pretty rough. My friend thinks it's better to not pick a major since White Hat makes it harder to hack enemies. I mean, that's actually an interesting thought. It really depends on how you're positioning yourself, whether you're in backline or kind of soft frontline. But yeah, it's actually a good point here. So Control Alt Escape, always good. Other ones, super situational, you're going to need to experiment with. Very, very strange perks, frankly. Control Escape to me seems when she's pretty good at fetching health packs already, but it's not about, you don't want to fetch a health pack. If you translocate and you're immediately getting your passive health regen, you're saving yourself 5-6 seconds on your next passive cycle. It's really good. Sentry capacity. Sentry turret gains an additional charge. Sure, it's good when you're static. Advanced teleportation is good when you're not static. More of a map situational thing. Being able to rotate around. I mean, advanced teleportation is insane range and teleport. It's good. It's good. It's just, do I want to move around very far, or do I want to kind of stay static and control, get a lot of information, a lot of angles, more choke oriented? Okay. Majors are kind of interesting. Primary fire's range increases by 15% with each additional charge level. If you have guaranteed primary fire, like you're holding a short range off angle, burning tank, perfect alignment feels really good. If you're going more flank heavy, moving around TP bombs, or even just flanking backline, shield batteries really, really, really good. Really good. Because it's a 20 self-heal when you're going for a TP bomb. It's great. It's really, really good. So again, it's the same kind of thing. Do you want to spread out? Shield battery better. Do you want to stay kind of tight? Perfect alignment's better. Yeah. Torbjorn, we're speedrunning this, man. Forge Hammer can restore armor health to allies. Turret's repair heal is increased by 25%. I mean, it's silly. It's funny. Give it a shot. But fully loaded is going to be better, like every time. So give it a shot. This one's going to be funny. We'll have to experiment with it, but yeah. 70 healing per second. It's not bad. Anchor bolts. Deployed turret's throw range is increased by 50% and if it can now attach to walls and ceilings. Map situational. I like anchor bolts a lot if you're more on attack and you're kind of having to like mid-fight adjust how your turret is placed. It's actually really good because yeah, it's like, oh, it's silly, it's funny, but it actually can get it in spots mid-fight that otherwise you couldn't get. If you have time to set up prior to the fight, overloaded turret is way better. If you don't have time to set up before the fight, I think Anchor Bolts has an arguable way of being way better. You can actually put it in a lot of positions that allows you to get a lot more pressure mid-fight. I played a couple of games against Anchor Bolts, and it was actually really frustrating, like not frustrating, but like it was very strategic, and it was really good at distracting me mid-fight in weird ways that old turret couldn't do. So, I think, again, overload turret better if you have time to set up. Otherwise, I think you can experiment. I think there's going to be a lot of experimentation with these two. I actually kind of think these perks are okay. Yeah, it goes to full life when you press E. Yeah. Tracer. Minor perks are really tough. Health pack restores one blink charge situationally, pretty good if you're playing near a health pack. But Blast from the Past also means that you get basically like a significantly, versus more static comps, you basically hit your pulse bombs just way more. Like if you miss the pulse bomb, it's boom. It's just going to hit. It's going to hit people. It's going to do a lot of damage. So I think you need to experiment with both of these more. Maybe versus more static comps, Blast from the Past feels better. Versus more mobile comps, a lot more rotations, people putting pressure on you. Having a blink off of every health pack is really nice. Major perk, I think flashback just better. Always better. Getting 50 over health is kind of nice, but 3 blinks is just infinitely better, and I will not elaborate. It's insanely good, always good. No situation should you ever be choosing Quantum Entanglement. Yeah. Venture. While underground, Venture can sense enemies within 25 meters. Very nice. Very nice for flanks. Very good for information, especially with compositions that are a little bit more compressed, or you can kind of just get more scouting information. While Tectonic Shock is active cooldowns refresh 300% faster. This one feels really good as well for layering your abilities as part of your ultimate, and it's kind of a net buff to the quality of your ultimate function as well. So I think you should lean into that. My mic was scuffed for the major Genji perks. Okay, major Genji perks, pick the deflect one. That is all. Blade twisting is way too situational. Getting 50 health off of your deflect is really freaking strong. Use it. But yeah, scouting with Venture, pretty situational, pretty useful, but pretty situational. I think excavation exhilaration is probably going to be more consistent one, but there might be uses where if you're lurking on backline, Seismic Sense can give you some information. Sorry for the mic issue. Smarter Excavator. Excavator's range increased by 25%. Situationally useful if the map kind of gives it to you. I don't like it kind of breaks the way the character plays. I would say if you are struggling to close the distance, comps that are playing a little bit further, Smarter Excavator's pretty good. Pretty consistent value. Covered in Dirt, dealing damage with Clobber grants up to 30%, up to 30 Explorer Resolve Shield. So that's the melee. So if you're finding yourself up in the teeth getting combos consistently, Covered in Dirt might feel a little better. Otherwise, Smarter Excavator is probably going to feel a little bit better too. Now keep in mind that's going to adjust how you aim your projectiles for the splash off of Venture's primary fire. So just keep that in mind. It might change some of your muscle memory. Wait, Covered in Dirt also applies to the Drill Dash? Oh, that's not in the notes here. Okay, chat, take with that as you will. That might be better than I thought. That's not clarified in the perks, but 30 extra shields on Drill Dash that's not nothing. That's not nothing. Last one here, and then we have to go Widowmaker. I mean, it's freaking Widowmaker. Scope deficiency. Scope shots cost 3 instead of 5. I don't know. I just don't find reloading very often with Widowmaker to be that useful. As clip farm focused aim kind of feels like, where you charge a lot faster during your ultimate, that's actually pretty darn useful. That's like pretty darn useful. Even if you're just hitting body shots, man. Like you're going to get an extra couple of shots, 3 or 4 shots for every ultimate. That's going to feel really nice. That's going to feel really nice. Arrogant Streamer won't do 10 seconds test for his chat. Listen, I'm telling you how to use the perk. I'm not showing how it's used. There's a million CarQ videos out there that already do it for me. Also, we're on 5 minutes before we have to go. Escape plan. Scope shots hit reduce grappling cooldown by up to 4 seconds. I think this one is really good if you're more static in a sniper mirror, because you are going to be going for a lot of grapple shots, poke mirrors, grapple shot. It's really good. It's very strategic. It's useful. Getting more grapple cooldowns for more grapple shots is good. However, Deadly Dukes. Venomine gains 50% increased damage in the second charge, enabling 2 active mines at a time. Fairly useful if you're playing versus more of a dive pressure comp. I mean, let's be honest, Venomine is kind of cheeks, but having 2 scouting locations, I mean, that's really nice. That's really annoying. So you would probably want to split those in terms of not have them on the same spot usually. But it does make like a Tracer, Sombra, Wrecking Ball, Genji a lot harder to catch you with your pants down. So yeah. When am I getting membership on YouTube? At some point, potentially. So I would say pretty much compositional, situational for these which perks you choose here. Yeah, okay. Any questions, guys? And again, I'm sorry I wasn't able to demonstrate all of these because it would have added not only an unbelievable amount of length to the video that's already going to be probably close to 2 hours as it is, but also we are on a time schedule and I think AVRL has to go, so I have to make sure that we're on time. I had full coaching there. He only sees Twitch chat. I didn't see the Ashe bug with 25 damage work. I've heard about it, yes. Your Discord device is working, just didn't work in my browser. Okay, thank you, Bubba. Why am I so stupid? Thank you, Grandma. You could just go back in the athletic book. Just go pull up the YouTube stream on my YouTube channel and just it's much easier than going to the Twitch VOD and just skim back until you see Echo. I fell asleep. Can you repeat again? Shut the frick up. Is the podcast happening on stream here? Yes. You think perks can counteract skill? Depends on the perk. Most perks, no. Some perks, yes. It's not soup, it's just a sweet potato. Is blade testing supposed to proc? Oh yeah, so the Genji one, I've heard that it actually procs on blade swings. So the DOT, that should be a bug. There's a ton of bugs with the perks right now. So a lot of this is not working as intended. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Lifesteal and Dragon Blade is really good. At some point, I'll show you guys my critiques of what I would suggest for some of the perk ideas, and you guys can make fun of me. But that might not be until next week. Do I eat my carrots with ketchup? No. Boger's really strong, Saint. Boger's really strong. J3 is really strong. J3 is big boy. J3 and Boger are strong. Hottie, of course. Yep, Hottie's strong too. New Pepper's Ghost win. We'll see. What's up, Anthony? The Sojourn the Sojourn perk doesn't change the ammo count in the weapon. Weird. Should we focus perk choice for the map or for the comp? It depends on which one's more of a problem. Like, if I'm playing Flashpoint, that's like a pretty egregious spread map, so I might prioritize more movement abilities on a Flashpoint map. But if I'm playing like hard dive, then yeah. Are the podcast hosts permanent or rotating? I mean, it's Freedo's podcast with us, and I think we're going to be mostly permanent as part of it, but Samito couldn't make it today. Oh yeah, Kron's pretty strong too, yeah. Who wins a 1v1? Okay, we've had this conversation before. Strength doesn't equal skill, first off, right? I mean, it does help. And also, I don't know of any other content creator that has trained jiu-jitsu, MMA. I don't think, I'm the only one that's trained, so it's not really a competition. I used to teach, for crying out loud. I had my own school. I'm not like I'm pro MMA fighter, right? But it's not really a competition. I mean, I've not done. I trained gi at a proper BJJ for only briefly. It was much more jiu-jitsu oriented without the belt. I did more no gi. I don't have a belt. I didn't train. I have a black belt in mixed martial arts for the school that I trained at. But I did not do gi jiu-jitsu, so I don't have a belt. Because I just hated gi. I'm not bragging. Well, it's not bragging when none of them train. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd probably I know I get smoked by even like an amateur MMA fighter. But they're not competing, so it's not a competition. Do you prefer bubble major for Zarya or the above 50 energy? It depends on the situation. Probably the bubble for energy. Or the bubble one most of the time. Because I think the penetration one is kind of pretty situational. I know? Yeah, well, okay. I don't think boxing sucks. I think boxing can be a little boring to watch, but a lot of the striking fundamentals are really good. How did you get someone into your spider guard with no gi? Shut the frick up. Okay. Hotfix live? Okay, well, I mean, we're leaving anyway, so we got to go ahead and transition into our call here. All right. Did I do support and tank already? Yes, on Tuesday stream. And again, I recommend you go to YouTube because it's going to be so much easier to look. Okay, I'm going to disable my face cam. And then I'm going to disappear for just a few moments. Yeah, covered in dirt, I think, works for Drill Dash, is what I heard. Okay, goodbye. I'll see you guys in just a brief moment.
second to last one, the one, how to fix Overwatch video on stream, and I was trying to remember, like, what? Was this something I can't remember. Was there something I disagreed in there or no? I can't remember.
Probably.
I'm like trying to remember the full content. I remember like I got baited a little bit because I was watching. You said something really strange, and I paused like, whoa, wait a second, and then I went on this whole thing, and then I unpaused, and you're like,
I
don't know, you like
with the opposite direction.
No, like you like went the opposite direction. It's like that's what someone who, you know, would say the wrong thing would think. I'm like, oh, so you didn't say what I thought you said. You.
Oh yeah, I've done that a couple times.
I paused too early.
Yeah.
He's a fellow nuance pilled guy, so you know we get along real well.
Oh yeah.
Disgusting.
I always say
I'm getting acid reflux just thinking about that.
I feel like Spylo. I have very similar opinions of Spylo, but Spylo's very articulate. You're so good at speaking, Spylo.
That's because all I do is talk. All you do is play. All I do is talk. So we just have different skill sets in different directions.
That's true. That's true.
I will say though, I go to these Yeatle's the first guy. Whenever I go to any of these like these spotlight things or have any ideas, Yeatle's the first guy where I'm like, I wonder what Yeatle thinks. It doesn't matter if I'm talking about Mercy or Torb or Wrecking Ball. This is just a Glaze session, so I'm just gonna stop right there. But yeah, I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, thank you. Good to see you too. Good to see all you guys. I can't wait to hear what we're talking about today.
Yes, I'm just checking the audio levels. You can keep talking, Yeatle, and then AVRL go as well.
Are you first, Yeatle, I guess?
Testing. What do I talk about?
You guys seem about the same, okay? No,
I can't...
it's required for mine to be just 10 to 20% louder than everyone else because I'm the most important. But hold on. Wait one sec. No, unironically, I'm trying to get it actually the same, if possible. All right.
Today would have been a really good one for Sam though. The whole like everything that went down with Overwatch. I watched
Iron
his
Fist ranting.
reaction.
Also, Iron Fist ranting about the patch notes. We're gonna have to talk a little bit about.
Actually, didn't watch his. Is that a leak? Did he react to the Iron Fist leak?
I don't think it's a leak. I think it's public now. I'm pretty sure.
Is it?
At least
I found changed because I didn't watch the video, but I know
they basically like tanked his damage down even further, and they try to give it like a little. I don't know what the exact percentage breakdown of his damage versus tanks increase. And then they're like, all right, well, we're going to give him some more HP and crap. So he's like, basically like, they're like really leaning into like sustaining attention of like multiple targets for longer periods of time. But his damage versus squishes, like its assassination potential is trash. Now, the thing is, and without going too far down the rabbit hole here, I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiment that the character is like a noob stomper versus unaware supports in lower ranks, which is like fine. But I agree that that can be a bit difficult. But the problem is that like the whole Rivals strat in higher ranks is like sustained pressure isn't really all that good. I feel like maybe I'm talking out of turn here. So it's like basically they took away stuff and the identity that they gave him is honestly doesn't really scale in terms of how useful it is. And I think Sam is pretty mad about that because you need to like actually apply some pressure to backline off 4 CDs before you cycle out. And now he's just a little bit worse at that.
By the way, are we talking about the whole developers being let go and shit today?
I mean, we don't know that much. I mean, listen, I'm Mr.
It's a
Doomer
pretty
here.
hot button topic. It's a pretty hot button topic. Just saying.
Wait, which game? I didn't hear about that.
Marvel.
Oh.
Everyone's kind of upset, even though people don't have the full context. But people got upset about it. It's a very intimate moment.
That's my take. All right, I'm gonna be okay. So I feel like when I got let go, because I have a little bit of experience in a very minor way. When I got let go from Cloud9, it was because I was working remote. I was on it because I have a house and I'm married and crap like that. I wasn't at the team house, and their budget for their Overwatch League team was like. I'm not going to say who, but a couple of players on the team also took significant pay cuts at the same time. Basically, there was like a big compression of a lot of like cost cutting. So I'm a victim of cost cutting. I understand. The question is that...
Hey, we relate.
Right. Overwatch League compression, it happens, all right? That sucks. The problem is that everyone loves to jump on and immediately like... I don't know. Maybe this is too harsh. Was it a We never ever consider like, was he just not a good fit for the job, or like we always assume that there's some sort of like corporate abuse, which it probably was, but also like
we never got an explanation. We didn't actually get a real explanation.
right, and you won't you can't. That's just like the professional side of things.
Actually,
you'll
no.
never know.
I think
So it's just like
I
all
think
conjecture.
I think NetEase actually gave a response, but it was a real PR response that again never actually like fully
How many people
dived
got
into
let
the
go?
situation.
How many people got let
I
go?
don't
Was
even know. I don't think there's been an official number released. People are saying 7, but I haven't seen a source in that number sounds made up. I don't know where that number came from. I haven't seen a single source that says the actual real number.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
What I read it was the North American game director. Is that correct?
See, that's the
They were
problem.
not Chinese,
Like,
is what I've heard.
it's a North American team out of Seattle, but the primary dude, the important guy, Thaddeus, his title is game director. So it's not like people were lying when they said, oh, the game director got laid off. No, his title literally was game director. The problem is NetEase also has another guy in Guangzhou called Guang Yun, and I think his title is like creative director, and no one knows what the deal is with NetEase. Is like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Is the creative director above the game director? If it is, that doesn't make any sense because every other game, the game director is the top dog. The creative director would sit under, at least, the creative director would either be like equal or below. This unless NetEase just don't understand how these titles works. I don't know. It's super strange.
Is there like a regional split? Because that would be very odd. Because even Overwatch, they have like a strong Korean presence, and I guess we're back in China now too. But it's still just Aaron Keller. I honestly don't know.
I think it sounds a little strange to me. It's not uncommon in the industry though for developers to leave a project after it's been officially launched. But
They
to be
didn't
straight
leave.
up sacked,
They got let go.
I understand that. But to be straight up
sorry.
like fired, it is weird. But from my point of view, my question is, I thought the team was Chinese. So like, why do we even have an NA division? Maybe they just sacked the whole NA division. I don't know. I don't have enough information, but it makes for an easy headline. And I feel like you need to ask the next 3 to 5 questions to actually interpret what it means for
Right.
anything.
Right. It's just where like everyone has to have a take nowadays, and I think this is a good reminder for maybe us. It's like if we don't know, just shut up. You know, it's so easy to go on Twitter and like farm doomer likes to be like, oh, see, this is where the game development is, and yeah, there's a lot of examples where that's true and definitely toxic, but like we don't know, so just I'm not gonna say anything.
They did. I'm trying to find the official response. I don't know why it's so hard to like get the info here. Like I'm going everywhere to find NetEase's official response, and no one is like actually just linking the response.
Would it be
Everyone is
a Chinese
just-
social
hold on,
media?
here.
Would that be like
Okay, it's on. No. That's apparently it was in English. Okay, so one website linked the NetEase website as their source, but didn't link the article or the resource. Like, why do these people do this? Like, link
okay,
just
okay.
what's the actual
NetEase
real
reps
article?
full statement on the Marvel Rivals
Holy
Seattle-based team-based lie. I have someone in my chat linked it. We recently made the difficult decision to
Can you
adjust
link
Marvel
it to
Rivals.
me as well?
Yeah. Give me
Link
a
it in
second.
the chat for everyone.
I can't because I don't have the way my scenes are set up. It's in my Twitch chat if you can tab over. I mean, I know that's a pain. You got to give me like 2 cents of ad revenue. Sucks for you. We recently made the
I'm gonna
difficult
watch it in
decision
incognito mode. Sorry.
to adjust Marvel Rivals development team structure for organizational reasons and to optimize the development efficiency for the game. This resulted in a reduction of a design team based in Seattle that is part of a larger global design function in support of Marvel Rivals. We appreciate the hard work and dedication of those affected and will be treating them confidentially and respectfully with recognition for their individual contributions. We want to reassure our fan base that the core development team for Marvel Rivals, which continues to be led by lead producer Wei Kong Wu and creative director Guangyun Chen and Guangzhou China, remains fully committed. It feels like a satellite team that they just kind of let go as to like to sort of consolidate
it was a
their
satellite
development.
team. It was
Yeah.
a satellite team, but it's still. I guess the sentiment is weird though because everyone's like, "Wait a minute! You just had an insane release. You made a bunch of money, super successful game, and you're laying off people." So that's that's the part that tastes bad in people's mouth. Even though like this is probably a lot more normal in business than.
I can't imagine having like a functional development team that speaks in 2 different languages though. Like what would be your responsibilities?
they somehow developed the game like that. So
yeah, true. That's true. That's true. But
I don't
honestly,
know.
but how much of that was just like maybe them feeling like that might be something that we could use or could benefit from, and then as the game moves forward, maybe it was just too clunky, like it didn't work. Like now that we're actually in the live service position that they are now, maybe it was just not working out for them. It slowed functions down. Like I can tell you a completely different situation, but working remotely as an assistant coach with an Overwatch League team based in LA, it freaking sucked. Like I was totally out of the loop. It just clunked up everything. And again, I'm playing devil's advocate. We honestly don't know, but.
So I'm gonna link in the chat right now. This is the former game director who was one of the Seattle guys let go. His title was literally game director. Literally game director. Like not even like sort of game director, not assistant game director, not pretend game director. That's literally just game director. That's what it says. So
Intergalactic warlord.
That's crazy.
Apparently
Okay.
the director that up was responsible for the team up system, somebody in my Twitch chat said, so I don't know if that's true or not.
Should have been giving him a raise. All right, we're starting the podcast regular now. Run it down as titled by the legend Spylo after our inaugural season 0 episode, similar to Marvel Rivals, talking about hero shooters in general, and have 2 that are competing: Battle of the Titans, Godzilla versus King Kong, or maybe a little Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, depending on which patch we're on. That's a pretty bomb reference, I think. But Overwatch Spotlight announced a whole lot of things, and then we're also entering the second half of season 1 of Marvel Rivals, and I just want to do a bit of compare and contrast on the trajectory of both games. So I got some of the best minds in all of hero shooters to discuss this with me. 2 of our hosts are returning from the first episode, so first introduce Yeatle, not only the progenitor of the Wrecking Ball playstyle, I would say, from Overwatch 1, but also a killer streamer, as well as most recently making some of the most bomb and optimistic Overwatch content on the internet. It can be done. So what's up, Yeatle? Welcome.
Yo, what up? I'm Yeatle. I'm decent at Overwatch. I play the game sometimes, and yeah, Freedo gave me an awesome intro, so glad to be here.
Great. And the best hair on the podcast, of course, is going to go to our pop star in the bottom left corner, Spylo. Explain your background for us.
It's the Percocet meme. You guys, I linked it in the chat there. It's Aaron Keller doing his best Super Bowl halftime show impression, and the guy killed it. I'll say that much.
Awesome,
I will not elaborate
awesome.
further.
Yeah, I don't get it. It makes me want to. It reminds me of Backstreet Boys. That's what I think.
You're
when I
gonna
see
have
it.
to check the Twitter link after the podcast's over. You'll get it then. You'll get it then.
just
Turning-
don't play it on stream, otherwise you will get the DMCA.
You will get DMCA. You will get DMCA. Yes.
Gotcha. All right, I want to angle the show a little bit towards my intro to AVRL, because I think you started shoutcasting for the other hero shooter game as well, right? How did that go?
I'm Thanos. I'm collecting all the hero shooters on my Infinity Gauntlet. That being said, some of them I will probably never get at this stage, and I don't know if I necessarily want to get them, but I'm like Thanos light. I only need like a couple, like 2 to 3 stones. I'm good. I don't need all of them. You know, I think that's just too greedy. I don't need to snap the whole universe. Just a couple of stones. I think space is a good one. And space and power, and that's not space and reality. That's all I need. I can teleport anywhere I want. And I can just change
kidney
reality.
stone?
I don't need everything else.
What about collecting
Say
the
again?
kidney stone, Avril? Have you collected the kidney stone yet?
So fun fact, I've actually had a kidney stone before, and that is the most painful thing I think I've ever gone through in my life.
Doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, it trust me, it felt like I was getting stabbed. I felt like I remember like I went to the hospital, and the nurse was like, how does this feel on a scale of like, I can't remember what the 0 was, or like it's not painful at all to like you're getting
Childbirth.
stabbed. And I'm like, well, I've never been stabbed before, so maybe that, but maybe something like that. And I'm also the guy who's like, I have a pretty high pain tolerance, so they asked me like 0 to 10, and I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to seem like a bitch, so I'm gonna say 8 instead of 10, because I don't want to seem like I'm in too much pain, but I was in a lot of pain. I just put on a brave face, said 8 instead of 10. I wanted to. Sorry, I've already, my intro is like 10 minutes long already. But you brought up Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. By the way, I just want to say that's slanderous to both Overwatch and Marvel Rivals. I don't think either of these names
there's no
want
winner
to
for
be
this.
attached to either of those 2 guys. So just real quick.
Possibly. We'll
It was
see.
funny though. It was funny. It was really funny.
Yeah, it's yet to be seen, I think, and that's what we're going to try to chart through this conversation. Now I want to start talking over rivals a bit because I think most of the conversation on the rest of the show is going to be about the Overwatch Spotlight. So Marvel Rivals came out with its 1.5 balance patch that's going to come out with the rest of the next two heroes, the Thing and the Human Torch. And at least for me personally, I am so hyped about the design of this game because I feel like every time a hero comes out with Marvel Rivals, I'm not really afraid that they're going to break the game in a fundamental way because the game is so wacky already. But then on top of that, specifically those two designs, I think are quite interesting because you've got a frontliner tank who can't be CC'd by Wolverine, thank goodness. And then you have like an AoE nuker who kind of counteracts some of the AoE healing that was going on as well. The multi-support things you'd think would be kind of counteracted by that. So I haven't watched the recent competitive tournaments and stuff, so I'm going to shoot it over to AVRL just to give me kind of a report of how do you feel that game's operating from your point of view, given your perspective, casting both games as well, like right. Wherever you want to go into it from there.
Yeah, so those that don't know, I'm officially a Marvel Rivals caster now. I've cast both Marvel Rivals and Overwatch. And I've got to be careful what I say here because I want to keep casting Marvel Rivals, so I'm gonna try and be extremely fair. And I gotta suck up to my new Overlord C. Can't if anyone calls me a shill, I'm shilling both ways now. So anyway, the point is there is a lot that I like about the competitive side, the pro side of Marvel Rivals, but I do think it has a long way to go. Part of the long way to go is the fact that it needs to solve watchability in terms of things on the UI, just spectating tools in general. But beyond that as well, it's the type of game that right now is for all the... If you remember all the complaints that people had of Overwatch, like, oh, this is too much going on at the same time, it's too messy, you know, it's too hard to follow, even for the people that play the game. I think Marvel Rivals definitely suffers from some of those issues. That's not like to say the game is not fun to watch or can't be followed. It's just there's difficulty there. Like if you want to, I don't know if any of you guys have tried to watch the pro Marvel Rivals from any of the MRC Marvel Rivals Championships or Marvel Rivals Invitational stuff, which is the one I was on. You know, when things go down, when people use ultimates, especially all at the same time, it gets pretty messy. And part of the thing that happens right now on the pro level is it's not uncommon. I'm not going to say it happens all the time, but it's certainly not uncommon that you have fights where nothing really happens. The neutral doesn't really exist outside of poking. This is not every single fight. This is just every so often now and then you will definitely see this. The neutral doesn't happen. There's a lot of poking, and then all of a sudden somebody gets an ult. They use the ult, and the next guy uses the ult, and then within the span of about 10 seconds, all 12 ultimates go off. And I'm not joking. I can show you the VOD. I was casting it. That's how I know. And this happened twice in a row. 2 fights in a row. First fight, poking. I think one guy did die to their credit in the neutrals or whatever. But beyond that, the actual fight starts. 12 ults get used. Then a team wins. We reset, do the same thing again. We poke. 12 ults go off again. And then then somebody actually dies. And then that's the fight. So if that's the game, that can't be the whole game. Like we need...
I'm going to say
the game needs to do more than that. Go on, what's the word?
Is it goats-ish? Because I know like coaching goats,
it is.
A lot of...
So
do you feel like there's neutral advantages? Because one of the nice things about goats that was at least somewhat useful is like looking at Shock and how they positioned their Zaryas and Divas like create neutral pressure was still pretty fun to watch. It was boring compared to anything else, but there was still like neutral value. Do you think there's any sort of like dynamics that you can see through that? Like there's something that you can pull out of the neutral, that's some advantage that you can squeeze out.
Well, there's a couple of things here. One is that, yes, if you're playing like a Wolverine or a Bucky, I think you can definitely affect the neutral a lot more. Obviously, with kidnap/hook abilities, that like really changes the neutral game up. But it's very hard to off-angle. This is from my experience talking to a couple of different pros. And maybe different pros have different opinions. I didn't talk to just one pro here. I got a few different opinions. And one of the pros I talked to was like, yeah, it's like super hard to really play off angles here. You're way more inclined to just want to like stack with your team. Unless you're like on a super long map, like an escort, and you're like just dumping Loki clones on a high ground, just spamming down from top. Like that might be considered some form of off angling, but this gets especially bad on the domination or control maps. Not a fan of the alternate game mode names. For what it's worth, by the way, just like, bro, can we just do control hybrid escort? Like, I don't know why Nitty's had to
What are
try
they
and be
called?
unique
I don't
there,
even
but
know.
it's like convoy, convergence, domination. It tells you nothing about what the game mode is. And beyond that, domination already
strategist?
exists as a game mode from Call of Duty. It's like if you've played video games before, especially shooting games, you already know what domination is. So they've used domination gambit for a completely different game mode. That's just anyway. That's a side tangent. But you asked about the neutral. I haven't seen. There typically isn't a lot happening in the neutral, outside of like Wolverine Bucky comps.
And what comp are they
think-
playing mostly? Sorry to interrupt.
So it was a lot of 2-2-2. So here's the thing: it's as much as it's goats, it's not goats in the sense that it's 3-3 triple tank, triple support. Everyone thinks like, oh, goats, that means 3 tanks and 3 supports. Like, in some sense, yes. But when I'm talking about goats in this context, it's the goats play style. It's not, oh, they're literally running 3 tanks, 3 supports. It's the play style of, you know, very alt focus, very alt trading, alt efficiency focus, and it's like typically not a lot happens until alts come through, then everyone's just spamming alts. Everyone's just dropping alts in there. The support alts are the most egregious, obviously, because you have too many transcendences in the game. And then the Loki also then copies a Luna or a Cloak and Dagger or whatever and drops another transcendence. Like the 90% of the time, they're always copying support. But it's, yeah, you typically normally see strange. Sometimes you get double shield. We really are just speedrunning every single Overwatch meta. You do get double shield sometimes within these types of comps as well. So it could be a strange and a Magneto at the same time. You could get Groot in there. Groot is especially popular with like kidnap style comps with like Wolverine and the Bucky. There are some like more poke heavy type of comps with like a Luna and a Namor at the same time, kind of enabling the ice turret. I didn't see any in the games I casted, but I know in NA meta they quite like Moon Knight for poke, but he's quite a greedy character that loses the dive. I am glad there's at least the dive option, but I think the more brawly option with like the super sustain, the super tanky front line seems to be the more popular from what I've seen so far.
It seems to be like one of those things where like at the ranked level, and I think this is really what keeps Rivals relevant in a good way, is that you have Spider-Mans, Black Panthers, Psylocke, Star-Lords that can function and do quite well if your supports aren't on their A game. But the second that your supports are like fully keyed in, fully locked in, fully aware, you just don't kill anything. Like it's really hard for you to do anything, and you kind of have to lean more into the neutral trade thing. So it is it's a bad thing from like a spectating professional level. The good thing is though, it's probably not something that 90% of the player base has to worry about too much. Because you really can just pick Iron Fist and kill people sometimes. You really can just solo kill people sometimes. I don't know if Yeatle, of how much support you played, or strategist, but I felt like that may have been like the real big problem for me, is just you basically can never spectate a support player in Rivals and expect anything super interesting. Tanks, duelists especially, really fun. Not so much strategists.
Yeah, I feel like I'm probably the least experienced here in playing Marvel Rivals. I've got like probably like 20, 30 hours of playing it. And one of the big problems I kept running into is that I feel like support ults just last way too long for no reason. Like it just feels like Overwatch's Transcendence or something ×2. So just like 12 seconds or however long it is of just people staring at each other and clicking and no chance of killing. You're just staring at each other. And then there might be another support ult that's popped right after that. And just like, it feels like, why are we doing this? Why is this happening? And yeah, that's been one of my main frustrations with the game. And as well as AVRL said earlier about like off angling on tanks, I feel like it's definitely a lot less of that in this game. And it's more of just like front.
DPS 2, hard to off angle.
Yeah.
At the high level anyway. Maybe at like a scrub, like I can jump on a DPS and off angle to my heart's content in a quick play or low level game. But like, because I don't really play rank, but like at a super high level, like I talked to players and they're like, yeah, you just get really punished for trying to off angle because you're far away from your own team. It's hard for you to get healed. It's not like you have global healing passive that you can rely back up or anything like that either. So it's like the game way more rewards you for hard stacking as a 6, like a death ball of 6, while the other team's hard stacking the same death ball of 6.
It's more semantics. I think angles are still very useful and still very important, but it's like the depth of the angle. Like you're on like basically on a bungee cord. Like you can only angle like 45 degrees. If you go further than that, depending on the character, you really do have support situations. Like I think playing a lot of Bucky, you shouldn't stack on top of your tank, but you're going to be within like 10 meters of your tank. Like you're going to go just to the side or just to the side there. So I think angling is still good. It's just like you're not going to see flanks like almost ever. And the type of characters that would be taking flanks aren't going to be very good. So I think that my biggest complaint with the support ults in terms of the length, and I don't think people talk about this enough, is that they don't counter DPS ultimates. They counter DPS ultimates and then give your team an extended advantage after the DPS ult has ended. That's the most important problem. They're not just equal to DPS ultimates. They're better than DPS ultimates because of that duration. So you don't just counter, you then go continue to have an advantage for 3, 4, 5, even 6 seconds. And I think that's something that they should be looking at.
I mean, ultimates aside, the base healing is also insane. Like, I saw a clip, I think yesterday now, where it's a clip of a Psylocke ulting into the 2 supports. I believe the 2 supports are Luna and Invisible Women. And neither of them ulted. Neither of the 2 supports ulted. They just raw dogged the entire Psylocke ultimate and healed each other just with their standard healing. And they just used their normal cooldowns and burst healed each other to live through the Psylocke ultimate. No ultimate required.
You know, I feel like I've seen 1,000 Twitter clips of that, of like a Genji in either end stage Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2. And this, I want to kind of turn the conversation ever so slightly now, because Rivals is going on a new trajectory now with this new patch. Luckily, they are nerfing almost all those support ults. In terms of their generation, their value, as Spilo said, is still going to maintain that same power level. So we'll see how that goes over time. Does that mean if your offensive ults can out-tempo them, will then you be able to snowball a bit? And then, of course, I think it's nice to hear that the pros aren't running triple support. That's good to hear. But I think a lot of the average ranked players, and we saw this when the hot list, the hero hot list came out, like Rocket's got like a 55% win rate. And I don't think it's as a second support. I bet it's as the third support, the Seagull effect. He said this in his meta breakdown, where if you just get your feeder DPS onto one of the easiest characters in the game who vaguely heals everybody and himself, then you are more likely to win. And I think that's so. Open queue issues with Rivals off to the side, and as we watch the trajectory of both of these games grow and develop in their own way. I also add, I think, when we talk about the principle of off angling and if it's strong or not, Overwatch clearly wants to go down, and we can see this from the spotlight, the route of self value as opposed to needing team value. So Marvels has the team up mechanic. Overwatch is getting perks and other ways to enhance yourself. So, and it's a first-person shooter as well. So to some degree, depending on which characters win in that big exchange, be it Pharah, Widowmaker, whoever, they want you to be able to get value on that off angle. Whereas in Marvel Rivals, if as soon as the sniper's too good, they're like, get him out here. It's okay if Black Widow has a 40% win rate. Fun fact, I was watching like the streamer stack play against the devs. The devs are freaking insane in Marvel Rivals. I don't know if you guys know this, but like there was like a Black Widow dev like sniping the Human Torch out of the sky. It's crazy. Anyway, one of the worst heroes in the game, and the devs are like poning streamers, which interesting thought. So we'll see how the whole support meta pans out. As you say, they're still learning that game and how to maximize it. So there's some cool elements in play to me with the CC and all of that, having played MOBA games. I want to turn the conversation a bit to Yeatle again, because with all this being said, you seem to be the most of any of the creators I've watched to try to get a temperature of this. You seem the one that's like really ready to stick to Overwatch and see it grow and blossom. And my optimism was down here, but I will say the spotlight is sending a glimmer of a hope for me. So where are you sitting at with where we're at with the spotlight? You made your big video on how to save the game. I think they did a lot of what you said, actually. So where are you at?
Yeah, I think a part of it is I'm a bit easier to please than most people in terms of like, if I see things improving, I like that. I kind of like the game more or less as it is. Not to say I want to stay as it is. I definitely want to see these improvements and, all that. And Marvel Rivals just never hit that itch for me. So it's a bit easier for me to be on the optimistic side of Overwatch. I think with the spotlight, again, there's a lot of great news. Like, finally, I know that you love hero bans. I love hero bans, and I'm glad that they're on the route of making that happen. I think hero pools is great too, and I think just features like this that make like the players have more control is great. and I think they should have done it way sooner. That's the main thing. But I'm excited because I feel like they're doing a lot more things that are kind of like listening to the player base's like complaints or things that they've been asking for. And again, a lot of people say like it's taken them forever to do it, and it has. But I'm happy it's happening, you know? Better than it's not happening and then we're all just sad about it or just angry or whatever. It's happening. So yeah, overall I'm a bit happier with the direction that Overwatch is going, and I hope they continue to do more of this stuff, because when Marvel Rivals happened and it was popping off and Overwatch was down in the gutters, it was looking kind of bad. I think most of us are like, is it over for Overwatch? Is that it? Are they cooked? Are they going to clap back? Or are they just going to slowly die out from here? But it's good to see the spotlight came through, because that shows that they got something in them. They're still fighting. So for how long that is, we don't know. But I mean, with what's coming, it looks like they're in it to fight it. So
hell yeah. And the devs are all so cool as well. Like, you know, I had my problems with the Team 4 devs in the past, but this new dev team, they're all hip and just like super nice and down to earth. So I want the best for them and the game that I loved. But so we're going to get into now more specific through all the things with the spotlight. I think it's pretty clear that these are things that they've been thinking about for quite a long time. It's not even fair at all to say it's a direct response to Rivals, because I don't think anybody thought Rivals like has no right to be as good as it is. It's made by NetEase, okay? The Diablo Immortal devs. So it's not like we're going to think it was going to be the top hero shooter by any means. But when you start to see the complexity they're looking to add to the game, it's clear that they're trying to compete up against like this genre in general as it grows, because we didn't know Concord was going to fail on its face necessarily, or Deadlock, where that's going to go when that finally releases. So they've got to level up in general for the entire ecosystem of gaming to compete. And the first way that they're doing that immediately, it's already in the game now, and I did reinstall to test this so I could have a more advanced opinion about it, is the perk system. Each hero gets 2 perks that you level up through the game. A kind of a mixed bag in terms of whether it's more fun, more powerful, more competitive, less competitive. I've got a lot of opinions about it myself, but who wants to pick up talking about perks? Anyone have really strong opinions about the perk system? Go, Yeatle. Go for it.
I'll say that I feel like how people view perks becomes a lot better when you think of perks kind of like ultimates, because ultimates obviously create an unbalanced version of the game where some ultimates are just way better than others, and sometimes they just completely dominate a fight. But I think perks are that on a smaller scale, to where it makes the game more fun. It could also make it more unbalanced, but overall, I think the fun outweighs the unbalanced. They just gotta, fix some perks, because some perks are lame as hell, but there's some really good ones. So that's my take on perks.
I think you actually mentioned this a little earlier, Freedo, but the kind of parallel between perks and team ups is really interesting to me, because I kind of view perks as kind of somewhat synonymous to team ups in a way, but the big difference here is not only from what you mentioned, but you don't need teammates to enable you to have these abilities available. So you're not requiring anyone in your team to specifically choose any particular hero in your team to give you a team up. You just it's your own thing. You choose perks, you level up, and you go through and choose whatever perks you feel like you need to in that particular game. And so it's a kind of a way to add variety to the game. And I think that's what was missing for a lot of people, because Overwatch is a pretty old game now. It's a very old game, actually. And for a lot of people that have played this game for many years, which I think is the majority of the Overwatch play base, I think anyone that's still playing Overwatch right now has to have played the game for several years. I doubt very much that there's like a huge ton of like extremely new people. I would like to imagine the majority of the people playing are still are like really veteran now, which means if you're a veteran of the game, you know the game quite well, which means the game is probably stale to some degree, because you're just getting the same experience over and over and over and over and over, especially if you're playing the same heroes a lot. And a lot of people only play a couple different heroes. There's a lot of one tricks in this game, for better or worse. They only play a couple heroes, and if you're only playing a small number of heroes, you're not getting that much variety, because your hero just does the same thing over and over every single game. It's not like when you play League of Legends or Dota, you have different item builds, different random things and different matchups in the game can really change things up as well. And in the case of Dota, they also have perks. And so this is one of those things where, Team 4 Blizzard kind of borrows the concept from Dota. I think Apex Legends even has perks as well. And this is one way to just refresh the game a little bit. And the other thing that's really good about it is they've already said they're going to change the perks and update them, rebalance them, or just swap them in and out. I can't remember if it was every season, every couple of seasons, but they did say they want to change them over time, which means you're going to get a fresh experience every season or every other season, where you're not just going to get used to your perks and be like, okay, this is my character now, and I'm bored again.
Spilo, perks, how you feel?
I spent a lot of time the last few days, I mean, even going back to Spotlight, like thinking about how I felt, because I think a lot of people expected me to be like the Overwatch purist and crap down on it, and I think this is where, for me, Rivals has pushed the development personally for me. Like, I'm more open to seeing different ideas being tested, because I can be like, you know what, actually, you know, maybe it is nice to have something fresh and something new, and maybe there is competitive integrity that can be found in the perk system, and depending, again, on the execution. And I think that's really kind of where I stand, is like, it's really going to be on the execution of it. Not even right now, but the next like 4 or 5 months. Like, which perks are going to get the axe? Like Yeatle said, they're just cheeks, or they're unbelievably overpowered, or there isn't really a lot of choice, or it's free value. It's like some of the worst and best aspects of team ups from Rivals. I feel the same way about perks. Like, a lot of team ups just give you whatever healing or whatever this. It's just free value, and it's dumb, and you always choose this. I don't like those perks. I don't like those team ups. And I think there's a lot of Overwatch perks. Like, I was around there with my notebook, like the total cringe nerd, and like, well, I don't like this perk, and I don't like this, and I think they should do this. And I think there's a ton of potential. The system has a ton of potential. I already gave them the Ramrod like 2 hours of feedback. They sat there with all my ideas and things I didn't like. I just want perks to be something that are situational, whether you choose this one or whether you choose that one, and it requires active participation to actually get value out of the perk. Not just from like a balance or competitive integrity standpoint. That's great and all, but just because it's more fun. You know, it's fun to throw your turn on a wall because you wanted to do it. It's fun to deliberately save my bubbles as Zarya to bubble a teammate so that they can move a little bit faster. You know, it's fun to have Sombra hack a teammate instead of hack an enemy, because it changes exactly how you play around the game. It's like, it just feels way more engaging and way more there's a lot more variety of gameplay expression when you have perks like that. And I think they did a really good job with, I'll go as far to say, up to 60, 70% of them were decent. Maybe not perfectly balanced, but like were decent concepts. So it's those ugly third, you know, there's 168 of them. It's a lot, but if they develop those, if they replace those, not just for freshness of gameplay, but just to get rid of the crappy ones, then I'm happy. But in the meantime, I am having fun. I'm coaching people now, and I'm like, man, what perk would make the most sense right now? And I actually have to kind of think about the game at another level, and that's kind of a new experience for me.
I agree that the variety is like super important, because if it's just like, I gotta pick this one perk every time because it's the best perk, the
Brig perk, it's just terrible. The burst heal and armor pack, it's like there's no situation where you're gonna choose the wall damage, like almost no situation, and it's just like, I think those are the that's where perks are at their worst. But the Sigma perks, for example, the float one versus you float the tank, it's like, that's really situational. You got to really think about which one makes sense, and that's where perks are at their best.
Yeah, I wish there was more about fun factor, step one, and then maybe reducing pain, step two, and almost never more stats. So the problem I have with the perk system is far too many of them feel to me as just a deliberate power creep buff to the game. Remember the definition of what power creep is, okay? It's when they add new elements to the game, be it new heroes, new whatever. In order to make those elements interesting, they have to make it more competitive or compelling in some way, therefore raising gradually over time the strength of everything. And especially as I took a vacation from Overwatch, I said I won't play ranked until they add hero bans, and well, then the next day they announced that they're adding them. Great, I guess I'll play competitive when that happens. But playing Marvel Rivals, to me, the balancing is an issue on the whole game. The whole game philosophy I take issue with, because a thing that I like about Rivals is that there's a lot of supporting cast going on. Not every single individual is always a playmaker or always maximally effective with maximum uptime, maximum counterpick potential. Whereas when I come back to Overwatch, I start to realize things that I hate. That, like, not many people complain about the next heroes I'm going to say, because top players, they're like, I want to ban Widowmaker, or Tracer's oppressive or whatever. But to me, what I don't like personally is if I like play tank, for example, how good do I really want Symmetra or Mei or Junkrat or these characters to be that I have to respect their kit perfectly, or I instantly am throwing just by being out of position a little bit, whatever. I don't get that sense in Marvel Rivals, except up against Wolverine and Bucky. And to me, those feel easier to outplay despite how devastating they are. Whereas in Overwatch, like Sims got to have if I cook you for a second, before you know it, I'm going to be doing 1,000 damage a second. You're throwing hard. You better run. It's like, I hate that dynamic. And I think a lot of players have noticed this, really trying to be carefully understand why people were so for 6v6. I think they think that would end if they just went to 6v6. But I think the reality was they were doing that in Overwatch 1, where everything has to be kitted up. So, like, an example for me is Torbjorn gets 6 ammo back on Overload, which already to me could have been a perk. But now he gets an extra perk on top of that where he gets a full reload. And I got the same problem with, like, Queen does the same thing. And the uptime of some of this is so, like, how much dopamine can I get at one time? Okay, like shoot, pull the guy. You already got like 6 buttons on some of these Overwatch 2 characters. So where I felt it was best is on characters that I like, that have complicated kits, and now there's extra layers of complexity, but I still think it's too much. Like to me, maybe it's an old man brain or whatever. I think it's over the top. And then I will whine about balance to this degree because I don't like making simple decisions. I think there's almost 0 times that it's objectively ever better to have a flanking turret versus a level 3 turret, because the new angle of where you put it, to me, that doesn't matter. Having more stats is almost always better. That example maybe is a little weaker than the Brig example, where Brig, you give her something cool, where a skill shot now does more damage when it hits a wall. So it's conditional versus more stats. Like, I hate the more stats. There's so much more of this that's more stats. The more I played it over the last couple days, I realized some of them I like better than I thought I would. So one example is Pharah has an option between shield health or moving with barrage.
Yeah.
And the reason why I like this as an example is because what I like is certain ones that matter to playing with randoms. Okay. Almost always moving with barrage is the stronger option. However, if I play quick play, which players do, we have to remember, okay, there's a whole player base that plays all these different modes in the perk system's going in everything. It's not just the competitive system. And I had Mercy Lucio as my supports, right? So I decided, well, maybe I'll try the shields one this time. And I was a little surprised that, okay, it's basically just your self regen is a little faster now. Not that exciting, but the playability, like the pain points of me playing one of my favorite characters went down. On the other end of the spectrum,
it's also good on flanks too. Like even if you have good healers, but if you're like very flank map heavy, it's a pretty good choice. But yeah.
Yes, it will put your uptime pressure higher, then maybe you're even gaining ult higher. So the stats of it I understand, but the flavor of it is still kind of meh to me. And where I don't like it most is where I feel like they're just using the hotfix system that they invented to update the game, and they're using the hotfix system as content like they have for the last several years, which I haven't liked. I don't want them to increase soldiers' range by 5 meters, then bring it back 5 meters, and then Widowmaker's health is 225, and then it's 175, and it's like they're just playing all the breakpoints back, forth, dog chasing tail, chasing car. It's like now I feel at least that's on a perk system, so they can change it, and you're at least making choices. I think it might actually be improved the more they take some of the kit power out of the inherent kit and put it into perks, or vice versa, kind of. Like, I want them to play with that a little bit, because some of them are out of whack right now. Like, Junkrat's perks are some of the worst in the entire game, in my opinion. They're actually useless in comparison to, like, how useful some of the other perks. But we can't, unfortunately, to some degree, I have to remember that we always have to grade this game on a curve. I wish we didn't have to. And in reality, the general player base of all these games isn't going to do that. But we do have a smaller dev team with limited time, and so all those realities come crushing down, where, I mean, they're on a new philosophy where they're not going to release things when they're perfect, and we told them we want them to do that. So to some degree, I can't be like, well, a bunch of these aren't as competitive as the others, because they're going to have to work that out over time.
That's kind of my expectation. Is just like as long as they make the adjustments to some of the things like you're bringing up, like as long as the free value perks are adjusted, and I think there's a lot of things that they could do with it. But like I said, just active participation. Like as long as there's active participation in what you're doing, especially with the major perks, then I'm good.
You know anything else on perks?
I was just thinking about the Torp turret one, where I feel like choosing between the flanking turret and the buffed up turret, I feel like that's something that the choice can be closer if they just lowered the stats on the buff turret.
Yeah,
like
agreed.
Where it'll be more situational where we want to pick the flank turret if it wasn't so good, the tank turret.
I agree.
Yeah, their head's kind of in the right place where they're like something fun. I did think, because of my very dumb theory crafting mind, like if you're up against Sombra Tracer, the flank turret, maybe you put it in the sky, right? Because I've seen people try to put it in the sky.
I've seen
basically.
It's really annoying. I played a game actually recently in Blizzard World, and they put the flank turret up on the wall in second point, and it was like just outside of fall off range, and you had to put yourself in a really awkward position to go for it. It was really clever. It was really irritating.
Or even like most tanks, like you just don't have the range damage to actually shoot it.
Yeah.
If it's high up.
Yeah, but should they just have a character that can shoot it though? That would be my like meta nerd argument. Like, well, have any character that could shoot it, and now it's worse. So, but all right, AVRL perks.
One more. Can I hop on one more for a perk? The Winston Tesla cannon on what is it? On deployables is so bad. I hope they change that one day.
Ooh, fun fact. That's another one that surprised me. So, the enemy Winston's bubble counts as a deployable.
All shields.
So
all shields.
Wait,
I think.
does it?
I think all shields count.
Do they?
Oh, I didn't know
that would make sense. So you have a bit of a bubble advantage brawling out the now. And I don't know how I feel about this though, because that just means when you face trade, you win more space. This is kind of it's kind of interesting, but also kind of I don't know what to do with it. You know, I'm not sure what I think.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I still think it's a little weak, the damage boost, but yeah, you do more damage to all deployables. I'm pretty sure that includes Ryan Shield, Orisa Shield, Mines, everything. Sigma Shield. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Someone might have to fact check me, but that's what I believe.
General thoughts about perks, AVRL? And I just thought of a question that maybe can help this conversation as well.
I mean, general thoughts would be, I'm glad they went in this direction. They're taking risks. It's what the game needs. Yeah, there's a lot of perks that are definitely memes. I mean, one of the meme perks that never even got brought up is Sojourn plus 15 ammo. I'm like, yay, great. No one's taking that.
Yeah.
And I say that as a Sojourn player, like my favorite hero in the game. It's like, why is that there? Why is that one of the perks? But you know what? I trust them to tweak it. I trust them to change things up to make it more competitive so that the choices between the perks are more difficult. Like you have to make more of an informed choice rather than...
No, I'm interrupting. Continue.
That's I would like to. I'm echoing the sentiment that it would be nice if all the perks were like changing the playstyle. I think one of the best perks is the Sigma Levitation perk because it significantly changes his playstyle, removes one of his biggest weaknesses, which is that he can't take high ground. Now he can. Very, very insane perk. Something like that really significantly changes the playstyle is like great. But just adding 15 ammo, it's like wow. Yeah. Not very. I mean, that's literally just adding stats, so that's not what you want.
And my Twitch chat is like, I mean, with all due respect, this is why people need to hear like exactly what people's problem are with perks. AVRL, Yeatle, myself anyway, and you too as well, Freedo. It's not that the perk is not useful. Of course, having 15 ammo is very useful, but it doesn't change how you. It doesn't make you think. It's just stats. It's more value, more damage, more healing. Not that every minor perk has to have a revolutionary way in how you change the game, but if you look at like the Tracer's minor perk, right, where you get a blink when you grab a health pack, kind of makes you think a little bit, right? Just a little bit, not a major playstyle adjustment, but it might make some of those micro decisions in the middle of a fight. Same thing with the Pharah's Barrage, right? Freedo the shields, right? It's some small adjustments. That's what a minor perk has. Just slapping on ammo is bad. Now, to play cope section here, I actually did talk with Alec about this, and they said that they really don't like the perks that do that, and I think that there is a plan to adjust any perks that just give stats. You have 168 perks, first iteration. They're definitely on a timer to get these out. There may only be so much creativity that you can have. They definitely said they don't want just stats. They said that specifically. Now, will they walk the talk and continue all the way through the second and third iterations? We'll wait and see. Same thing goes with any of the other free value or crappy ones. We'll wait and see. But with talking with them, they are definitely, I think, on the same page as us. The question is, how is the implementation moving forward? Because I will be like, hey guys, good news. They said this. Let's see what happens.
Can I tell you the hero I think as the, like, in terms of design and the choice you have to make between both the minor and the major perks, that I think the hero that had like the biggest win in terms of, wow,
Yes,
these perks are so...
I know who it's going to be.
It's Ana. It's Ana, because both the minors and both the majors are great. All the perks that she has, you have to make an informed choice. All the options are great. You're losing something each time that you don't take it. You get something great when you take one option. You definitely lose out on the other option. It's like, crap, why am I forgetting the term? Opportunity cost. The opportunity cost is really real on Ana in terms of the perks. And that, I think, is like perfect perk design.
She's one of the most popular characters in the history of the game. So they if they want to know, I think alternatively, another one that's really popular. I saw Skiesti's video about this. She's not happy about the Mercy perks, which are kind of antithetical to her playstyle or unnecessary. So I think one of them is Guardian Angel Distance. It's like, I already am controlling this perfectly anyway. You gave her the opportunity to super jump anyway. So it's like she's free flying always. So it's just more range on that's not helping, I guess. And then to the degree 2 beams is even good, I don't know if I want that in the game. So there's some cases where I'm like, all right, when things make a big play, a big explosion. Okay, so Ana, I believe, has like a multi-nade, right? Am I right on that? Okay, because I didn't play Ana. I played Queen, and I had an Ana teammate. We were against the Kiri, so all of a sudden now we have like multi antis, and the enemy team was kind of exploding. That was great to me. That to me, all of a sudden now the game has impact again. That's what I care about most. I want to see things explode. I executed a play and the thing explodes. Rivals, for all its faults with like sustain and whatnot, the big plays are really big, and then there's like a lot of ways to sustain the fight. So it's in a odd balance in that regard.
Whereas I think an unhinged rant when you're done. I'm sorry. I just had a thought. I'm sorry. Continue.
A problem that I have playing Overwatch, and I think a lot of players have this, is it's so confrontational to like just little chip engagements. Like I get a pick that now they have to reset. So there's never really these big wipes. Whereas now we've got that power to do it. I feel like, okay, so this is, have you ever seen The Incredibles? It's a great movie. Yeah. There's this moment where like the little kid's running on the track, right? And then he starts like dominating everybody, and the dad's like, whoa, slow down, we can't let everyone know you're a hero. This is how I feel with the perks, okay? I'm like, all right, big plays, big play, whoa, not that much, chill. Let's not like overly dumb the game down and make it too silly. So I want to give useful feedback to this regard, but like some of it worries me. Some of it, I don't know. Go ahead, Spilo.
All right, so I'm gonna cook just a little bit off topic, but you reminded me. So here are my thoughts. So we've been beating Marvel Rivals over the head with its sustained design and everything, but actually I'm gonna advocate for a little bit. Here's a thought. Okay, so I used to be in the competitive, this is funny, Lord of the Rings online scene, the MMO. Okay. Now, I don't know. I've not played other MMOs. Avril's laughing at me. But
it is funny. You're right. It is funny.
Shut up. Okay. It was 6v6, coincidentally. All right. And I don't know about other MMOs, but Lord of the Rings Online, easy sustain was really, really strong. Really strong. And so we do these 6v6s, and it was basically all like burst one-shots. But the strategy and the skill was different classes had different strengths. So I'm still the greatest warg player that has ever been in that game. Okay. And that class was like really good sustain damage, but had a really, really strong couple of debuffs, which if you timed really well, you could basically just instantly one shot with other things. And there was other classes that were really good at just burst damage, and the other classes that were really good at sustained pressure and crowd control timing. Basically, the way that these 66s kind of worked out is there's just infinite free sustain, impossible to punch through until it wasn't. Until you synchronize those burst windows, and the skill expression was hitting the burst window at the same time as your team, and playing versus it was hitting the defensive cooldowns and or anticipating that burst window. So I look at Rivals and I'm like, oh, I get a lot of people in my chat like, Rivals is such a low skill ceiling. Rivals is really brain dead. And I understand that like the neutral pressure can look really, really boring. But if you look, I think everyone, we talked about the cloak and dagger clip, right? Them countering that ultimate. Like that's not easy to do. Like you got to not only anticipate that, you got to also use the cooldowns in the right order and then coordinate that with your team. If obviously there's a spectrum. I'm not saying that we're going to go like MMO level of one shots and or sustain or whatever, but there could be a spectrum where like Rivals has its identity of where like neutral sustain pressure isn't as much of a priority, so much as it is like synchronizing these burst windows, right? Like you hit the support ult at the right time, or you hit the bubble, you hit the matrix. And as somebody that's played that kind of style of 6v6 in a completely different game, to be fair, and definitely on the extreme side of things, that could be like a really interesting way of skill expression where it's like less about like Overwatch. If you hit a fat anti-nade or you put a bunch of damage on the enemy tank, there's really no getting back from that without burning an ultimate. Like they kind of have to disengage. With Rivals, there's always ways of compensating for the damage, but what if they pop that one-shot ability? Or what if they synchronize the debuffs? They don't really have a lot of debuffs. I know Cloak and Dagger's like little frontline wave, which actually just got recently buffed, is a pretty big debuff. But I feel like there's like, maybe if they lean into some design like that with some characters where like everything has infinite sustain, everything has ridiculously high damage, but some of our more utility-based characters, maybe our mobility-based characters, they have ways that they can kind of synergize and synchronize pressure. It's not boring. It's really fun to do that. It's just different, you know? It's a different, it's kind of like when you compare like CSGO to Overwatch, I'm sure CSGO players are like, dude, nothing freaking dies in Overwatch. And now we're the CS players looking at Marvel Rivals and going, nothing freaking dies in Rivals, but it's just a different way of playing the game. The skill ceiling is still there. It's just the sustained pressure doesn't matter quite as much.
I feel like we've been here in Overwatch though. We've been in a position where you go back to Overwatch 1, there was a lot more healing. Zen used to do more healing. Mercy had more healing as well. There was no DPS passive. We've been in a phase, maybe not as extreme as Marvel Rivals, but it's been in a phase of sustain. Now, I'm not just talking like GOAT's AoE. I'm even talking like single target sustain, where it felt like you needed burst to take anyone down. And so you have this opposite situation where it's like, okay, now there's this arms race, this evolutioning arms race. It's like, well, there's a lot of sustain, so now we need more burst. Or people don't like playing against burst, so now we need more healing. Oh shit! Now you need more burst to take down the healing. It's just like, okay, where does this end? Like
the problem
so
is
now
the
it's just
burst
versus healing.
The problem is this: your burst is associated with two things. It's associated with one shots and associated with Moon Knight's ultimate. It's associated with pressing Q or clicking people in the head. But in the MMO world, again, I know I'm talking way out of the box here. It was coordination of debuffs. There's timing windows that you had to synchronize for it to work, and that I would feel like I don't know if that would even work in a game like this, but like that yeah, okay.
That requires too much in a hero shooter. It requires too much coordination, too much
but
too much expectation for solo queue people to like do that.
But keep in mind that we're talking about the pro scene right now. We just described how in lower mid ranks, dive characters can still work because supports aren't that good. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about the pro scene. You can't punch through the sustain with Black Panther. You can't take an angle and pressure people out anymore. Okay, so then those are the pros are going to be the ones that are actually exploiting that stuff.
All right, I want to do one more round on perks, and here I'm going to frame the question.
Sorry for the segue. I apologize.
Comparing to all these games, I think is highly relevant because to me, when people talk about Rivals compared to Overwatch, I usually try to say I actually think it takes some MMO influences more so sometimes than directly Overwatch. Like the bones are Overwatch, yes, but the way everything's interacting and how many buttons are in play and like the speed of it looks like an MMO to me. So I think it's a very apt comparison. And of course, much of what Blizzard does in general is inspired from their flagship IP, World of Warcraft. So one more round on perks now. What I want to go through, everybody, try to think of your like favorite perks that you think is like emblematic of what the system should be, and then maybe some bugbear ones that you really don't like either on the character or for the game, let's say in general. I can go first, but otherwise I'm going to shoot it over to Yeatle. Do you have ones that have not been, thoroughly mentioned so far?
My favorite perk, hands down, is the Bastion major ones, where you get to choose either his old cannon, where he basically two shots people, but in exchange you give up your turret mode, or the other option is the self heal, which I played a game the other day, and the self heal seems like it lasts way too long and it's annoying. But I like that you choose there because you're giving up your ability to like shred like a Winston or something, for example, right? But now you're playing more so to like engage with the enemy DPS or squishies more, rather than Bastion just being an all-in, I'm going to shoot the tank the whole time. And I like that it changes his playstyle so dramatically in that way. So I think that's really cool. And I just think a lot of the perks where it kind of is a throwback to the old kit is really cool too. And I think that's a great way to make old mains of some of these heroes kind of happy.
Okay, and then one that you don't like, that you think they should maybe change or is bad for the game?
I don't like the Ana one. I know some of you guys did like the Ana one. I don't like the one where she nanos somebody and nanos herself. I'm on the side of she should only be able to nano herself, because then it's a choice of like, okay, I'm going to go for these aggressive, maybe flank self nano plays or something of that sort, versus what it is now where you just full on nano someone else. Oh, and I'm buffed up too. And just one more thing on Ana. I know, AVRL, you loved Ana's perks, but I kind of know the headshots. I don't like that Ana and Juno both have a perk that allow them to headshot instead of just being a body shot hero, because I gravitate more towards these heroes because I like body shotting. I think that's cool, but I don't ever want to be in a world where it's like,
You can pick the other perk then.
You could pick the other perk, but that's where I'm getting with this.
You could choose incorrectly and pick the other.
That's where I'm getting with this. I don't want it to be a world where it's more optimal to go for the headshot one. And it's like, well, I'm not really a headshot guy, so fuck. I guess I'm going to pick the suboptimal perk here.
I want to focus in on that a little bit. What do we think about power creep in the game specifically? Because what you're saying is now these characters have power to like they did the whole season 9 thing. Okay, the game's gonna be more brawly. Okay, you'll die less fast. Well, now supports that never could headshot can headshot. So, which one is it, Blizzard? Like, I get confused being tugged around like this all the time personally, and I think limits on power in general. And I'm sure if Sam was here to some degree, we would align on this, because we had ever since Overwatch 1 days. That's where I get kind of worried about it, because I'm not necessarily sure it's more fun to just increase the power of everyone individually, because the result of you just giga buff power creep Godzilla versus power creep King Kong, you're either on the same level anyway. And maybe I'm crazy, but when they came up with like Overwatch Classic way back in the day, or what, months ago or whatever it was, I kind of thought it was refreshing. I'm like, oh my god, like people have one movement cooldown. Oh my goodness, like I know where things are. And we talk about like the legibility of the game as well as the chaos going on. They put it to 5v5 with the intention to make it easier to understand, but then you overkitted everything as if we're playing 6v6 anyway. To me, like, I think 6v6 in Overwatch 1 for the most part was easier to follow because the characters were a little bit less until they started adding, you know, like AoE healing and multi-shields and all that later on. But so that's okay. Power creep. I'm nervous about it personally. Is your issues with the Ana perks based on like the power creep of it, or limits on power? Like, where do you feel about that? You know,
with the Ana one, it just personal preference of how I choose to pick that hero, right? If I was going to play a more headshot heavy hero, I would play like Widowmaker or something. I like Ana because she body shots. I like Juno because she body shots. So it's more of just like, this is what I know the hero as, and I want to keep it as that kind of thing. But as a whole with power creep, I think that it's shown to kind of be a good thing, because I think Marvel Rivals is an example of like what Overwatch could be cranked up to like 10 in the sense of power creep, of a lot of win buttons in a way. I don't think Overwatch should ever get to that point, but I think with how successful and popular it's been among like the more general gamer, it's a sign that maybe Overwatch could take some notes and lean more towards that side, which is kind of what they're doing with perks, whether or not that has anything to do with Marvel Rivals. And I think another point of reference with the whole power creep thing is Overwatch Classic, like you mentioned. It is just preference and flavor. Like, some people might like that slower version of the game with less like cooldowns, and it's more just simple in a way. But a lot of people also played Overwatch Classic, and they're like, damn, now I know why we don't have Overwatch Classic anymore. Now I know we're not playing
I can tell
that,
you as
so.
well, the word on the street is that the play numbers for Overwatch Classic tanked after the first day or two. And 6v6, as poorly implemented, I think some of the balance patching was, and it was pretty consistently well played, like for a long period of time. That's the word.
I will say though, I did like the Moth meta one more than I thought I would. Like, compared to from the Classic to then Moth meta, I actually enjoyed Moth meta a lot. It was really fun to play. I didn't enjoy it back in the day as much, but going back to it was like, oh, this is kind of cool. This is a cool version of Overwatch. I don't mind this at all. So,
all right,
I
then
think the
back
challenging
to
thing. I'm sorry.
get yours in, and then
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I think that the tricky thing is like you were saying, it's like I agree with you on the Ana headshot thing, but then like the challenge is then okay, but you were the one that said that you liked Bastion because of the playstyle adjustments, right? So it's that balance, right? Like how far from the hero fantasy of Ana do you want to depart? How much variety do you want to depart? Because I wouldn't say Bastion changes what you feel like the hero should do. It's just kind of staying within its hero limitations, but just slightly different. And maybe the Ana headshot just goes a little bit too far out. Here, a question for you, Freedo. Okay, so you talk about power creep, you talk about kit complexity. I agree with you. 6v6 was like objectively the higher skill ceiling as a team. Coaching 6v6 is a lot more complicated. Not a lot more complicated, but like there's another player, right? Especially the off tank, the guy that has to synergize with his tank. But rival, it's like individual complexity versus team complexity. I think it's kind of what you're talking about, where you have these kits where there are more choices, more things, and there's just a lot more to do, right? Versus 6v6 that has simpler kits for individuals, but because there's so much synergy between the kits, whether it's D.Va, Ryan, Winston, so on, there's like a lot of skill expression. I don't know if I'm putting words in your mouth, but that would be kind of my interpretation of your statement.
yeah, and the problem is with this, there's 10 different versions of Overwatch 1. So there's no way to really discuss this meaningfully because there's the slow version, and then I'm willing to
but even the slow version, there's a lot of complexity, like team-wise. It's just a different tempo, right?
And we as a player base felt different about it at the time as well, right? So it seemed like a big jump in complexity from Team Fortress 2, but we go back to play Classic now, and you're like, most people think it's a snooze fest.
Right.
In my defense, I like a lot of these versions, okay? So I like Marvels, I like 1.0. Sure. There's a good number of these hero shooter like versions that I can point to and be like, I like that. I think perks make a lot more sense once we add bans, because the beauty of them having inherent imbalances is like we can look at the hero roster and be like, well, to some degree, I think they killed my boy Junk. I think there's like actually no point to pick Junk because his perks are so bad in comparison to the other DPS that are kind of similar but have just way better perks. So because of that, his tier list, as opposed to maybe pre-perk 5v5, a lot of these characters are pretty close in terms of their balance output, which some people find either boring or oppressive or counter-picky in a big counter-pick circle. Now with the perks, they add texture between the characters, which I think is inherently a good thing, but then I get nervous about it in some instances because do I really need certain characters to now have just a higher time to kill or higher stats, higher this, higher that? Like, that's not what excites me about it. It's more about how are we making those plays? But to some degree, even to the Ana and Juno headshotting, we've already got supports that are DPS. Man. I mean, like a third of them are DPS anyway. So it's like now you have another option. You're only picking 2 supports anyway. If it's Juno headshotting you or Ana headshotting you or BAP or Kiri, it's this is just kind of what supports are in this game, for better and worse. So a classic ENTP point here, just arguing against myself. I don't really know what I want at this point.
There's a nuance. There's good and bad. Like you talk about like individual kit complexity, and then you're a big Rivals fan, which is I'm convinced. So I don't have any insight here, but I'm convinced that Rivals is why they pushed perks as hard as they did. I know that the system is in development for a long time. We've known. I don't remember what Gavin Winter said on my streamer Alec. Like, I don't remember when it's been. I know it was at least early 2024, right? But I'm pretty sure Rivals proved to them that, hey, people don't mind too many buttons necessarily. Maybe more so because you know this more than anybody, Freedo. The old Overwatch devs, no way. Keep it simple, keep it safe.
No, they were so purist with just how you had to feel in the immersion of it, because especially coming from WoW, like they're really thinking of every single moment and the sense it had to make and the synergy between you and like your inputs. Now it's just kind of over the top. It's like wacky, like Zen can fly or something. Like who knows where the limits will be. But there's some that I was thinking of too. And I think Spilo, I watched your vid on this as well. Like Mei's perks, I start to cringe a little bit on some of these. Okay,
so much.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep whining about Junkrat's bad perks, but Mei gets extended primary fire, which is a slow, and then a slow on her alt fire. Like, how many times do we have to? So I might be okay with this. What I kind of hope they do is reduce the power in the kits a bit and allow the perks to be the flavor power, because she already was kind of obnoxious and not that great at the same time. That's kind of my issue. And especially when you think of like the 5v5 problems and the counter pickathon, to me, it's less of having another tank to support you and more Sim, Mei, blah, blah, blah. Like they're giga buff to be able to, their win rate's got to be at a certain point. So it has to hard counter X, Y, and Z. And I think other than maybe Doomfist getting a parry, okay, I don't know how I feel, but that sounds a little scary, but now he can parry an Ana sleep, for example. There's other characters now that are counter picking. That's kind of where I wanted to lead this to. Like Mei now is a much harder counter pick against the things she already countered. So that's a problem I have. It's like a lot of people, they dream, when I was reading a lot of comments about this, okay, because people are like, oh, Freedo, you're just bitter, sad old man, didn't get invited to the spotlight, so now you're upset. The perk system increasing counter picking in certain instances, I don't think people like. Now, luckily we have bans coming, but that starts to make me nervous of it, because is Mei freezing more and more fun? I thought we went through years of this, of going in circles with Mei. You added the 2 to the game, and you said we're reducing CC. Now we're putting CC back into perks. Cassidy's getting 2 flashbangs. Like, to me, oh my god, I'm losing the plot here. I'm starting to turn red. Someone calm me down, okay? Because I feel so much of this is the things they said they would never do, and now they're like, well, if there's just too much of it, then you'll like it, right?
Well, you know what else? What else Marvel proved is that apparently people don't give a crap about CC either. So now there's more CC in Marvel. Guess what? The 2 new heroes coming in, more CC there as well. So people don't mind more buttons. People don't mind more CC. People don't mind power creep. It's actually, by the way, the perks in Overwatch isn't even more buttons. I'll just quickly say as well. Unless we're talking about like one of my, to answer Freedo's question for 30 minutes ago, is one of the other perks I think was super cool that I didn't talk about is actually Reaper's new right click for the long range damage, except for the fact that you can also use it at melee range for burst damage. Just having some like kind of long range utility there for damage is pretty nice. But no, I don't like Mei's primary fire getting just extra range, because that's just a stat increase. There's another raw stat increase, and I'm not about that.
Yeatle, do we share our brainstorm on Mei?
Sure, why not?
Ideas we came. So Yeatle, I was sat next to, I monopolized Yeatle again, and I'm like, Yeatle, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And we were like brainstorming some Mei stuff. All right, so one of these I shamelessly stole from somebody else, but guys know how Lifeweaver's pedal bounces you if you jump at the top? What if you could bounce at the top of wall for like an extra 5-6 meters of verticality? So it's a minor perk. You wall yourself, you launch yourself up. You freeze the floor, you move faster. Just like there was actually an April Fool's patch, right? So horizontal mobility or vertical mobility. Just a little bit. She's not a mobile character, but it's a little bit more, okay? But remove all the minor perk crap, okay? Then this one's a little weird, but your Blizzard doesn't freeze people anymore. It slows them in DOTs, but when Mei is in it, she gets a speed boost inside her own Blizzard and a damage boost inside her own Blizzard. So you can actually Blizzard yourself and you buff yourself. And it doesn't solid freeze anymore. So it's a trade-off. You got to kind of choose. And then this one is kind of a reimagination of what they were trying to do with Ice Block, which was like discourage people from camping it. Exiting Ice Block is a pulse slow in damage, but not while you're in it. So you could actually get in a duel with somebody, enter and exit Ice Block instantly for like a quick pulse, but you lose your defensive cooldown. But it's not like free value of you sitting inside your Ice Block. But basically the idea is like, I agree with you, Freedo. Like, she already does CC. She already does slow. The 15% range slow on her alt fire is so unbelievably tragic to play into as a tank player. It's the worst. I played one Wrecking Ball game, and I wanted to slam my head in the keyboard. I could not build momentum. She hits one alt fire, and then you primary fire, and you're just not getting out. You're cooked. But we were just thinking, like, what are some things that are going to, like you said, Freedo, maybe even dial some of the kit strength back. I don't think we even have to do that, but and then kind of like, okay, now what do you want to do with Mei? Do you want to go duel people with your Ice Block? Do you want to be more creative with your ultimate? Do you want a little bit of verticality? Do you want a little bit of horizontal move speed? I just think there's a lot of things that they could do. And again, like I said, I'm trying to be not too critical here because it was their first iteration. And I think for first iteration, it was pretty good. But I agree with you. This is something that they are going to have to adjust moving forward, I think. Maybe not my ideas, of course, but something along the lines of moving away from not just doing what they do, but better. It's the same problem I have with the Brig perks.
No, spiral for balance. Your ideas are good. Like another example I thought of this though, at some point, I think it's in Overwatch 2, they made Mei reload while in freeze, right? This is kind of what I mean. Like I just think like over time, so many of these characters, Cassidy gets damage resistance on his roll, and it's like every character has to have 10 attributes to every ability, it feels like. Whereas I think just it's less taking a button away and more just those attributes that I think add more flavor in the perk system, because then you start to have actual trade-offs as opposed to just amplifying the overkit that you had. So Rivals has the problem of overkit in terms of it being bloated, but now Overwatch 2, so many years later, there's so many status effects or immunities, or everything's so durable, and they've done this kind of intentionally. This is what they wanted the game to feel like, and I think it starts to become problematic because, well, and both these games struggle with this. So it's not like one fixes it. They do it for different reasons. Like support is over way too easy in Marvel Rivals, and then everything's individually sustainable with just multiple ways to survive itself in Overwatch 2. And I'm not so sure that's going to change much in any iteration anytime soon.
What's y'all's stance on you and Freedo, especially AVRL, on balance for fun or balance for balance's sake, and when does it become toxic? Because you guys have both had pretty public opinions on this, and I find the conversation pretty interesting. Feels pretty
well, I'm right, so AVRL can go first.
What do you mean balance for balance sake? Do you just mean like, oh, it's boring?
You had a big tweet
time to balance some random stuff.
People overestimate the value of balance. I remember this. It was one of your.
I can go into that tweet. I think I just need to understand the question a little. I can go into the tweet if you like.
Yeah, do it.
What was the question?
Just a discussion on balance, where you think the community gets it wrong. Because, like I said, you guys have both had pretty public opinions about how. Yeah, go ahead.
The community gets it wrong in the sense that the entire point of the tweet that I made. It seems like a while ago now. I think this was a tweet that was from a while back. At least it was over a couple months, but. It's that the community in Overwatch, especially, less so in Marvel Rivals at the moment, although I suspect it will increase over time, is that people are a little bit too caught up on balance changes and how it actually impacts the game. Whereas I never meant to say that balance doesn't impact the game. Obviously it does, but people think, especially the average player, that balance impacts the game way more than it actually does. So if you are just a quick play player and your MMR is not particularly high, or you're a middle rank player, balance probably doesn't actually impact your game as much as you think it does. Most people like to externalize their locus of controls, like, well, if I lose because my bad teammates, or high ping, I lagged, or they blame the balance, like, oh, just because they played a broken character, and my character's just underpowered, so that's why I lost. People, no one likes to admit that they just suck, which is what I think would cause majority of people to lose their games. Probably because you suck a little bit, but no one wants to admit that because it's kind of harsh, and no one likes to hear that. So it's easier to blame something else, and balance typically ends up being the number one scapegoat that a lot of people like to blame. At minimum, number two. Sometimes blaming your teammates is number one scapegoat. But when you play a game really casually, I would like to imagine that people truly play the game casually actually never even look at a patch note. Like someone that just gets off work, plays a couple of games of Overwatch, and then has dinner and just doesn't think about it. I really doubt they're looking at patch notes. And that's the way to play the game, where, that guy is probably losing as many games as the same dude who's complaining about balance. He's probably winning roughly around a similar amount of games, because if the matchmaking works the way it should, and you're being placed into fair games, you're just winning and losing as you should, based on your skill level. And he doesn't have that dude has no clue what's in the balance notes. He's just playing the game, and if he loses, he loses. If he wins, he wins. And he's just not blaming balance. I feel like too many people over the lifetime of Overwatch blamed balance so heavily that we got to a stage where people got so obsessed with balance that balance was literally one of the reasons why people started leaving. And I'm not saying we didn't have periods of time where the game got really solved and the meta got really stale. And yes, GOATs existed, even though the majority of people in probably low ranks and quick play didn't really actually play GOATs or anywhere near the real version of GOATs. I'm not saying that Release Brig was actually well designed, or she definitely was overpowered. So I'm not saying balance, balance is never a thing that should ever be considered in terms of how important it is. But there have been times where things are really well balanced actually, or the patch notes make sense, and people still just freak out. And one of the best examples actually is Spyler, when you talked about the Hazard leap nerf. You're like, no, this is a good patch. And everyone's like, this is insane. Hazard, this is not enough. Oh, Hazard's still in my games. It's been 2 minutes and 39 seconds and 42 microseconds, and I'm still raging about Hazard because I'm knee-jerking so hard this patch. And then guess what? A couple weeks later, we end up in a fucking ball Torb meta and Hazard's nowhere to be seen. So you ended up being correct. My point is people get so caught up on patch notes that it's just insane. Like, people get stun locked by patch notes, especially when you're like a metal rank player. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It just doesn't matter. On average. On the law of averages, patches don't matter. Yes, Sigma release was busted, Brig release was busted, but that doesn't mean every patch is just like something you have to just go crazy over.
That might be one of my favorite lines on the podcast so far. You got stun locked by the patch notes. Because the community does definitely... First of all, they don't know what they're talking about. Step one. Because they'll listen to a guy like Spilo and say he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he does actually. He's pretty good at it.
I thought that was going in the other direction. It's like, you're gonna throw me under the bus too. I was like,
you made the right thing. Everyone gave you crap. Everyone was like, oh, Spilo doesn't know what he's talking about. He thinks the patch is good. Obviously, a really shitty patch. And then a couple weeks later, you were proven to be right.
I mean, I think
so once again, the community takes a massive L, and they have no idea what they're talking about.
My point was that we don't know. Like, it was a pretty large percentage debuff, and I think Hazard was relatively high enough of a skill floor where people in most ranks weren't going to be abusing him as much. And there's so many factors at play, and I just feel like people can't for once, and I know the irony of this because I have definitely guilty of this sometimes, but for once people can't admit ignorance. There's always this patch is perfect, or this patch is like terrible, and like everyone, like I'm not going to name any names here, but there were some professional players and coaches that were freaking out over the Hazard patch. What, a 1 second nerf? This is the worst. I'm like, bro, do you not know how math works? Like, that's pretty significant. It might not be enough. And I said that. That's the thing. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it isn't enough, but let's not pretend it's not significant. Let's wait and see. And there's a lot of other moving parts that are happening around it. Like, it's not balance doesn't happen in a vacuum. And yet, like you said, everyone's going to knee jerk it. It's not saying that you can't look at a patch and be like, that's bad. I've done that a million times. But I think there's some situations where like people are just they wanted to be upset, and I think what's really good at this is AVRL. This is a complete segue, but your tweet this morning about how people being mad at PvE were actually just mad at the broken promise. People were mad at here's my tinfoil hat take. People were mad at that mid-season patch not because of the lack of Hazard nerf, but because of the lack of content compared to Rivals.
Ooh, that's a good one.
People were
hurt. That's a good one.
And people were hurt and frustrated and wanted to lash out on anything that they could sink their teeth into because there was nothing. It was just a mid-season patch because they were working on Spotlight. And so people were like, bro, this is how you respond. Like Yeatle was saying earlier, you're going to respond with like a kick to the shins when Rivals has a gun to your throat, right? And that was, but like anyone who's ever been paying attention, like knows mid-season patches have always been like that. So it's like we shifted our expectations. It didn't deliver. So they're like, all right, you guys suck. Kick. And I was like, dude, this is like the most measured, thoughtful, balanced patch we've had in a long time. And we're kicking it over. It's like, oh, frick, man. We're so screwed. We're so screwed.
My spot, my favorite is like, oh, OverWatch, did you see their recent patch? This is how they're responding to Marvels. Oh, lazy devs. And the Spotlight comes, I was like, desperate devs. I can't believe they're doing this. Just clearly desperate. It's like, bro, you said it was lazy when they didn't do anything big for mid-season. Now they do something big and it's apparently desperate. So it's just no winning, really, is there? It's just no winning.
Yeah, the tribalism does get really tiresome right now. Like, I even have people that are like actively super hostile to anything Rivals in my chat at times as well. Like, oh no, I did a feedback form for content, and dude, there were some people in that feedback form like, dude, I do not want to see you streaming Rivals. It's such a dumb game. I'm like, bro, people are like so emotional and uptight about it right now.
Do you have the opposite audience to Sam? Like literally diametrically opposed?
Partly,
people hate you playing Marvel, and his audience hates him doing anything to do with Overwatch. Not that he does anymore.
Partly. I try to bridge the gap to just do what I'm interested in because I am legitimately interested. I'm definitely more Overwatch. I'm not gonna lie, but I think it's important to just like bridge the gap because it just gets really boring. And Freedo, you were dealing with this as well. It just gets like, here's the really dangerous thing too is when you say or do something in response to crappy people. That's when you really put your foot in your mouth, because I got a couple of death threats and some other things I won't mention as a result of doing some critical Marvel Rivals content earlier on. And that was a first for me. Like, I'd been in the scene for a while and I got some really nasty things. And I had to fight this urge to get on Twitter and I'm gonna be like, all right, guys, these freaking Marvel Rivals fans, and I'm like, bro, like it was like it honestly really hurt my feelings. Like, and I've been in the I should have thicker skin at this point in time. And the thing that I had to like stop myself from doing, and I don't know if I was really perfect at this, but was like turning my brain to the point to where it's like, dude, I actively freaking hate the Marvel Rivals fan base. Like, and I don't know.
And he said it. He said
hard.
it. He said
it's
what we
hard.
were all thinking. He said what everyone's thinking.
But see, the thing is that's not true. It's not the Marvel Rivals fan base. They're just some random, jerkwads that like, yeah. Anyway, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. I know it's not really what we're here for, but like my point being is like I almost like put myself in, like I almost inserted myself in the trial. I was almost radicalized by a couple of Twitter messages, is what I'm saying, or a couple of YouTube comments, and like that was something that because it would have compromised my enjoyment of the game, and I think that's like I had to be really careful of that. It's hard not to. You know?
I will say I agree that I don't think they are good. They don't represent the entire fan base, but boy, are they the loudest. Boy, do they make it look like. They certainly represent the worst parts. I'll say that much.
Yeah,
and the worst parts.
I'm sorry.
We'll put a pin in this. I will say it's sad to hear you getting abused like that, Spilo. And I think
everybody deals with it, right?
Sometimes
you guys all have.
Now we do in the age of social media. I mean, we weren't like evolved to deal with this kind of thing. So
yeah.
It kind of helps sometimes. I think content creators to stick together and gas each other up and just remember like the block or mute button is incredibly powerful. Like it sucks. Stop sending hate messages to creators, especially thoughtful ones.
It's been fine recently, but yeah.
I'll redirect to just the original part of the prompt, I suppose. Like
poor
thoughts
Yeatle's
about
like
balance. And we're gonna turn to Yeatle in the moment. Yeah, redirect the conversation ever so slightly. Because Avril gave his little spiel on balance and like the misconceptions with it. I think the way I would say it is my hot take, I guess, back in Overwatch 1 was in the height of Blizzard must balance the game better. Everyone thinking that's going to solve problems. And I was pleading not to balance based on win rates. And kind of a strange, controversial take because people are like, well, what a stupid idea. Why would you do that? And what I want is for skill to reward ratio to make sense. That's what I care about much more. I don't care if some characters I don't care if Sim is situational. Please make her situational because I don't like seeing play quick play. There's no iteration where I'm like excited to see a Sim camping a corner and just kind of it's just like a little stats demon. Where as a frontliner, it's no more. I'd actually rather get kidnapped by Wolverine. Honestly, at least this guy's going on a flank and he does his radical BS. Whereas Sim is just I camp in front. And now I say that and I abuse Torbjorn, one of my top picked characters, but he's another one where I just feel like they overstated him so that people who barely play him, like that's the problem with these characters because they're kind of unpopular. So not many people are abusing these corny picks. But then when you do, like my issue with balance and where I will push back against little Avril's rant, largely we agree. But a way that I do think it affects the game is if you're a plat and below Genji player and the enemy just picks Mei, Torb, Sim, Moira, like you just have a horrible time and it's not fun. And I don't think that is the same feeling in Marvel Rivals. In fact,
is that balanced though, or is that just counter picking? I don't know.
Well,
if you
balance the game in order for the top 10% to be competitive, like if we look at a Sim one trick and we say, well, you have to be able to get to top 500, otherwise there's something fundamentally wrong with the design of the game and it's unbalanced. Well, then she has to have stats that are going to dominate a Genji in silver. That's how it's going to work, and that's kind of been the design of the game since Brig. I would argue, or actually Valk, right? Like we want supports to be able to easily overpower things. That's a bit of a gap between Marvel Rivals and Blizzard support design, I feel. Whereas over time, and especially now in Overwatch 2, supports just are DPS. Whereas in Marvels, they're easy, but wouldn't say they carry the game. They carry the game with economy, ult economy. They're nerfing that a bit, but it's not like you just easily look at a thing and fry it the way that a Moira can with a Genji or like a Kiri can. That maybe they'll add that later. Who knows? But that's the issue I have with trying to balance the game. Like I don't care if your niche hero is never as good as a Tracer. on a competitive level, because I want bans, right? So if you have a hierarchy of characters where there's a handful that are the highest skill expressive characters and they dominate the top tier game, add bans, and then maybe you can get some of those niche picks that are more interesting. Marvel's is a bit of an advantage with this, where they could have a wacky team up, which then sort of adds another power element later. But anyway, that's how I'd prefer it. It's my little spiel on balance. I think Overwatch is too far gone into the individual agency, maximum competitive viability across the whole roster to go back to what I want. So I'm just going to take a step back and let y'all do you with the all of the Giga heroes in Overwatch, and let the two games flourish. Anyone want to respond to that directly? Otherwise, I want to give Yeatle a chance to chime in, because he's been just patiently, adorably sat. I've just been staring at just how handsome he is with his nice hair.
I've interrupted like 5 people already. I'm just gonna shut up.
You wanted Yeatle's take on balance too, right? You weren't just directing it at me.
Yeah. Yeatle's take would be great.
Okay, I had to write it down so I wouldn't lose track. But my take on balance, the 3 things is: 1, I don't think there should be a hero that like gets an insane amount of free value. Think like Overwatch 1 release break. Like that's an insane amount of value for low effort. So I don't think it should be like that. 2nd, most things shouldn't get to a point where there's no answer for it. Like for individual hero levels, for example, Zen's Discord back in the day, he could apply to Discord, and there was nothing you could do about it. You could break line of sight, Discord's still on you. There's nothing you could do about it. I think that's also very bad for the game in terms of balance. Maybe you can argue Widowmaker too, but that's another thing. And then last thing is, if you can get top 500 with the hero, your hero's fine, I think. And an example of a hero that you couldn't do that with was Release Lifeweaver. Nobody got Grandmaster with him until he got buffed. So I think those 3 things are important for balance, but otherwise, like, I think the community is definitely too focused on balance. Like you say, like the game should be fun. And that's my take on balance.
I love the Lifeweaver example, because his win rate was actually positive in the bottom ranks. Okay. Metal ranks. It's just, don't let me interrupt. Like yes, terrible hero at the top. I don't know, 30%, let's say. But interestingly enough, because he's so mechanically easy, and it's just so forgiving. So you compare the skill output or the overall stat output of a bronze Ana compared to a bronze Lifeweaver just picking up for the first time. It's like it's as if you don't have a support versus a support that you kind of can't miss. Like that's the reality. I don't know. I feel like in Rivals, what I just said, if I said that about characters, there wouldn't be a hate forum of how I'm alienating X, Y, and Z player base and bullying them into a corner. So on one hand, Spyla has the negative experience of the Rivals audience. I think a positive is we don't necessarily baby the feelings of individual, the Mercy mains of the world or whatever. They don't get their own Reddit thread just like based on the state of Mercy. At every moment, we're like watching it like the stock market. Okay, like is she playable or not? Like, we better do something, Blizzard. Like I don't know. Like I always wanted the formats and other complexity added to make the nuance of the game have complexity. But I think it's also just because I played so many games like this, whether it's MOBA games or Magic the Gathering. I really like draft mode in that too. So I don't want it all to be on an equal playing field regardless. So to be honest, Marvel Rivals is trying their best to not do the thing I want. like they're making a lot of buffs that sometimes make me worried a little bit that it's going to get too far away from the fun factor of it and the texture between the characters. Okay. I probably went on too long there. My bad, everybody. I'm a bad host. I try to do a prayer circle to get SVB back, but the best you got is Baldy. Okay, that's all we got. You're
doing fine, mate. You're doing fine.
All right. I think we spent a lot of time on perks, but that's good because it's the thing that's actually out now. We'll run through the rest of the spotlight. Won't spend as long on each section, but so next up would be the competitive changes. So we've got bans, map voting, galactic weapons, rank icons, all of these things. Does anyone have really strong opinions about hero bans? Why would that be a good thing? Why? You mean you're going to stop me from playing my favorite character? Like, I can't play Mercy in Overwatch? It sounds like the worst idea that you could possibly add. It's a game about hero fantasy. I can't even pick the hero I want. Oh my, what a terrible idea.
Another thing the Overwatch 1 dev team would have heavily resisted, as I'm sure you know, Freedo. You basically just repeated Jeff Kaplan like verbatim.
Our Lord and Savior, Jeff Kaplan, the knower of all.
To be devil's
maintainer
advocate,
of hero shooters.
To be devil's advocate, because that's why I'm here. What would you say that it's more of a reflection of how the player base, video game player base, has matured in the same way that our opinions on kit complexity has changed?
Is this to me or
matured? How have they matured? How have they matured? What do you mean?
Okay, so kit complexity is something that we're a lot more open to. Maybe it's just because people are a lot more experienced. I don't know how much of that's true or not, but we're a lot more comfortable with the idea. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Again, I don't have any insight of this. I bet bans were expedited because of Rivals. I mean, have they said that? I feel like Aaron Keller said that.
Didn't you interview
said that.
Gavin? No, you interviewed Gavin. Did he not say that?
No, I don't think so. I think
I'm pretty sure Gavin said it to you in your interview.
No, I think he said they felt more comfortable now.
Yeah.
Like it became obvious. But they've been teasing it for a while as well. They're like, maybe we'll try it.
So I feel like it's one of those things where like Rivals is running, what's the term for it? They're kind of running, they're not strafing, whatever. There's a term, somebody in chat will correct me, but like they kind of are showing case that, hey, this can be done well. And then Overwatch takes it and maybe implements it. I mean, it's going to be all ranks, right? So they're going to implement it even heavier. So I don't know. Has the player base matured? Have we just taken us a while to figure out what is actually good? You know, I don't know.
I don't think the player base is matured. I don't think the player base is matured. I think this is just how the player base has always been. I think one of Blizzard's biggest mistakes, and this is not specifically Overwatch, this is all of their games, is historically they've babied their player base way too much. There have been so many examples of games that are far more complex in the same genre that have just outperformed the Blizzard version. Okay, Here's the Storm. One of the excuses that it came out too late. It did come out too late. But also, at the same time, it's like the baby version League of Legends of Dota. League of Legends of Dota already proved that the complex version is successful and people want that. People are not scared of playing complex games. Diablo versus PoE. PoE is giga complex. In fact, I still enjoyed my time playing Diablo 3. I enjoyed my time playing a little bit of Diablo 4. But PoE in its entire lifetime, and Diablo 2, ironically, proved that people want complex games. Like when you kind of went backwards, I don't think we have matured or evolved. It's like Diablo 2 in many ways was more complex than Diablo 3, right? I think we can all agree on that. So it's like, I don't know. The play base didn't mature. It just always was that way. Marvel Rivals proved that we can have more bloated kits with more buttons, and that's fine as well. We can handle hero bans. Hearthstone was like the baby Magic the Gathering. Like every single Blizzard game is the baby version of some other game, with maybe the exception of WoW. Is like the only thing that stands on its own. Is like, yep, that's the peak right there.
I think other MMOs were more complicated though, or at least like less user friendly for sure.
My point is, like, there are so many examples of games, and this is especially true when there are more popular games in the same genre, that prove that the actual more complex version is the better version, more popular, and that people are not afraid to play the more popular version. So now Overwatch is like, you know what? We don't need to baby our audience the way we did in Overwatch 1 anymore. We can lean into more of a complicated game. Now there's perks. Now there's bans. Now we're doing things that are a little bit more, risky, or for what Spyler would consider a more mature audience. I would just say, no, this has been the gaming audience the whole time. We just pretended it wasn't this when it actually was the whole time.
I feel this was a problem in Overwatch 1, where I was like begging them to make a culture around ranked. What should we expect ranked to be? Like, is it okay to one trick for your team? And they sort of just had no opinion, essentially. And they just tried to design the game in a way to make it friendly for those players. But then I think they alienated a lot of competitive players in Overwatch 1, and then maybe got them back in Overwatch 2, where it's distinctly more of a shooter. And we'll see as the next section that we talk about, 6v6, how that changes opinions there. But it feels like a slap in the face to me. Like, it reminds me, it would be like if my mentally ill borderline personality disorder ex called me up and said she started doing therapy. Oh, you started. Well, that's wonderful for you. Over here, like we've got all this other stuff going on. I've been hitting the gym. I play Marvel Rivals now. It's like my life is on a whole. It's been a lifetime ago
Going to
we
gym,
wanted hero
playing
bands.
Marvel Rivals now. That's just comedy gold. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean
like,
my
your
skin's
dating
better. Their
profile-
skins are
dating profile plays Marvel Rivals.
top 1%, 100% swipe rate. Things are amazing on over here. So I'm glad that you're beginning to think about maybe trying to implement the thing. It's like, am I bitter? Yes, of course I am. How could I not be bitter about this? Because
You are glad.
it was such a battle to just get the baseline competitive culture of the game of what game are we even playing. So anyway, that's how I feel about that part of it. Like, I want to try it, but Blizzard has this way of giving you the minimum thing a year or two later than it should have been, right? How long did we take for a roll queue? How long did we take for it's just like everything was always so late in Overwatch 1. And even though they're constantly updating the game with Overwatch 2, now there's more competitors. So now it's harder for them to keep up because we actually have hero shooter competitors finally. So you've increased your speed a bit, but they've increased their speed with, an entire world of resources, essentially, with the Disney backing. Are you going to beat Mickey Mouse? You can't do that. Can't beat Mickey. All right, rant over. Yeatle, your thoughts on all of the competitive updates, just in general, specifically hero bans or whatever. Like, what do you think it's going to do for the game?
Yeah, I think it's long overdue. I think hero bans and comps awesome, and I think, to the point that was made earlier, people that don't want their heroes banned, like, literally just go to quick play. I mean, it's as simple as that. You don't want a competitive experience, you don't have to do it. But yeah, I think it's great. And as I said earlier, I think it was long overdue. And but I am glad it's happening, and it definitely wouldn't have ever happened in the world of Overwatch 1 and the people that were working specifically on Overwatch 1. But it's happening. That's where I'm at with it. Yeah, that's about my answer. I don't have too much on that.
Additional hero ban rant for me. When I actually don't really care to ban anything in Marvel Rivals. That's the funny thing.
Really?
But I don't know. I just besides Wolverine, and then on top of that, I like playing Hulk, which I get to do on rank reset until like he gets banned every game in my ELO. It's because I'm not at the SR level where like Hela is oppressive, so they ban Bruce every single. I'm happy that actually the Gamma team up is getting nerfed. I might actually get to play Hulk for once in my career. So I know what it feels like to have your best heroes getting target banned, but that world is so much better because if I feel, well, I don't want to play against Wolverine on this map or something, like at least I can do that. And I think the arc of perks plus bans at least allows them to do that somewhat. It's kind of a weird way to get to the spot I wanted. Like I would have rather the base hero kits be individualized as opposed to balanced, right? So like a hierarchy, but they're going to kind of have that with perks anyway. So that effect's going to happen. So I'm excited to see how that works out because ultimately we've seen them try to you were saying this earlier about like the expectations, right? So like the mid-season patch was lacking any big updates. It felt culturally like they were missing the mark, even though they had big things around the corner. I think as well, the community has a serious problem where they think balance is going to improve the gameplay. That is not always the case. What balance does is change the winners of the meta. That's what balance does. It doesn't necessarily make a diverse game. It might, sometimes it does, but some people don't want a diverse game. Some people want their favorite things to win. Like my hero I like to play is now better. Good balance. Well, no, that's not what balance means. But a lot of people think that. All right.
Well, yeah, because balance is the lightning rod. It's like this one of my entire giant Twitter post from months back about balance was all about. It's the lightning rod. It's like, because it's the thing that people complain about. It's like, the reason I'm upset and that I don't like this game is because of balance. Therefore, if they perfectly balance the game, then I will like it again. Except you're right. No one actually wants perfect 50% balance every single hero is a perfect 50% win rate, because that would be boring. Then you get the really, really dumb takes, like the takes that I saw recently was like, you know what? I don't like Overwatch because it's too balanced. You started seeing those takes, and it really made my brain hurt. I'm like, oh my god, you guys are impossible. It's like, please stop talking. It was really annoying to see that. Yeah, but it's like, but you're right. People want balance if it means that the heroes that they like are stronger and the heroes that they don't like are weaker. That's what balance means in their minds.
You know, it's funny that you say that, because I had someone in my recent video, the Is Overwatch Back video, comment that I'm not going to play this game until they fix the balance. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, what version of Overwatch was the fix? Yeah, what was the fixed balance? Like, I can't imagine what their sense of balance is for the game, or the 100 other people that think the same thing.
I want everyone that says, "Oh yeah, they need to fix the balance." Okay, what does that mean? Give me the patch notes. You write the patch notes, please. Give me your patch notes. Tell me what it means, because I don't know what it means when people say that.
Yeah,
agreed.
My version of balance is exactly what Freedo was talking about earlier, where risk reward. Like honestly, what 2024 was pretty good at. Orisa in the dumpster, Roadhog in the dumpster, Moira Mercy in the dumpster, Bastion, dumpster. That's balance. You put the amount of work in, you get the reward. And people don't like to hear that, but that's what balance is. Until you have characters that require the same amount of effort, you can't have 50-50 Overwatch.
And my dream for the game was we balance the game that way, but then we add maybe bans so that sometimes those B tier picks can have an interesting highlight moment. Yeah. Not that they're the one that's picked all the time, every single game, but like, I don't know, we've got this strat with Bastion that we rocket jump him to this part of the map, whatever. Like that would be cool to me. But
encourages people
what's not cool. Yeah. And we'll get that with map voting too, finally. Like, I can't believe that it's taken so long.
You know, what do you think about bans?
Can I say one more thing on balance?
Yep.
I think the perfect solution to make games absolutely balanced is to introduce a mirror queue. We got GOATs coming soon. Ranked GOATs mirror queue. You can only pick the GOATs comps versus the GOATs comps. Everything's balanced. You got the same heroes. There you go.
Torb Sim mirror queue?
There you go. There you go.
See, then people complain. It's like, oh, but now there's no variety. Because I made the extremely, like, I said that it sounds stupid on purpose. It's this, like, example that I set out there. It's like, oh, you want balance? Okay, balance would be you play Counter-Strike and everyone's exactly the same. That's balanced. There's no nuance at all. Everyone's exactly the same. Congratulations, you're playing a balanced game. Do you want that? Oh, no. I like variety. I was like, oh, congrats. Well, then you're not going to get a balanced game. What do you want? You can't have it both ways.
All right, Yeatle mentioned the GOATs patch. 6v6. I had an issue with how they announced this, personally. I think the script should be edited, because I was very triggered for the 6v6 crowd when he gets on there and says, there's a new way to play Overwatch 2.
Oof.
6v6. I was like, oh, really? It's a new way.
Well, it's
technically right. Technically true. Yes. The thing you took out and to put it to 2. Now there's a new way. That was 1. Yeah. Don't talk like that to me. I'm an adult. I'm not going to be tricked by this. I know what marketing is. So anyway, 6v6 going to have its own competitive rotation coming up. And then as well, a GOATs patch. I actually think it's improved if it's just like a GOATs queue, personally. You guys are joking about it, but I think those preset modes are actually kind of competitive in a way. Like, I think more could be done with that, but I'm a format junkie, so maybe that's just my opinion. But I look forward to 6v6 getting a ranked queue, because I don't know why I didn't have one to begin with. Seems kind of silly. But at the very least, the interest of 6v6 in its new and improved version, and I did give it the old college try to grind it out, and certainly a lot of fun factor to be had. I don't know the timeline of this. I want 6v6 with bans. I've always wanted bans either way, 5v5 or 6v6. But 6v6 to me makes a lot more sense as even the base format of the game if we have bans, because of just how oppressive synergies quickly get. So I'm excited to see that. I'm curious if they turn the corner to go to just 6v6 overall. Don't know, but I think it's going to play a lot better with bans, personally.
What do you mean overall? You like to replace 5v5? What do you mean?
They seem actively considering that. We're still in the process of them collecting data on that. I think a downside to me is, like, I don't like the bifurcation or quadfurcation, I guess, of the game. It's like we've got 5v5 open queue or 5v5 roll queue. We've got 5v5 ranked. We've got stadium 5v5 we've ranked, and we've got 6v6 ranked. And like, to me, I that worries me a little bit, because now we just have this game that's intended to be for every possible perspective as opposed to a unified whole, and I worry that makes it a weaker offering. Possibly, I could be wrong. Maybe that it's we develop multiple fan bases within the fan base, and maybe that's the only way to keep these gremlins happy. Like, oh, you want balance? We'll go to that mode. Oh, you want wacky? Go to that mode. So maybe that's what they got to do. But I wonder if that caps like the overall appeal of the game. So I personally figure it out. Pick one. That's what I want. I'd rather cut out 5v5 or cut out 6v6. I don't like splitting it personally, but maybe that's just a peas and carrots OCD thing. I have no idea. Anyone got strong opinions on that?
I kind of go back to your previous note just really fast. I think 66 with bans would be almost. I feel like that would significantly increase the quality of that experience. Like knowing that I can lock Reinhardt and ban Malga and Hog will be banned. Or like I'm not gonna I would rather play with a Winston than a Ryan Hog or something. Like I think any tank synergy there at all. Like that was a big deal with the 66 experience with me. Was just the quality of tank that I'm playing with, the quality of tank I'm playing, combo that I'm playing against. Am I running Ryan Diva with a Lucio Mercy? Because that's a big problem in 6v6. It's even worse in Overwatch too. So I think that would really significantly, because the problem with 6v6 is that I think it has a higher ceiling of enjoyment for me, but it has a slightly lower floor. Like you get those support combos or tank combos that just don't work. It just, you don't feel like you have any agency at all. But if you combo that with bans, I mean, maybe you do.
I think you turn some of those into playable games where they could just be unplayable forever. Go ahead, Avril.
I don't think Overwatch 6v6 is going to truly work for me, in my opinion, until they addressed tank stacking damage mitigation. Part of the reason why I don't think we have the same problem in Marvel Rivals, I'm pretty sure I talked about this in our last episode, our Season 0 episode, as you called it, where the tanks in Marvel Rivals don't just stack damage mitigation on top of each other, except for like Magneto throwing a bubble on top of another ally, or I guess either Strange or Magneto shielding for somebody, which is still not as oppressive as Diva Defense Matrix, just like totally covering somebody and preventing all damage. But you know what I mean? You just don't have this insane damage mitigation stacking and damage mitigation for your other tank, especially infinite value damage mitigation that you do have in Overwatch. And maybe Diva is the worst offender, but there's like there's other characters too, like even Sigma, Grasp as well. You can get infinite value off of that. Even shields in some cases,
I'll be honest.
1 HP a shield can block an infinite amount of damage.
Yeatle, I want your opinion on this one. I did not have the problem of mitigation stacking in the 66 test that I ran prior to the official one for like 30 hours or after the official, like with the official one. I think, I don't know if it's like the sustained nerfs over time. I don't know if it's like Orisa shield not being near as strong as it used to. I guess technically it could be a thing now.
You did have a problem. Let me prove to you why you did have a problem with damage mitigation stacking. Because anytime you didn't have two tanks optimally picking the right heroes for each other, you just had a dog shit composition.
Maybe.
Why? Because the right tanks being picked together can damage mitigate for each other and support each other in ways the wrong combination can't.
Thing. For me, it was less about picking the right tanks to synergize with each other versus the tank that actually just functions on the map as a whole. Like if I played Ryan Sigma, or if I played Ryan Zarya, or if we played Orisa Ryan, Orisa freaking Ryan, I don't care. It's Legion Tower Control Center, it can work. But as soon as I see my guy going Orisa and Watch Point Gibraltar first point, we're cooked. We're cooked. That was for me more of the thing. It was more about some things are just so unflexible and so immobile, and certain maps they can't function. That was more of my problem. But I see what you're saying, Avril.
What do you think, Yeatle?
I always hated like having a bad tank synergy as someone that was mostly an off tank player. So I played ball, but I played Diva before ball. And I always just tried to play my off tank. So it was super annoying, even though I know I'm part of the problem, when my other tank was like a Hog main, a Diva main, or a Zarya main, because then it's like, okay, we're going to play Ball Hog, we're going to play Zarya Diva. Like these combos, I always hated that. But yeah, overall, I'm not very... I don't think it matters all that much whether it's 5v5 or 6v6.
Have an opinion, dude. How else are we going to make a quick big title out of this?
Yeah, you know
I love
what? I
your
do like
content
that they're
game.
doing it in the mid-season. I feel like that could be really cool because you're gonna have the people that are like kind of burned out from 5v5 halfway through the season, and then they can just hop on 6v6. So it's almost like a way of like, okay, I like playing ranked all day. Okay, I got to the rank where I peaked at in 5v5. Oh, now I can play some 6v6. And if you don't like 6v6, you don't play it.
Yeah, true.
The only thing I'm worried about is they could end up spreading themselves too thin with these game modes. So that's something we're gonna have to find out.
Agreed.
Which one is ball better in your opinion, to play? 66 or
6v6.
5v5?
6v6. I'll say it. I've said it a million times. I think tank is way better in 6v6. I just don't think. I think they could have made tank good in 5v5, but they'd have to make every tank similar to Hazard. Like Hazard has so much counterplay and outplay ability with his kit. Most of the tanks don't have that, and I think that's the problem
Actually,
with
I
tank
agree.
in 5v5.
I agree. Most
But
of the
yeah,
6v6 tanks feel outdated in 5v5 compared to the 5v5 tanks that were built for 5v5.
Yeah, and it's only recent years that I started to realize that it was kind of an impossible task for them to like kind of rework all these tanks to make it. It would have taken too long to do it, but I think it absolutely could have worked
like,
in 5v5.
Hazard is a great example of what I think tank design should be, where he has his own personal damage mitigation, but it's not stackable mitigation that you do for somebody else. Hazard doesn't like throw his spike shield onto somebody else. It's just his own thing, right? My problem with a bunch of these Overwatch 1 tanks is they stack mitigation for each other.
But see, that's
Yeah,
the fundamental reason why people like 6v6 though, is because I mean, obviously, like we're talking double shield, but see, see, I've actually one of the funny things I discovered about Rivals is that people are like, oh, 6v6 is better, but yet it shares none of the similarities with Overwatch's 6v6. Whereas Overwatch 6v6 was yes, that the tank stacking was broken, but when it was done skillfully, like, dude, it was like really satisfying team play to be able to bubble some your tank or matrix in. Like, so yes, that was the more broken aspects, but also that's what made Overwatch 1 so good.
Except that caused problems. It's like, well, congratulations, that's fun, but now you can play like 3 or 4 tanks ever out of the entire roster.
Yes,
every
but
other
that's tank design. That's tank design. I think that's
in
tank
Marvel,
design. Go ahead.
In Marvel, you can just like, there's so many viable tanks. Like, oh, you can just pick a bunch of different tanks and they can all work outside of the very obvious Hulk Strange team up. Like, if we just ignore team ups for a second, let's pretend team ups don't exist for a second. A bunch of tanks is just viable in Marvel. Okay, he's doing his own thing, whatever. But most tanks are viable in Marvel, where like the combo just doesn't matter that much because they're all doing their own thing anyway. It's like, oh, my tank didn't matrix me or do this for me. It's like, no. Every tank in Marvel basically does their own thing anyway, so you're not relying on that. You're like, you're just playing your game.
We will see as they add characters. Like I fear making rules about what the design principles of a new game are before we see the 2 heroes a season or whatever it's going to be for a while. But I do agree. I agree with you. I'm just like cautious a little bit. Part of the reason why it's working for Rivals right now is because Strange Mag, they have double shield, like the worst possible tank synergy you could have, but half the cast is melee and goes through the shields. So if Overwatch had a stronger melee component, and we've talked about why it won't ever, then that could have been a counter. I mean, actually, I now recall that one of the grand finals was double shield Doomfist Reaper for that exact reason. Everything I'm just saying, essentially, it was like the combo. Somehow in Overwatch, it's always like the worst of every timeline. It's like, well, they have double shields and the whatever.
Can I say one more thing, really quick? I agree with AVRL to an extent, but I will say that Ball Sigma, Ball Zarya, Winston Zarya, Ryan Zarya, Diva Winston, Ryan Diva, Ryan Orisa. I'm trying to think if these are all Overwatch League level tank combos that were meta at one point in a time. So I agree with you, but I think it's just even Sigma. Go ahead.
I have a rant about Diva.
Ryan Sigma
You said meta at one point, which means that was the meta and anything else wasn't the meta. Those duos were not all viable at the same time. That's still the case in Overwatch 2,
though. You could argue the same thing, but it's with one tank instead.
Yeah, but you're not relying on. But you almost kind of proved my point, which is like, okay, now in this meta you have to play this tank with that tank, and if you don't,
so
you're just playing the game wrong.
To get the proper.
You literally just played the game wrong.
Okay.
Can I clarify
I see what
one
you're
more
saying.
point?
Please, Yeatle.
From what I said earlier, I think that tanks are way better in 6v6, but I think the trade-off is that DPS and support are way better in 5v5 because the tank The one tank isn't as oppressive as those two tanks were. That's my opinion on it. It's a complete trade-off.
To bridge the gap between the Spilo AVRL civil war going on right now, I'll explain it like this. I think at a professional level, you just will never expect your tanks to be bad. So this is a bit of a problem when you think of what the meta is, et cetera, because from a casual level, then you get Yeatle's problem that he mentioned earlier, which is, well, the random teammate I got doesn't synergize. What is the gap in performance there? Now, ultimately, having played 5v5 for years and now tried 6v6, I'm like, the risk of having an unplayable team comp is actually worth it to me for the higher upside of bigger moments, more theory crafting. I'm like, all right, let's get that, but let me have hero bans because there's things I hate, which might be meta dominance from AVRL's point, right? So that then at least if I don't like the top meta thing, I don't want to play it, I don't want to play against it, whatever it is, I can ban it or have some agency game to game, as opposed to I'm a hog one trick and the meta is anti-hog and I never have a chance to ever enter the competitive viability. We were talking about D.Va earlier. I have to look up the stats for this. I can't remember what it is, but I'm pretty sure over the 6 years of Overwatch 1, something like easily the highest pick rate of any character from the pro scene. And strangely enough, no one ever really highlights this as some major balancing issue, other than me and AVRL, it seems. I could devil's advocate both points, because when Lucio had a 99% pick rate for like the first few years, we're all like, what else are we going to have? Like, duh, there's only a few supports and he's the one that moves you around and it's fun and fair and has got the ultimate wasn't overkitted at that point. That was all fine. And D.Va to some degree is 6v6. And when I played the 6v6 patch, again, it's just quick play, but grinded it for a week, even though Marvel Rivals was out. That's how much I love you guys. Willing to face my fears of the thing I said I don't want. Went and played it. I lost one game as D.Va. Played a lot of D.Va, okay? Tank synergy always feels great when you're getting it. So my other tank could be anything. D.Va is so incredibly strong, and to me, way too easy. The fundamentals of D.Va, on one hand, competitively speaking, like solves the game. My teammate can feed. I can usher them in and out. I don't feed. My whole team is having a much easier time. And on top of that, countering half of the game and many, many ultimates. So maybe we can say tank design and D.Va is a problem, but also one of the more popular heroes in general. Of course, did get reworked in the first year of the game. She was like unplayable and then meta defining in dive. And then I would say game defining if you look at the entire history of the game, because no hero had more meta stickiness or competitive viability for that long of a stretch. And it's the basis of like, she really is breaking the mold, because Rivals, again, melees go through shields, but Mag has a defense matrix in a way. He's got an infinite block shield, but he doesn't fly. And this is where I get a little cautious, where I'm like, maybe they will add a flying infinite block character. like think of that on paper, you know, like the trade. I was like, she can directionally cut off all of the team's damage unless it's a certain subtype, and can fly in and out. So the coverage of that is just, it's way too good. And so that's where I start to lean towards liking 5v5 in some ways, because if I there's certain matchups in 5v5 I think are way underrated on the tank line. I don't want to get too much into that. I'll probably get the problem Spilo has with Marvel fans, I have with Overwatch fans who like, there's one true opinion, and it's tank synergy is the best and defining part of Overwatch. And to me, I'm sitting here like, well, I don't necessarily ever experience it, or I have to be the one doing it. Anyway, all right, rant over.
I hate,
there's no winning.
I hate tank synergy because it's not just a thing that is fun or it is those things, but it becomes a requirement. It's like either do the tank synergy or lose. That's my problem. I
agree. And I think we'll see when the ranked mode comes out. Maybe I'll break my little no rank till bans thing just to try out 6v6 ranked, because I'm curious like what the Overwatch 2 versions of tanks in 6v6 does at a competitive level, because perhaps in a casual setting people are more exploring things, but the moment to me I noticed, like, if I can gatekeep a team with Winston D.Va on Dorado, and I think half of the tanks are unpickable in my opinion, because I'm gonna mask my Winston in, and none of your 6 players can damage my team because you have to fight and mark and clear out, you know, the argument Sam makes about like needing to clear the tanks and all that. If you have to do that and your tanks are the wrong tanks, I think you auto lose, and we'll see. I don't know. At least you could ban. Like banning changes that. But until you have bans, in my opinion, the hard countering of the team comps. That's the issue people fear we had in Overwatch 1. Like, we didn't have counter picking being as much of an issue because meta picking was so much more oppressive. Anyway, rant over. We're closing in on the final Twilight moments here. I know AVRL had a hard out himself. I don't know if you're watching the
It's
time.
fine. We can just
We don't have too much to go.
Continue. You can continue.
There's not a whole lot else, actually. Freya, new hero. I don't have any comments. Didn't play her. Wasn't at the spotlight. And strangely enough, at this moment in time, I don't actually think heroes are the most interesting thing to add in comparison to Stadium and, you know, bans and all that. But does anyone have strong opinions about Freya? New DPS character. Looks like a combo of like something in Apex or Valorant, you know, skill shot. Looks
Sparta,
good.
you played, no? Didn't you play Sparta?
Yeah, me and Yeatle both played. I think Yeatle's played a little bit more for her than I have, though.
Yeah, I played one game of her, but I got a good one game in, and I was worried at first when they showed the highlight or Weber video for her that she would just be like another one-shot hero. So I was like, oh shit. But in reality, she's not. I don't know. She plays like I wouldn't even know how to describe it, a flying Ashe or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But she's cool. I feel like it's like the right skill to reward ratio. She's not. There's nothing that's too OP, and I think she's decent at worst. So. Cool, yeah.
My biggest complaint with Freya is actually more from a visual standpoint. I don't think she really stands out that clearly from the other cast. There's some complaints initially in the feedback that her cape looks a lot like Ana, but also her facial, like she just kind of looks like a reskinned Widowmaker in a lot of ways. You know, and I should know she's a Dane, so there's not, but I would have liked for them to kind of go a little bit more crazy with some of her visuals, but I guess Pretty Lady, you know, is popular, so it is what it is, but it's not really that big of a deal. In terms of playstyle, she seems pretty fun.
AVRL, any thoughts on?
I've only looked at the gameplay because obviously I wasn't at the spotlight either, but seems like my kind of hero. Like I enjoy high skill ceiling type of DPSs. My favorite hero / DPS is Sojourn, and she's kind of like analogous to Sojourn in a way. I feel. I don't know if you guys got that feeling while actually play testing her, but that's just what she looks like to me. And so any sort of high skill ceiling DPS is fantastic gameplay design in my opinion, and just on top of that, having an interesting way to bring crossbows into the game, because I was like, oh yeah, we don't have a crossbow in the game, because I was thinking we were running out of design space. Like, haven't we covered every type of weapon available? Then I realized no, we haven't, because we didn't do crossbows yet. So
or the rusty
pretty impressed with
syringe. We still have that one to use.
Which one?
The rusty syringe.
Well, like the medic from TF2?
Yeah, it's gonna be another American. No, it is the rusty syringe.
I think Freya looks like her gameplay feels pretty spot on. That's what I would imagine. And I think Overwatch, that's the one area they really can be better than a lot of these other games. You know, I think they've done a pretty good job with that on the last several heroes as well, where the inputs and the momentum and the visuals, all of that's really satisfying on several of the most recent heroes. But I think Freya, from what I can tell, I played Counter-Strike for years as well. So the whole like stop and go, losing your momentum in order to hit a skill shot, that seems cool. I got one question to pose to the podcast. What do we think about the issue of new characters being targeted for bans too much in Overwatch? Like, especially if we imagine she's at like a power level of Sojourn, is that a perceived issue or fine? I don't know. I mean, I do know, but I'm not going to answer. I'll let you guys. I don't think it matters at all. But like that's like a part of the reasons why they worry about bans a little bit. Like, well, we want to add the new thing that's OP that everyone gets excited about. But then in a lot of games, like League, I think is common for this. Then they're just perma-banned until they're not overtuned, and then you only can play them in quick play. Is that an issue we see coming?
I feel like it's more of an issue if the character's annoying. Like, release Malga, I could have seen people banning him all the time, but like Juno, I want to say I don't think people would ban it. Like, I personally wouldn't go out of my way to ban Juno, because it's like, all right, she's not really that obnoxious to play against. So I think it's just how obnoxious they are. And then if nothing else, again, you can always go to quick play and player, or yeah.
Okay,
Spilo,
Gavin
you're nodding.
Winter- Well, Gavin Winter's in my chat. He just materialized here, so I don't know if he's got something he's typing rapidly,
He's
but
been summoned.
I'm pretty sure that they've
The G-Man.
discussed this. He says, I do worry about new heroes being permabanned, but we're still talking about it. So there you go.
The way that
I mean,
guess protect system would be the only literal protection. Go ahead, Avril.
It's fine in games like League. I guess a League has like 150 characters, but still, then champions, heroes get banned plenty as well. I mean, if it's fine in games like that, I don't think it's a huge issue. In this game, like I don't want to downplay it either because I think there is a capability, but if it is being banned a lot, I think that also communicates something. Does it communicate that the characters may be overtuned or something, or are we concerned that there's just going to be a bias where everyone's always permanently biased against the new heroes? Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit, or just bad for the game in general. I have a little rant that I just thought of. You
Go
want
on.
to continue or no? Oh, so to me, Maga was mentioned. All right, and I feel like Overwatch has a problem now that all of the voices are hyper competitive. So almost every criticism about Maga being a character in the game was from classic Overwatch 1 players that like tank synergy and the strategy that it does have, and complain about Maga based on the meta byproduct of it, as opposed to the fun factor feel. Like, I think if we were just looking at Maga as a character in a video game, we'd be like, wow, that's really freaking cool. Like, when I didn't play Overwatch for months, and I come back and I'm playing Maga and I got the weird perks and stuff, and I'm like, wow, a really fun character. Now, I don't necessarily think I should hard roll and auto counter certain tanks. I don't want that, but I feel a problem with our community is that because we're so balance pilled, we just can't have fun things. You know, I was watching Yeatle's video, and he's saying about, well, they should kind of power creep the game. Little did he know, maybe they were going to do that with perks, right? But and then on the screen while he's talking, there's a Lifeweaver tree, and someone's getting pulled out of a Maga ult, and I'm like, these are all things people hated when they came out. like all of the clutter and visual. Like, we can't have it both ways, you know. To me, Maga is kind of an awesome character that kind of fell due to just the interactions he has with the game, as opposed to the design of the hero fantasy. Because I would rather they lean heavier on hero fantasy as opposed to play it safe. Because I think you can only do safe heroes, which I would say Juno is like a perfectly safe hero. Totally inoffensive, even if meta wouldn't be banned. But how many of those can you create in a row? You know, like, there's only so much design space. And I personally lean towards take bigger risks and just add another ban to the face if you have to. I don't know. Dan, what do you have any final thoughts on that with the new hero editions ban issue?
I'd say that it also kind of depends on like how they decide to implement the bans, right? Because if it's something similar to Marvel Rivals where it's percentage based, then there's a good chance that the hero won't get banned every game
Explain
unless
this.
everybody hates it. So with Marvel Rivals, from my understanding, there could be 3 people that vote for like one hero to get banned, and then 2 people vote for another one. And it's kind of like, even though the 2 are outvoted, they could still end up getting their bans picked. Or like one person can, it could be 4 players, or sorry, it's 6v6, right? It could be 5 players that pick like, I don't know, Gila, and then 1 player that picks Black Panther, and it could just end up being Black Panther that gets banned in the end. So it's a little bit of like, it's not going to happen because everyone voted for that. So what I'm saying is, Overwatch, it kind of depends on how they do the hero bans, to where the new hero may not be banned every game if it's something like that.
There was a Reddit post that explained how they intend to do it, right? Am I correct in this? I think it was someone.
Gavin's talked about it. It's. I mean, I'm not going to break it all down, but basically, it's a weighted list of every vote counts. First, second, third vote. They pick the two most hated banned heroes from each team, but it can only be 2 of each role. It's not weighted. It's you have to. It's not a percentage base. Basically, it's locked in.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's your votes. There's 3 votes, and each vote counts for a certain weight. So your first vote counts for the highest weight, all the way down to your third vote counting for the lowest weight, if that makes sense in terms of the priority of what you want banned versus not banned. It works that way, and each team has 2 bans, and I believe it's maximum 2 per role. And there's no duplicate bans as well. So let's say both teams both voted for Widowmaker the most, only Widowmaker gets banned only one time, and then a secondary ban from whatever's voted the second most amount then comes in the order, whatever. So you always have unique bans, you never have duplicate bans.
Those are some key differences because in Marvel Rivals, as Yeatle explained it, one person has just a pure percentage chance, whereas in the Overwatch ban system that we will be getting, it's ranked. So it's like, let's say you banned Wolverine 1 and I banned Wolverine 3. It's more likely, as opposed to getting that 10% Black Panther ban, right? Getting the whole thing. And then another thing, Overwatch will always, it sounds like, if I'm not mistaken, always have 4 bans. Whereas in Marvel Rivals, you can mirror the bans. So there's like 2 to 4 bans in Rivals.
No. You can have less bans if people just refuse to ban, or like if there's not enough votes.
Yes, you don't have to vote. You don't have the ban at all if you don't want to. You can vote for 1 ban, 2 ban, 3 bans, 0 bans. Yeah. So basically, the way to strategize that, I was talking with Gavin about this, is if you're playing Ana and you're like, I don't care what they play, I'm flexible versus everything. You can let your teammates pick what they're scared of the most. So you can kind of shift the ball to them, which is a pretty good strategic choice. So you'd actually only choose full 3 bans if there's 3 heroes that you really don't like playing versus or really can't play versus. It kind of opens up the options a little bit.
I like it. Excited. All right. Last section. Stadium has an entire team dedicated to it. Sort of a deadlock light style mode, essentially, where you upgrade between the rounds, like an amped up version of these other MOBA hero shooter kind of competitive games. And they aim for it to be their alternate mode. I really got Battlegrounds vibes when they announced it, because me as a Hearthstone player for years now, I just don't care about following the main mode at all. And Battlegrounds is something that I love. I'm not a huge fan of the recent update, actually. Usually their updates I really, really like, but the recent one, anyway, side rant. But the nice thing about this, and maybe the strength to the Overwatch strategy moving forward, is they really are trying to service every type of perspective for Overwatch player, and now inventing an entire new one where, well, if you didn't think perks were juiced up enough, well, how about you have like multi-ultimates and you sustain for 10 minutes in a team fight by the end. Like, that's something I noticed a little bit. Like, by the time you get to round 7, it gets a little wacky for me. like because the power starts to get kind of insane. But from mode to mode, there's like a progression. You get to invest in your character, try different things out. It's like an amped up version of the perk fantasy, maybe the end point of this individual expression and developing your character with some RPG aspects to it. And I didn't get a chance to speak to the devs because I wasn't invited to the spotlight, but I would imagine that part of this has a vibe of the devs who I think are chill and want to give the fantasy to the players of the things they cut out of the game with skill trees and PvE and all of that. Now they have a competitive version mode that has the spirit of some of that we were so excited about, those of us that thought the PvE was a good idea, now into the game. So it's a compromise, because they would have had to think about this, I don't know, however many years ago, because it's such an undertaking to develop the skill trees, different modes, map specific, at least a year. And everything in Blizzard land takes 3 times as long as it takes anywhere else. So maybe at the launch of Overwatch 2, who knows? Yeah, that's my little intro on Stadium. To me, while I thought the spotlight was kind of meh, maybe perks I'm up and down about depending on which ones I'm looking at. But Stadium to me was like a 10 out of 10 edition, like a genius. It could actually save the game, unironically. Like if it catches on. I'm a little nervous that it's too different, but if people give it a try and they don't want to invest into learning calculus to play Deadlock, then you can kind of more easily pick up Stadium. I've done a terrible job directing the flow of conversation. I don't know who to ask. Who likes Stadium?
I'll go. I love Stadium. I think Stadium made Spotlight for me. Genuinely, I don't think I would have really been that impressed with Spotlight if it wasn't for Stadium. That's how strongly I feel about Stadium. I think Stadium is like the most important part of Spotlight. If the whole Spotlight could have been Stadium, and I would have been still like, you know what? That was a good Spotlight. The rest of Spotlight without Stadium, I would have been like, there's something just missing here. I just don't know if it's enough for me. That's how strongly I feel about it, genuinely. And it's because, actually, to what you were saying earlier, Freedo, I actually don't think it's that different. I think that's the beauty of Stadium, is that actually it retains most of the gameplay and like the general flow of normal Overwatch. I think if it was too different, it'd be a mistake. Some people were actually like, maybe it should be more like Deadlock. Maybe we need lanes and towers and gold and okay, maybe it kind of has gold, but you know what I mean? Maybe we need a jungle. We would do all the things that Deadlock actually has. I'm like, no. You don't want that. You want the game to be as close to Overwatch's core gameplay as possible, so it's familiar, but has a lot more depth and something different. There's something different to be like, okay, well, this is not exactly Overwatch, but it is still Overwatch. And it has the kind of depth that I think Stadium done correctly, assume there's no major mistakes in there, and they keep the content flowing, and there's more heroes being added, blah, 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 which they said they're doing. In my honest opinion, this has been the hot take that I've said for a while, it has the opportunity to be bigger and better than the base game Overwatch. I truly believe that. For me, it will be. When Stadium comes out, it will be my main way to play Overwatch. I don't know that I will be that interested in the base game anymore from my own gameplay perspective. Obviously I'll be part of the esports and I'll want to be doing Overwatch stuff regardless, but like, to me, Stadium is like for fun, for what I would want to do in Overwatch. That scratches the itch way more for me.
Yeatle, what do you think of Stadium?
I'm super excited, and I think, like AVRL said, it definitely was a spotlight of the spotlight, pretty much. I think that my only really concern with Stadium is that it kind of like, I'm worried about it getting figured out. I don't think it will, but the chance of it getting figured out in the sense of like, okay, you have to do this, this, and that, and then that's it. Like, these are the optimal options every time. Like, I worry that is something that could happen. But that worry is just not for me playing it. From playing it, it was awesome. Sometimes the only thing is, like you said earlier, in the round 7s, the sustain will get insane. But from like a gameplay perspective, it's awesome because it's like you balance Overwatch the way you want to balance it. And it really is like, it doesn't feel like regular Overwatch in a sense, but it's still Overwatch. So it is a completely different mode. I like it.
Spilo?
I mean, I think like the fact that I wasn't as much of a fan is kind of why I'm a little bit optimistic, because I think, Freedo, you said it well. It really is a side gang. It's a side gig. It's going to expand potentially. It has the potential to expand Overwatch's audience by being not just Overwatch. And don't get me wrong, I had fun playing it, but it really is it's different. It feels different. And in many of the ways that it's very similar to Overwatch, it's not that MOBA-esque. There's enough new experiences that really everyone's going to want to give it a try and want to see how they feel about it, and may open up the doors to people that otherwise wouldn't have been interested in Overwatch. And for that, I think it's a big success. It may not be my cup of tea exactly. And to Yeatle's point, I think there's definitely, like, in its current iteration, there's some good perks, there's some bad perks. But in the same way that I think the perk system has a lot of opportunity to evolve, I think the Stadium has even more opportunity to evolve. Like, if the perks with Stadium get solved, bro, you could just throw 5 or 6 new ones in there at all. And the thing with Stadium as well is because you're less concerned about balance, you're less constrained by what you can actually put into that game mode as well. So you're like, oh, that perk is boring. Let's just double Genji's Dragon Blade duration. Why not? Like, you can do anything that you want. You have so much more freedom of what you could do with that game mode from both a gameplay perspective, from a perk perspective, from upgrades. There's just so many more knobs to turn. I think people are going to have a lot of fun with it. I think it's definitely going to be the more casual of the modes, but I think it's a big success.
I think people like the extended battles in Overwatch because that's something that was lost a bit when we left Overwatch 1. Especially the support players that just want to heal dump or just see like cooldowns get exchanged for a while. I'm unsure how I feel about the big play factor, because I think so much that I like about hero shooters is we made a setup and then here's the payoff. And as I started to watch, didn't play, Stadium, those later rounds, maybe it's people just need to learn how to play it, but the gaps between the builds look kind of severe, where if you just don't have the right thing by the end of the game, you're just not killing the enemy. And I'm just seeing some of the best players in the world like hit every ability, and it's just like Moira's multi-orb healing everything. I'm just like, that starts to make me a little worried in a way. What I'm maybe optimistic for would be, do you feel like you have to, is it more important to pick the right characters or pick the right build? Like, will a good build allow you to one trick more easily just based on your performance? The reason I say that is because, like, in MOBA games, yes, there is a hierarchy, but there always is a performance to reward factor that certain characters have, over the course of the economy of the game, moments to succeed. There's certain characters that tend to be better early game, and then that's how they're going to win, or ones that need to farm. We don't have all of those in Stadium, of course, because then, you know, it's just entirely different with the scaling. I try to track this. I think at the top, there's the gold between the two teams, right? So you kind of understand the general power level that you should be at compared to theirs. It's on the HUD. Now, as this develops, how would you engage differently based on that resource? So I know how to do that with ultimates, right? Like if you're down in ult economy, you need to make some sort of swing play where you draw it out economically, like an eco push, which is kind of what they've had in Overwatch 2 thus far, where, especially as a tank player, learning Overwatch 2 5v5, it's a lot of, well, expand your hero pool. like oh, you think you're gonna one-trick ball Yeatle? Oh well, turns out a bronze Mei can make you feel useless, and now she's got a perk where she's gonna freeze you at range. Good luck. And like, well, not everybody wants to, you know, the one-trick factor matters, you know, and you can do that more in MOBA games. You're smiling, and I directed towards you, so I'll let you go, Yeatle.
I'll say in the Stadium that builds do matter more than the hero pick, because I had a really intense close game that went to round 7 versus a Zarya, and I was playing Junker Queen. And usually that matchup is like very Zarya dominated. And the first round, I did kind of get rolled because I went more into like a damage comp, and she was just bubbling everyone that I was going for. So it was just like, damn, okay, I'm kind of doing nothing. Later into the rounds, I started to realize, okay, what if I just like geared all my stats and items toward just being tanky? So I just go in there, take aggro. I don't actually kill anything, but I'm being a tank literally, rather than trying to secure kills of my own. And that worked way better because the Zarya is trying to peel for a team, and I'm just there to distract them. I'm just a distraction. And so I think that the builds make a massive difference compared to the hero pick. And one thing that you can do that I don't know if they're going to keep this in the long run is you can sell your builds for 100% back. So you can completely swap it up at one point or another. I don't know how I feel completely about that, but it was pretty good for that run. So yeah, builds are more important than hero picks.
It certainly makes sense when people are learning. Like that's typical, like in Diablo, for example, your first few levels, they let you refund it, but then it starts to cost and later. So I think if you always could refund it, then you do get into a counter picking scenario where it's like, I know which build counters that, and then it's a little rock, paper, scissors-y. But then the alternative, if you're stuck with your build, well, then you're like doomed to lose. But that also adds some texture in that, well, maybe certain builds have advantages at different states again. And often that gets underplayed a little bit because even if you are a build that has a early game advantage, that might be enough to snowball you economy-wise. Because if you have a lead, you know, it kind of depends how the comeback mechanics work, but way too nerdy with for this, I feel. But I've played so many of these games, whether it's like Counter-Strike with Eco, MOBA games as well, and it just kind of has a little bit of a mix of a lot of these different elements. Spilo, you've been nodding along. You got things to add?
I guess the only thing I'd say is that, like, I had this feedback as well, is that kind of how much creativity and flexibility do we want between more tanky builds and more damage-oriented builds? I had this discussion with Yeatle, and it was like, it really did feel like for a lot of characters, the tankier build was just probably objectively the better build. And is that good for the more MOBA-esque? So you have like these longer, slower, drawn-out engagements like you're talking about, Freedo? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Yeah. I do think it's interesting, though, that you take a hero like Queen, who I think the personality of her in 5v5 is like all in, burst or die. Like so super knife's edge and risk reward, perhaps unhealthy a little bit for 5v5 tank design, perhaps some might argue. But then in the Stadium mode, then there's an entirely different play style. So that I find interesting, but I also do kind of tend to think that certain builds will just more easily win when it matters, whenever that is, whether it's early or late. And from what I could tell, those later rounds, they get so ability stat focused that you probably want to be better then at this moment. But all that is subject to change with tuning. AVRL, you got more thoughts on Stadium?
I think one of the really interesting things about Stadium is it kind of does Overwatch in a way that I've always wondered, like, which is, what would happen if you actually couldn't swap your hero at all and you were kind of stuck playing your hero the entire game through? And with the variety of the builds that you can do and the way that you can make the builds, that now becomes a thing where it's like, okay, maybe the Zarya into Ryan matchup is typically not great for the Zarya, but you can actually build into like a shield breaking type of build, and now you have a better matchup into the Ryan. Like you can do something about that. You can like have the sort of experience where you get really deep in your hero, and you have to work your way through any sort of potential matchup disadvantages. I still think one of the things that you do need to figure out is any sort of inherent matchup disadvantage, especially in the tank position, because the tank 1v1 still matters to some degree. But like the fact that you can build around disadvantages is really interesting, and that's what I think offers a lot of depth.
I think I'll add too, especially as a Battlegrounds fan, is this is where they can offset their wildest ideas. So the wackiest things that you might risk hating. Again, I don't like the recent Battlegrounds, like it adds like an extra perk or something. They've tried lots of wacky things in Hearthstone Battlegrounds, and this is the only one I've never liked. But I felt like previous to this point, Overwatch struggled to know, are we going to maximize for the fun factor? Are we going to have an esport game that's perfectly balanced? And so now they just have different areas to explore, you know, and we've got the 5v5 perks, 6v6 stadium. It's like we'll fully know after this next year or so. We better know what this game's good at. Okay, we better get it, because I think for years now it's like, well, do we want it to reward sniping, or do we want it to reward cooldown management, or do we want it to do this or that, and should take synergy be quarterly? We're all fighting amongst each other, and now we actually have it all at the same time. It's not like we're remembering with nostalgia goggles of how wonderful it was to have tank synergy when Freedo was on your team picking D.Va nonstop, getting you in and outplaying all your counters. We're past that, and we're getting into the, you know, put up or shut up kind of moments where we'll actually be able to test all of these things. And that's my general closing thoughts. We'll move now to closing comments about Overwatch Spotlight, the future of the game. Is the game saved? That's the question I want to know. Do we think we're like, did we do it? Did we beat the Marvel Rivals monster? Did we make it? Yeatle, is the game saved? He's told them how to do it.
I won't say the game is saved, but I'd say we're on a good path. Whereas before it was kind of like, where are we going? So I think we're on a good path, and I mean, it all depends on like how much of an impact does perks have, how much of an impact does stadium have. Like if both of those things end up flopping, everybody hates it in a week from now, then obviously we're not saved. But you know, down the line, if people like it, I think they will. We're on a good path. That's what I think.
Spylo, thoughts?
In the same way where I was not a doomer in our first podcast here with Sam for the first episode, right? I think Overwatch was, you know, could stay within its lane and do its own thing. I'm also going to be the fact that, you know, just because it's a bunch of flashy new content right now, it's going to bring the casual audience, a lot of new people around, but that's not what's going to keep the game sustained for a long time. What keeps the game sustained for a long time is still content, of course, but also the quality and the adjustments and the end product of like, what is the end result of Stadium going to look like? You know, how is Freya and hero bands? How are those things going to like be implemented and work out? How is the perk system going to be fine tuned and tweaked to keep people invested, interested, and satisfied with the skill expression that they have? And so for me, it's like, yeah, I think Overwatch is doing fine. I'm excited for the new content. Let's wait and see.
A follow-up question for you. I feel a lot of people had said the sentence that I'm going to say, where we felt like Overwatch 2's development was skins, new hero maps, and that wasn't good enough. They needed to do more. And I think this now is the thing that they are like, I don't think there's more beyond this. This is the more. This is the next however many years. So do we think between perks and stadium, like is there another more they need, or with hero bands, map bands, stadium, and perks? Like, is it at least the full game now? Like what it needs to be?
I mean, they say that they want to do like a big shakeup for the game every year. I don't know where you go from here, but yeah, it's more than enough to be tweaked endlessly, optimized, insert new heroes, hero bands. There's an infinite, like you basically just improving the content cycle of the game, because every new season you could do more with it. It's enough for a long time. But I'm also the wrong guy to ask, because I also enjoyed Overwatch even before hero bands. But yeah, I think it's more.
I think there's one more thing that they could do, which is map editor and workshop.
Yes, I agree. I was just thinking
the more
that.
we need.
Yes, I agree.
And infinite content glitch right there.
Infinite money hack.
Rely on
Avril,
other
what do you
people to
got?
make your content. No, I don't think the game was ever that doomed. I don't know. Like me personally, I think both Marvel and Overwatch were just going to exist together. Even if they didn't go this hard on Spotlight, I don't think the game was doomed. I think that's just very like that's doomer speak. That's super hyperbolic doomer speak. That like I don't know, people on the internet like to talk that way, but I just don't agree. But obviously now, like yeah, the game is way more exciting than it otherwise would have been. I still think season 16 is when the real like the game starts for me in terms of all the changes because yeah, all this stuff is like great, but again, I'm excited for both hero bands coming in season 16, but most importantly Stadium. So that's when I'm really going to be able to assess how I feel about Overwatch. Right now, it's still like, yep, it's good, but I'm waiting for the real Overwatch 2 to start in season 16.
Hell yeah. I agree. Good podcast, guys. Thanks for coming on. Check out everybody's links in the description of this video. Run it down episode 1 in the books. Catch you guys next time. Later.
GG's.
GG's.
Yo. Frick me, guys. Okay, listen. Are there any wizards in chat? Okay, so here's what I'm doing, okay? There's an OBS supported plugin that allows you to multi-stream through YouTube. But I keep having internet issues. I don't know if it's correlated with YouTube or not. But I had to stop and restart, and it was okay. It ended up happening last night, too. So, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's related to my upload speed. I don't know if it's related. But it just randomly. It's fine, and then it just completely throttles. So, yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, whatever. I apologize for any inconvenience, so. Because it's affecting Twitch boys as well. By the friendly lingo mafia? Yeah, I don't think it's OBS's fault. No, it's not the Stream Elements plugin. It is... I don't know. It just says multiple output. It's Sora Yuki. Sorayuki. Yeah, turning it back off and on again literally worked. I'm not even joking. Don't worry, tech issues will happen. See you, Doom. Yes, I don't know. That was fun. Felt kind of bad. Felt like first half there was a little too much yapping on my end, but try to cut some space there and shut my yapper a little more. Okay, it's fine for now. No, there's definitely not dropped frames, but the bit rate in OBS is conking. I could see when it was lagging. I could see it was on OBS. I could see that the internet. It was not dropped frames. Yeah, it must be my ISP. No man. Oh well. The thing that's annoying is I don't want to have to stop and restart because I really think the best way to put this. It ruins the VOD. You get what I'm saying? Like on Twitch, the reason why I'm doing this is so that I have a VOD. So. Yeah, what's up, Lukigo? So yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's open our loot boxes. Gamble! I gotta change my stream title. Give me a second. Drops. Season 15 fun and games. Let me go to YouTube. Let's change our YouTube title. There. Why is it asking me to verify it's me? Bro, it's me! I'm the one streaming, you jackass! Hang on. Bill... It's like... Hang on. Yo, oh my gosh, 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the gifted subs. Anonymous gifter. Hang on 1 second, y'all. Oh, give me 1 second. My YouTube is constantly asking to verify if it's me, and I don't know why. It's been doing this for years. All right, give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. I gotta go to Tinkletown.
Damn, I am back here
You're
again.
back. Yes, I washed my hands. I know someone's gonna say something. Hoodlum Kira, thank you for the sub. How you doing, mate? Why? Yes, I washed my hands. Gimbal! 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 We got a gold! Woo! Gimbal! One more. Gimbal! Okay, that's all. Freaking love gambling. All right, should we finish our support placements? How many more do we have? Not too many more. Oof. Not too many more. Yeah. Yes, we're back, Doom. Don't be scared.
Leave a broken world behind.
If my internet conks at any point in time, I am going to commit a war crime live on camera. That's okay, we don't have too many more to do. So 6 minutes is fine. Holy pole? Yeah, I got a gold, yo.
Is that all?
Gotta warm up this just as well. I had 5 open. Stop screaming. Shut the frick up. Get the old loot box animation back? That would be kind of nice for proper gambling. Ah! You got a Genji skin? You win something isn't gambling at all? I don't give a frick. Shut the frick up. I make my own rules. I don't let logic dictate things. Your puny definitions. Ay, ay, ay. Me at the preschool. Ah!
That's much better.
You're gonna nade me, I'm screwed. The duel of all time. Well, to be fair, the last 10 loot boxes, I don't think I got to do a legendary, so. Nice, troll. I'm glad to hear it. Holy.
I'm under attack.
They're making what? Oh, the old loot box animation. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Thank you. Good to know.
For your wounds.
Frick. Ah! I got a cat hair in my nose. Why are you on Orisa?
You need this. Getting drowsy?
Frick. I didn't want to use my nano. It's midnight.
Still have some fight in me.
Stop watching Twitch streams and go to bed. I don't want your ad revenue. Think of the children.
Hush now. I'm disappointed, Fariha.
Disappointed for you, yeah. Hey, where's this rat? Where are you, rat? Where are you, rat? Got her.
This will cut the pain.
No!
This is not the end.
I lost my nano. I'm
Healing fortified.
Ah, you dirty rotten!
Healed
No.
up.
Good. Shut up. I didn't think I needed a nano. I greeted it.
I'm not finished. I grew tired of fighting alone.
Watch this sleep though, guys. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
For your wounds.
Hang on. Are you kidding me?
Dive.
Watch this sleep though. Okay. Do you know anyone that mains Fincher that streams? No, actually. Not off the top of my head. Actually, it's a good question.
That must sting.
Ha!
I keep
Frecker.
score.
What am I practicing this session? I'm just playing. So I'm not particularly practicing anything. I'm just gonna kind of getting more familiar with some of the perks. Nice, of course, Arts. Glad to hear it, mate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're so cheeks, bro. Says who? Says, man, this guy just joins as salty. I'm definitely gonna trash talk him. Wait, watch. Wait. No!
Taking damage. No recovery.
No! I can't die to this Ana. Wait, is that even the same Ana?
That's much
I don't think it
better.
is.
You cannot escape me.
How long until the podcast of my phone died while you're streaming? It's not been taken down. Just look at the live tab on my YouTube. You should be able to see it. Ah!
Taking the lead. Close your eyes.
Frick, that was not worth it. She got a freaking orb bounce. Oh, this is definitely worth it.
Healed up.
A perfect world is a
Check it.
perfect prison.
Bet I can't roast you over this one. Alright. Bet. Why is it not? Well, goofy skin. That's what I wear to bed. Suzu's okay. Shots. I mean, she's moving in a straight line, or they're moving in a straight line. Are you joking? Of course. Like, congratulations, you shot a training bot. Oh my gosh, my bad, chat, my bad. Actually, I've just forfeited my right to roast. I forfeited my right. I'm not gonna roast it anymore. I give up. Can I just say one thing, guys? Can I just say one thing? You shot somebody that was strafing in one direction and then missed literally every shot until they're frozen solid. So look, I know I don't have much of a leg to stand on, you know, considering the goof that I just did there, but really? Really? That's the roast, the highlight that you cash in? I don't know. This is just a proof that I just support players just are the worst, literally, at everything. I can't believe that, guys. I'm so sorry. This is I'm gonna retire. You can't view it on my live tab? Really? Oh. Well, I don't know what to do then, man. After stream, I'll check it out. I'm sorry.
Traveling to Suravasa.
What am I playing, guys? What do you want me to play? What are we playing? Thongya? Oh no, it's the return of Thung Buckle. Juno? We can do Juno.
One small step at a time.
OverWatch is more interesting. Yeah.
Terran speaks so many different languages. I have decided to learn them all.
Play more, please. Psychopaths.
Anybody got a toothpick? Got one of them mantis arms stuck between the molars.
Bap.
5, 4, 3,
Let's take off.
1. Initial flashpoint. Market.
Thanks, Kismet. I edited that video, I'll have you know. Alright, off to a good start. Just go turret, mate, it's fine. It's really fine.
In 10 seconds.
Sombra online.
We must accelerate.
I am not locked in mentally at all here. Oh, I should have finished him off. That's tragic. Tragedy, guys. Ah! Frick! Dude, I got melted. Did you guys see that?
Disrupting. Hyper ring deployed.
Objective's mine. There's a target enemy here.
I will fix that.
My team is carrying.
Help incoming. Let's take off.
I've got you.
I am watching here. Watching this location. Help me. I see you.
Hack complete.
You're here.
I want enemy here.
Let me help.
Esta.
We're letting them get the objective.
Sorry, chat, we're locked in. We gotta try to make sure that I'm never surprised. As long as I'm not surprised, we're cooking. No surprises, no surprises. Always know where that tracer is. Always know where that ball is. Don't take collision damage.
Hyper ring out.
Nodding off.
Almost got me there.
Support inbound.
Where's that Sojourn?
Let's take it back.
This ends now.
Pulsar's out.
Upgrade.
That was kind of goofy for me, I'm not gonna lie.
Next
Hyper ring deployed.
flashpoint. Temple.
I will fix that. The objective.
Over there.
Light speed.
I don't know if we needed that, but I figure why not.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Frick. That's a bad translocator from there.
Injury detected. Welcome to orbit.
Honestly, just to sustain their ultimate, more so than anything else.
Locking satellite vector.
Because they had an active Kitsune, and we got Cap.
EMP activated.
No, chat, I fumbled. I thought I torpedoed it.
Initiate it. Like a
I was really sloppy from me. The angle was good, but the execution was not good. But for Kushi series, already ranked up with Zarbar. Nice. Thank you for the 300 bits, mate. Me every time you speed boost. Yeah, basically.
We're losing the objective. Then take it back. Being fortified.
Shoot, I got surprised. I needed to stay top. I chased to reduce fall off in the sleeping ball, but I should have just held my angle. I rotated off of high ground and I died for it. My bad.
Hyper-ring deployed.
I don't know where Tracer's coming from. I'm gonna kind of take the wrong way around here. Oh, they're contesting point. What am I doing?
Get the objective.
They have no point chasing spawn camping.
Enemy here.
For you.
Enemy spotted.
Area denied.
Supporting it. T equals 0. Let's take off.
I don't want to mess with the mines. I think we're okay if I just hold my angle.
I see you.
Temple. Secure. Next, flashpoint. Paris.
Let's increase our pace.
A little shaky there. I'm not gonna lie.
Fighting?
Catch you later.
Say a swear word. Poop cheeks. Sorry guys, I had to hear that. Come on. Frick.
Flashpoint unlocked.
You must have just creating a little bit of a gap between myself and my team.
Let's take off. For you. Targeting you. Hold on.
Upgrade unlocked.
I can't rotate in here.
Thank goodness. We must accelerate. Welcome to orbit.
Just make sure we're okay. We're also only up one here. I think. I might have miscalculated there, but we're back here because I was nervous.
I am on fire.
Yo, Projector, thank you for the gifted subs, mate.
I will give you shelter.
Catch you later.
Does this help? Maximum velocity. Yes, I suspect. Locking satellite vector.
EMP activated. Nanoboost administered.
Let's increase our pace.
A little bit cheeky there. I trusted the EMP and the crits right there. I would not make that play, I don't think, without crits. And I only hit a few, but it was enough.
I am blasting off. I am watching here.
Letting him know that I see him. And so now I'm like, hey, look at me, look at me. That was such a cool play from him, honestly. I think Tracer's still alive. Okay, no, we went easy. Love it. My Bastion played really freaking good. I'm not gonna lie. That whole game really did a good job positioning himself, controlling high ground on first point, the angle on right side again on high ground for the most part, and then being really creative. My Bastion was really good that game. He was just really clever with how he played. And actually, our Sombra player, for being swapping the Sombra, it felt like she kind of had an idea what she was doing as well. It didn't feel like she just counterpicked. She actually kind of knew how to play the character, which is nice. Do you benefit more from watching your one-on-one coaching versus your team analysis? Definitely a one-on-one coaching. More macro team fundamentals for coaches and pro fans. They definitely carry over, but you're going to find stuff more specific to your character. Find DMC feedback? Yes, Lexa, that's totally fine. I would love your feedback. Thank you. It depends on what situation that you're playing, Mike. It's really important if you're playing Juno, probably in a brawler dive mirror, to be able to reposition yourself frequently. I think you saw how much crit value that I get there. Yeah, I can see it. I have not Calbear Gamer. Some position supports are so stuck with that position, but the best position is where your team is. Yeah, exactly. There's like, I think Flashpoint playing Juno, Flashpoint versus dive is like the most silly rotations, crazy creativity stuff. Did everyone talk to you? The stadium got its own team. That's a good thing, right? Expansion? Yes. The impression that I get from Stadium is that it's going to be like the more heavily, not monetized by any means, but like it's going to be the more like Gen Z perks, custom games, third person, you know, crazy balanced content, you know, yeah, you get what I'm saying? That's my take, but I don't know. Yeah, it could have been maybe the PvE team. I honestly don't know. Yeah, I love Juno playing that like that kind of way. Like Juno's really fun for that, in my opinion. Lexa, if you're here while I'm between queues, I would be curious to hear what you have to say feedback-wise. I can have an editor's note on any things that you disagree with. I can't believe I'm asking Lexa to talk. Like, what is this? This is insane.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
I mean, I think Stadium is going to have. I mean, it's hard to know, but like, I feel like Stadium could have a much more dedicated fan base than PvE ever would. I'm more optimistic of Overwatch transferring into a more MOBA-esque thing than a PvE experience. I've always hated Overwatch PvE.
Help me.
Luki Goo, I referenced you actually.
Take this.
Wait, did you use strafe? Yeah, I did. The TikTok of Overwatch? Yeah, exactly.
Kill confirmed.
I'm gonna get this guy. No! I needed to hit that sleep. Frick, I messed that up. Yeah, exactly. The dev team never actually figured it out either, so it's like, well. Frick, I hate that bug. It cleanses the DOT. I don't need your help.
Taking damage.
I want this. Test, what would you say is the best way for your locals to be critical of their own reviews or replays? I would just fixate on one specific thing, whether it's the angles that you take or your cover usage or trying different uses of your cooldowns. Go in from more of an exploration mindset and less about, I need to find mistakes. Look about like, was that good? Was that bad? What could I have done differently? In what case would what I did be good? You know what I'm saying? Don't try to be an expert, just try different things. Experiment. Think, that was a good angle, but what if I tried this instead and then try that next time, you know? If you're a lower ranked player, it's really healthy to look at your replays, but don't critique every death as a failure. Don't critique every kill as a success. Just try stuff. That's just not good.
What the norm?
Favorite Overwatch character play? Probably Ana, maybe Zen, Hazard. Probably Ana for like consistency of fun for me. Oh, frick. Guess what? Chicken butt. Thank you for the months. 2 months. Yeah, Call of Duty Zombies is a good shout actually. That was a fun PvE mode. But I feel like the tricky thing with Call of Duty Zombies is I don't know, man. It feels like so much of the aesthetic of Call of Duty Zombies is like what makes the game mode great. And honestly, like, have our standards for a game like that changed? I don't know. It is a good point. I knew you were gonna say chicken butt.
Nodding off.
But yeah, survival-based games I feel like they've been tried and true, you know. But like, how fresh are they nowadays, you know?
Fortified.
I don't know. But I don't know. Yeah. It's different for sure.
Sweet dreams.
My guy didn't even go for the one shot.
I'm no easy mark.
Object permanence.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Sour, thank you for the sub. Yeah, advancing the lore, 100%. Yeah, agreed.
Help me. I need this.
Ah, crud. I think I would have lost that one. I don't think that sleep lands. Nobody here for the season? No, they still alternate seasons. Okay, what should we play here? Play Ana? Feels kind of broken. Why don't we try Zen? We haven't played Zen in a while. Sage will improve to be the top choice for that. Combo the tote one shirt. Ah, interesting, Luki Gook. Thank you.
Amid discord, we will find
Any of the maps that they want to rework.
Not as quick as I used to
I don't think
be,
they've publicly
but I'm
said anything
still
about
the fastest
map
gun
reworks,
in
but
the West.
I honestly don't remember. I feel like they probably will. Like, they have a guy that is really good with maps, so I'm sure he's being focused on it, but I don't know. All right, thank you for the sub. Kiriko. I'll go Ana for this guy.
I will not
5,
leave a
4,
broken world behind.
3, 2.
Wow, just straight up, dude, it's Korean servers, guys. You're going, look at our comp. Let's go. Ana break. Our comp is actually not super good in this map, but hey, it's good versus the ball.
Enemy turret ahead.
Healing you.
Shield buckling.
Sword for your wounds.
Repeat.
Sweet dreams.
Enemy spotted. Enemy turret ahead.
Enemy detected.
Don't fret.
The
I
objective
see
My
is
friend.
now
healing fortified.
I'll just take the objective.
Frick. They are actually 1 HP. No, I'm sorry.
Doing damage.
Enemy over here. Over here.
I don't need to blind nade that. I will blind nade that, however, though.
Entub amen.
Turret ahead. Use caution.
That was bad. Shoot.
Taking care of you.
I don't like where we were taking that fight. That's way too deep for us.
Take this.
Wait, what? I fumbled the bag, chat.
Enemy turret here.
Rolling to me.
upgrade unlocked.
Huge rally.
Enemy.
Enemy turret ahead.
Sword for your wounds.
Wow, I almost fumbled that one pretty badly. I think the sleep dart's the way to go versus the ball.
See an enemy here.
I haven't used it yet, so we'll see how it feels, but
I'll keep you up.
I can protect you.
The Eye of
I don't know
Horus
if I needed
watches
to
over
need that.
you.
On to the next one.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Tracer's marking ball.
Step right up.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I almost got him, chat. Actually, he made a mistake. I think I should have slept him. I think part of the reason why that worked is because he should have peeked that. I think that's why he didn't get a kill.
You're fine.
That's crazy.
In tip-top shape. Allah till men.
You guys see what I'm saying?
Round number. Stay sharp.
Where's that ball?
First round.
Nice.
1.
Yeah, I think he wanted to go for the combo, and like I thought for sure he was gonna peek me and Cass, and then he didn't.
0.
And so this, I thought that sleep was gonna land. But yeah, I mean, I guess we take it. Either way, it worked.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Yeah, I feel like raw game ball has to be good. Run it down podcast is
Keep in sight.
it
I'll
should
have
be
us
on
in and
YouTube
out
Live
in no
tab.
time.
If it's not there, I apologize. I'll probably have it sorted out by tonight. I'm sorry. The sleep landed on our hearts. Look, I'm coping, man. I was like, dude, I actually put it right where I wanted it to be, and then he didn't show up. Sleep accuracy. Okay, look.
Capture the objective.
I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have looked.
Hope they packed up their bags for when we drive them out.
There's the Winston swap or the Bastion swap. Holy moly.
Close your eyes.
Dude.
The
Right.
objective
I was we
is
gonna
now
die either way.
active.
Yeah, we mistimed. I Winston went in way too aggressively before we had rotated.
I
You should have
go
known
out
they were on
my
Bastion.
terms.
Okay, it's okay. Yeah.
I see an enemy here.
I need to play more for my damage here.
I reach the objective. Let's coordinate our efforts.
That must sting. Stand up straight.
Follow me.
You gotta trust the pack. Okay, we're good now.
Barrier's not in good shape.
Salt for your wounds. Need to reload.
Really important I land my sleeps and damages here, nades and such.
There's an enemy. Step right up.
Helping you out.
Who's on fire? I am.
Bro, Winston, please.
Upgrade.
No recovery. Don't fret. I see you.
Look at me over here.
You're covered.
I got you.
Acknowledged.
Cover you.
Taking damage.
Area denied.
He's dead.
I
I could have saved him.
To me.
وريهم قوتك.
Don't
You're
get
powered up. Get in there.
No, I didn't mean to do that. Frick, I forgot. I pressed the wrong cooldown. There's no way.
Enemy detected.
Frick.
enemy.
I fumbled that bag so bad, man. I could have saved my Brigitte. I could have killed too. That was bad. I legit pressed the wrong cooldown. I can't believe that.
I still have some
My bad.
fight in me. I'm here. Keep fighting.
I see an enemy here.
شكله مؤلم.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Covering you. I'm under attack.
We need to split, I think, here.
Saddle up.
I actually killed more ball here.
أنا ما حدش يقدر
That
عليا.
sleep slow, only reason that was possible. Now we can just push main. If he's turret.
You fall.
I'm claiming this objective.
We kind of need help here.
No recovery. Nodding off.
It's hand.
I am unbreakable.
Frick.
I've got you. I appreciate the support.
Nope.
Area denied.
Let's clear him out.
There's an enemy here.
There's fire.
شكله مؤلم. أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا.
Enemy spotted.
Come on, try me. Help me.
Victory.
You saw it. Look, I was gonna nano myself, and then he died. And I'm like, oh no! And I'm like, oh no! I couldn't turn. I didn't turn around, and there was a vision there. Okay, look, I was like, you just go in, you know, like, oh nano. Yeah, well. Anyway. You know. I was like, let's, yeah. What hero is the worst perks? I don't know. It's a good question. What do you guys think? Like in terms of like the weakest perks? What do you mean Diamond 1? Guys, I was Masters 5. Dude, support's my strongest role. Oh. Well. Yeah. Doom worst perks? Yeah, his perks aren't super good, I will say. Well, I don't know. The parry is situational. When it's not buggy, I guess.
will not leave
Probably
a broken
Widow.
world
Yeah,
behind.
probably Widow. I agree, yeah. You could tell they were really careful with her. Dang it. Bro.
That must sting.
What? Idiot.
Help me.
Short circuit and Winston. What's short circuit? Remind me. What's short circuit? Oh, he doesn't get them in here, frick. Oh, no, I don't think so. I think it's too much. It's too low a damage boost. It's kind of interesting because I think it works versus shields, last I checked. But, which is really interesting, but yeah, it's probably too weak of a damage boost. Well, we were playing together today. I am Marvel. Wait. Wait, who are... I don't... When? You're Marvel? Wait. You were PB Lover. Oh, did you have like a... What? What? Today? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, were you in the last match? I've only played one game today, I think. Yeah. Well, technically, Lukaku, don't forget that deployables are shields as well. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it must have been another PB lover. There's a lot of us out there, you know. Yeah.
One of these days I'll
Oh, I thought you keep strafing.
PG. Not the first, not the last.
Yeah, as far as I know, shields count. Don't treat that as fact. But I'm pretty sure. I'm in one mechanics. You betcha. Guys, what if I made Masters 5? I'm gonna make Masters 5. I'm gonna. No way. Frick. Headshots is fine if this is your honest.
Not finished.
Thoughts on the Zen hover perk? Super fun, super mid. It's not that good. It's not good. It's definitely not that good. What a noob I am? Nah, you're good, dude. Thanks for jumping in the stream.
Taking damage.
Odds that I beat this Junkrat, guys. Odds that I beat this Junkrat. I'm saying 2-1 against the Junkrat. Okay.
I still have some
It's just
fighting.
like it's the puppet master, man. It's sheer aura alone. Dude, I actually think that was an accident too. Like I think he was just locked in.
Caught in my web.
Oh yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, Sam, I agree. I suggested that perk for horizontal mobility for a minor, you know?
Recovery.
Alright, odds chat? No nano needed, Just pure DPS.
Make
Okay,
better
so
choices,
strafing is not
child.
the best. Rivals could never. Wait. No pylon for you, bucko! Get frick, bucko. Watch her die to Genji now. And then I kill the Genji. Check this. Oh, never mind. The Genji's gone. Crud.
What the gnome?
No nano needed. Hey!
I go out on my terms.
Is that actually sugar-free? No way. No, that is... I don't think that's actually sugar-free, guys. I don't know, maybe he's kind of fallen off. A little too much NA right now.
Nodding off.
Okay, well. He's in circle. Sugar bronze fell off, yeah.
I'm not finished.
Oh my gosh, this game is crazy. Watch this, ready? Wait, no, this is too easy to sleep there, so. You're bad.
Secure my bound. Area denied.
And I guess
Oh, what?
I
I misjudged my breakpoints here.
Sleep tight.
Oh, stand still.
You still have much to learn.
What is going on? I just punched her in the butt. Oh my gosh. Mine support placements? Yeah, I got one more.
Rest up.
Did I not tell you guys? Just freeze frame that sucker. Predicted rank is Diamond 1. So we'll see. I kind of want to try a game on Zen. I feel bad. I think Honest overtuned. I only played Ana last time because we had a Lucio player, and then we went Winston. Me and my opponents don't have ears. Alright, let's see if my other support picks on, in which case I'll go Zen. I think Zen is going to be definitely a little weaker than Ana, not only in this map, but also currently right now. I think Zen's majors are kind of mid. I'll let Ruben have a shot. Ruben, what do you play Ana? Do you want to play Ana? No, we're gonna pick Vap. Okay. I'm gonna pick Ana. I'm not freaking Vap, dude.
Leave a broken
That's
world
okay.
behind. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Stefano. I will not do that. Ramatra, Symmetra.
May I still call you Captain?
Does that have an AoE
Winston,
taunt effect?
That was a long
think so.
time ago.
You'll always be Captain in my heart.
This is not going well. Ramatra, Symmetra,
5,
Onomatopoeia,
4, 3,
Sojourn, Zenyatta. Is that
1.
Yeah.
Attack
I
commencing.
don't know what the other support is.
Escort the payload.
I'm looking at my OBS. I'm reaching 500 latency. And now we're on the way back down. Jeez, chat. What the frick?
We're outnumbered. Be careful. I've got you.
Actually, chat, I just think straight up I just need to rotate. And save sleep dart. You were sawing my cables? That's okay.
Let's keep it moving.
Frick.
Everything from them.
I have you. Keep fighting. Sweet dreams.
Touching down.
I'm here. Keep fighting. That must sting.
Wait for vortex and then we move.
Good in the payload.
Your miscalculations will cost you everything.
Frick. I froze.
Enemy here. Soldiers are online.
Upgrade unlocked.
No, I'm just dumb. I'm so dumb. The intelligence doesn't click. Frick, man. Probably bounce nade this one. Shoot, dude. I tossed that. I tossed that. My bad. I didn't need to drop. Yeah, that was dumb. Shut up. Shut the frick up, Junkrat.
Stop.
I'll keep you up.
Over there.
I'm gonna open up my angle, I think, actually.
Enemy here.
Frick, just got 5 orb.
Enemy coming right forward.
This is better for me, I think.
Enemy
Pass into the iris.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Stay
Nope.
near the immortality field.
I'm not a fool.
Immortality field's down.
I'm going down. Frick.
No! Twilight, stop!
My ultimate is ready. That must sting. You're powered up. Get in there.
Let them up.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
60 seconds.
Enough whining.
He's
You're
got primary.
fine.
There's orders.
We need to get point.
You're welcome.
Who is there?
I'm feeling better.
Make sure they don't
field
touch.
expired. Now you see me? Now you...
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Don't fret. I see.
Shut up.
Enemy here!
I can get cart for a little
Enemy
bit.
spotted!
Run BAP? Why?
Enemy here!
get into the field.
Oh, come on. See, that's why you walk forward, chat. Leave cart for just a brief moment to help the primal. And
About
then
time.
go back.
Covering you. Thank you.
And then as soon as I get the opportunity to rotate, I do. Nice.
This ends now.
Ooh, latency again. Shoot. Hold still. Hold still. It'll go away.
Touching down.
I won't let you fall.
I can't help that. Shoot. These latency spikes are annoying. I've never had this before in my entire life playing Overwatch.
Rally to the payload!
No, I was too short. Wow, they just made Sojourn's rail look a lot more
My
visually
ultimate
compelling.
is charging. Healed up. Payload secured. Let's move. أنا ما حدش يقدر علي. Next time say please. Keeping eyes here.
Upgrade.
Should be okay.
Rest up.
I don't know if you needed that.
The payload
Okay,
has
we're good.
reached the checkpoint.
Yeah, I don't know how to. Frick.
Enemy over here!
So pointless shooting that shield, man.
Get into the field.
I'm here. Keep fighting. Hush now.
Wow, what a pulse bomb. Holy frick.
Let's keep this twilight rolling.
Enemy spotted!
Taking damage. I won't let you fall.
Bad.
I am watching this location.
That was dumb.
Let them up.
Okay, Junkrat's got cart, so I take
Cream
top.
of the crop.
Covering you. Nano boost is ready to deploy.
Enemy!
Payload secured.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh, my.
Into the iris.
I need to get a kill off of this.
أنا ما حدش يقدر علي.
Field deployed.
Helping you out. I'll
Shoot.
keep you up.
I don't know why he primaled that. I don't know if it was to save somebody's life or what. Because he was full HP. I was not expecting the primal. Nice.
Round 1
Comp diff.
complete.
Fat fingered it, yeah.
Score 3-0. Switching sides.
Yeah, Ana's really strong. Their comp is also really bad. Running Ram, Sem,
your defenses.
Bap. I mean, you can make it work, but you have to know how to do it. And the Ram don't think it. Give me a hair routine. Eat healthy, man. Get your decent amount of sleep. That's pretty much it. Thanks, PB. My team is playing really well. Junkrat's been really creative and really patient as well. Favorite and least favorite career perks? Honestly, you'd have to go back to my full reaction and Blizzard from I released a few days ago.
Science holds the key to understanding.
Ram, just not in this map. I just don't think this is a very good Ramattra map. I think it's one of the weaker tanks in this map. He doesn't really have the sustain to force cart without taking a lot of damage, and he doesn't have the mobility to go top either. Do you use water to wash it? Yes. I wash my hair every day, but I don't shampoo it every day. So. Oh, frick. Thank you, Savannah. I'll probably nade. I don't actually know if I'm gonna nade spawn door. I'm sniffing some sort of dive comp here. I might actually play a little further back until I scalp Thrawn.
2, 1.
Yeah, that's what I think, Mike. From what I understand, yes. And my BAP already has the left angle, so.
Stop the payload.
Yeah, there's the dive. Oh, they're on Roadhog here, so okay, I can walk forward here. Oh no, hazard.
Help me. Taking care of you.
Okay, thanks.
Sombra. I just need the track blinkers here.
No recovery.
So I have no cooldown, so I need to be careful. I knew that was coming. Frick. I thought I could get a little help there. A little bit more Rambo for me, high risk, high reward. I could just play top and play safe, but
That's smart.
now the Sombra is going to try and spawn camp me. I think. Yeah, there it is.
I'm under attack. I keep my secrets.
And there it is.
Healed up.
She didn't play that one very well, but even if she had, I would have been ready for it. I would have rotated a little more careful. It was a smart play. I think it was the right play for her to do that, but she just didn't do it very well.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Nope. No panic here. No panic here. No panic. Wait for my team. Wait for my team.
Watching this location.
Stop a little bit of the cart heal for picking in, and then only drop in when my team's here.
Getting drowsy.
I could have rotated to help my team, but I wanted to off-angle on the tank, but I had to wait till my team was actually ready. Yeah, my tracer's in trouble. Rotate back up top.
Clearing the area.
I need to walk forward. My team is rotating forward, so I can't do the jump here. I'm being stupid, so. Frick, that was actually a lot of damage. Holy cow, he has that. Oh no! Dude, I literally gave my haircut with a sleep dart. Shoot. I don't think it would have mattered either way. I think my BAP died. I didn't notice. That was my bad.
We're going to be in trouble if that payload
Not
doesn't stop.
finished.
I don't think Sombra's a threat right now. Just to make sure. And then now, yeah, she's up there. So now we take top.
Let them up.
And we're fine.
I grew tired of fighting alone.
I fell. Got a nice little angle there.
Covering you.
Pass into the iris. 60 seconds remaining.
Where the card is, I think I rotate back here. And also EMP is online. Pulse bomb. There's a lot of threats that are online here, so I kind of play further back, kind of play sniper. And there's really nowhere that the Sombra can stage me without me being able to hear, I don't think. Might be a surprise, but I shouldn't be. So I'm losing a little bit of that pre-fight pressure for sure, so my team is going to have to take a fight back here.
Keeping eyes here.
30 seconds remaining.
That needed to hit. Man, that pulse on the Ramattra is surprisingly.
The payload shouldn't be moving.
Right?
Enemy over here!
I've got you.
10 seconds.
Might nano my
remaining.
tracer.
Hold
She
strong!
keeps.
We've almost done it!
Ah, she could take me.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Death solves for no one.
Should be okay.
Clearing the area.
Round of healing.
I do think the Zen was like tossing or something. I'm not sure. I almost want to report him, but I'm not sure. Okay, well, I would love if we got Masters 5, but I don't know if we did. Poopy. That's okay. We'll stop there for now. Maybe we'll get Masters 5 later on. Just for the fun of it? Alright, Lukey, go. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? That was a rat play, this is captioned. Let's find out. He's got the... Stefano, do you think this is a real rat play? Let me know. Oh, what an angle. Holy crap. That was actually really cool. I very rarely see people come in from there. So you scouted where they'd go. You rolled out where they'd go. Pre-fired. Oh, that was pretty nice. I like that. We did finish tank placements. We went like Diamond 2, I think, was the final placement. Who's your main target to ban in Overwatch 2? It'll depend on what hero I'm playing. And I will probably be a little bit more strategic about it, just based off the nature of my job. Hydrate, thank you. I'll probably ban more, depending on the map, more than anything else. How far do you see your progress? How do you see that, guys? How do you see what progress you are? I don't know if it does that on placements. Does it? We could just do DPS placements, yeah. Frick, I don't even know what I'd play in DPS. I haven't played DPS in ages. I mean, look at my initial place, Plat 1. I haven't played since season 10. Oh, competitive progress? Oh, whoops, I just saw it. Okay, let's find out. Oh, dude. 87%. That's tragic. I didn't know that. Thank you, guys. That's sucky. That's okay. What's the closest percentage that you guys have had? I've had 96% before. Are there any heroes you selfishly just don't want to play against? Yeah, I mean, it depends on, again, on what role I'm playing. If I'm playing tank, Roadhog's boring, or Torbjorn's boring. 99, wow. If I'm playing support, depending on the map, Sombra can be difficult. I'm not as worried about it when I'm on Ana, but yeah. I don't know what to play, guys. What should I play?
Prepare for battle.
What perks are there to toy with? Torb, maybe? Bastion? I don't know. Sem? Rat? I don't want to play Rat. Dude, I'm terrible at Tracer. I don't want to play Tracer. I want to do something. And Tracer's already solved for me. Like, there's nothing to experiment with Tracer. Like, her perks are really easy. Flank self-heal Bastion. But see, that's broken too. I don't know if I feel right about playing that. Maybe Soldier perk, maybe? I don't know why I'm asking for ideas and shooting everybody's down. Should we just try Torb, or is that too cringe? Bro, come on, man! You can't make this up, dude. Genji? Should we try Genji? Or Cassidy? Alright, I'll let you guys choose. Genji or Cassidy? Genji or Cassidy? Genji or Cassidy? Your choice.
5, 4,
Genji?
3,
Okay.
2, 1.
Wait, I don't have my perk selection. Why is it bugged out? Oh, frick, I gotta rebind this. Remind me as soon as I can. Alright. Hey. It's going fine. Symmetra, Genji, on a brig. I'm not a very good Genji. I was trying to prevent her from hitting me mech, but she's fine.
Maximum power.
Double.
leaving them in the dust.
I don't know why I had to rekey that, man. So irritating.
Enemy turret ahead. I am restored.
Let's wipe them out.
Barrier unsuccessful. Moving the barrier. Enemy turret ahead.
Nice.
Forward spawn activated.
What was that? I felt like a. Oh, it's a freaking dude.
Enemy turret ahead.
Was that her primary fire or my dumb? I answer that. Oh, I missed. Are you kidding me?
I am healed.
I didn't even pick this
Moving
through.
along now.
And there's the Zarya.
Do your worst.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Maybe. Not a bad bomb, actually.
Enemy turret destroyed.
I could smell the bomb. I could smell the bomb. I didn't know if it would kill more than one, but they'd use bubbles. They were starting to walk forward. It was a really awkward time for them to play around it. My D.Va played it well. Spyro and Venture. Venture's the last hero I played to Masters, actually, for DPS.
My ultimate is almost ready. Enemy turret ahead. Setting out the welcome.
Trying to get away from that turret.
Let's get to work.
Nice. I didn't worry as much about sleep dart there because I was worried about the Brigitte pocketing the Ana, so I greeted no deflect, but I had to jump over ahead to make sure that she wouldn't sleep dart me. Because if I had tried it, yeah, I would have been screwed. Fallen One, thank you for the sub.
Come on. Nerf this.
I mean, this is just a snowball.
Enjoy
You want me to coach the enemy team? Here's my feedback on the enemy team. Just because you lost one fight to D.Va Genji, don't completely swap off of the characters that you're playing to characters that you clearly don't know how to play. Live tip. And do so much to the point to where you don't even build an ultimate. You know? They did, yeah, exactly. This is the classic plat. Like, I guess that was a plat game experience right there, you know? Yeah, I did support placements, take placements, and I'm doing DPS placements. It's fine, it's fun. I mean, they clearly didn't know how to play Mei. They clearly didn't know how to play Zarya. Genji Gengal? I didn't even really get a chance to do the perks. The lifesteal definitely helped. I got a little bit of 40-50 healing off of that. That was nice. Yes, counterplay, not counter swap. Yes. I don't know if it was... Yeah, I mean, I'm not the only one that says that, though. I don't know. I don't know. Torbjorn. Dude, we got Balrog on Juno. That is, that's something, man. Balrog. Let's play Genji at least for a full perk run. Let's see if we can get major perks.
Functionality looks good. One last diagnostics check couldn't hurt.
Balrog on Juno.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Next we have Satan on Mercy. Whoops. Thong Buckles' brother. Ah, okay.
Engaging enemy forces.
Healing fortified.
No. I miss it. Oh, no! You guys saw the 2K. You guys saw the 2K. Frick. I thought the live Eaver disengaged. Shoot. I hesitated. I hesitated.
Are both beyond my reach.
Any console Overwatch tips? Not off the top of my head, mate. I'm sorry.
We must
No more, not any different than any other. We got our one though.
Don't hold me back.
I might have to disengage this. Bruh, that was poor. That was disrespectful.
I shall take whatever form I must.
Oh my gosh. I think the play is to go towards point for me.
Cassidy.
What do you guys think? Probably, right? That's the high ground. It's a good place for me to be. A lot of verticality.
Watch your back.
Wait, I'm lagging. My latency just peaked like 40. Freaking really annoying. Just into the pulse farm.
Join me on the objective.
Dude, I hate this character! I mashed the spacebar like a hammer on a nail! That was not good. Okay.
I'm on fire.
Yeah, I might dash, so it should be okay.
Justice reigns from above.
Welcome to
Objective is in my hands. My spirit blazes.
Whatever. I give up. Got him.
You're powered up. Destroy them.
Frick, dude. Whoa, that was disorienting. Bro!
Hey.
Feel this in my blood.
Get control of that point.
Bummer, man. I chunked it. I chunked it.
Tactical visor activated.
I needed to go for the BAP instead of the Life Weaver there, or at least pursue with the Life Weaver. My micro on the blade there was really bad. Unlucky.
Score 0-1.
Leonidas, the guy that goes 1 and 3, that counter swaps their Pharah and dies immediately in hit scan. It's fine. Zarya was fine.
Just one more mission.
I also trolled way too many fights. 1v1 to Ryan and point, I don't care. Listen, I knew I could live because he didn't have Shatter. And I had Deflect and Dash. So I was trying to keep him...
Round 2. Capture the objective.
How do I not get disoriented? Cassidy and Genji, lots of practice, mate. There's really no way to shortcut it. Well, I can't be mad at that.
Objective is now active.
Swing by 2.
Reassembled and ready.
This objective's got my name on it. Could have
Well, we
yours,
win that
too.
one. That was good. think maybe playing right side better for me. Bro, I'm latency again. You'll see this?
Much better. Do your worst.
Caught you staring.
Watch your back.
I need healing.
Oh, this is humiliating. This is some of the worst 1v1ing I've ever done. I know the flicking. I know.
Nano boost administered.
Step right up.
She's gonna have barrage, I think. Oh, Tracer. I can chase her a little bit now. Okay, she's too far back.
I'm really feeling the heat. Over there.
Right.
Show me what you're made of.
I've been on error this round.
Welcome to orbit.
I still feel like I'm gliding.
Rains from above.
Like, I still feel like I'm like gliding. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I still feel like I'm gliding. Like, I don't know what to put it on. It just feels like I'm kind of sliding around. I don't know. And I keep having these latency spikes. I'm not really sure. Dude, we've been having some internet issues. I'm not really sure what's going on. Is it looking bad on stream?
Score 1-1.
No? Okay. Are Giddy's perks any good? I think they're pretty good, yeah. Deflect one is pretty solid. The Blade one is pretty solid, I think.
No,
okay.
I haven't had any real
it just feels
competition at the range lately.
rubber bandy.
There are plenty of moving targets on the battlefield.
It's a response wash.
I'll take that as a no.
Just looks like excuses. No, it's not even when I'm like failing on plays. It's just like it feels like kind of slidey.
5, 4.
Does anyone ever disregard your advice because you're X rank and they're higher? No.
Round 3.
If that's your mindset, you're not booking coaching. And yeah, I mean,
Let's not blow it now.
that was something I was concerned about like back in 2018. Nobody actually thinks that now. I don't think. A little bit of frontline deflect, which is. I'm not gonna lie, that was definitely a lot of ego there. I probably shouldn't have gotten away with that. Okay. That just happened.
Everyone on the objective. Don't let them take it. Much better.
I don't think I can get out that way. Oh, wait. Okay. Worth. We should be okay now. We have space. They don't have a tank to pressure point. As long as my Juno doesn't die to Tracer. Which he might. The Tracer's doing a good job stalling. No, I'm not AT&T. I'm trying to kind of control this space here a little bit. Correct. Oh, nice fire swing. Shoot.
I am repaired.
Tracer's underneath. Does he have shatter? Questionable. No! It was my heaven summon! Hola! Dang it, dude. I jumped. I knew it was kind of. I didn't think he did for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe there's like some internal bias there that I don't want him to have shatter, so therefore he doesn't.
My blade is ready to be unleashed.
Welcome to orbit.
I burn with join me on the objective.
Orbital rate is not ready yet.
Stages of grief.
For the Crusader!
No, this guy.
They're on the point. Send them packing.
Object permanence.
I am healed.
Damn, I freaking right. Bro.
The enemy outnumbers us.
Alright, I gotta do something now.
Nano boost administered.
Wait. Dang it, dude, I was too slow. Unlucky.
Finally, a real challenge.
Where? Defeat.
This is a fun game. It's always fun when you play Genji. I gotta know, just out of toxic curiosity here. This is not educational. This is just me fearful.
Ready for battle.
What happened here? No! You're playing Hanzo a lot? Cool. How are you, Reg? I mean, the projectiles are kind of similar to Torbjorn. The induction throws it off for me. I think his perks are pretty situational outside the attack speed one. Do you guys want to see? Frick. We'll do Genji again. I don't want to play Cassidy in this map. Wait, do you guys want to see Cassidy? I don't mind doing Cassidy if you guys want to. Yeah, we'll do one Cassidy. We'll just do one Cassidy.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Ah, Cowboy King. That's right.
Not as quick as
Hit him
I
with it.
used
You know
to
what I'm
be,
saying?
But
Get
I'm
him.
still the fastest gun in the New West.
Yeah. That's what we give him. No, I'm not doing that perk.
I'll change that.
Cheers, troll. Loves and kisses, mate. No one wants to see Cassidy? I'm sorry to hear that, Tyrone.
5, 4, 3.
Twitch chat, you guys are no one.
1.
Oh, wait, I went the wrong way.
Initial flashpoint. Arena.
Hey, Salty Fish. Oh, Salty Fish, you want to see a hit scan masterclass? Check it.
Engage those hostiles.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. Flashpoint unlocked.
Appreciate that.
I need a medic.
Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me right in the eye.
Enemies attacking the objective.
Mortality field. Behind you. Hand forward. Objectives where? What's everyone else doing? I'll watch this position. These barrels are smoking. That is new.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Shut the frick up.
Over there.
Okay, he's going in.
I'm really feeling the heat.
Surprise, trash can.
It's high noon.
Goodbye, everybody.
Draw.
There it is again. You guys see the latency? I should have just taken the skull when I had it. I got a little greedy with that.
Over here.
Bring it on. Aye, that's gonna hurt. Keep my eye over here.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
If they're gonna chase me, they're gonna miss capping point.
Flashpoint
Taking the
unlocked.
objective. Get over here.
Огонь по готовности.
We should probably defend.
It's not the worst perk in the game.
Bring in the rain.
Kill the Mahal.
Alright.
Tactical visor activated.
Thank you. Whatever. Sure. Ugh. Do you think replacing the recall is a good idea?
Lucky shot.
That's a better idea, Remy. Yeah, I think so.
You cannot escape me.
Feeling better, not fast enough. That'll cut them up. Much better. I'm on point. Don't worry.
Frick. My own hazard.
Minutes on the objective. Behind you. Something for the sting.
Need help in my position. Nice. Ammo, hey!
Will not be claiming that one. Life protects life. It's hand.
No.
Just let them take the objective.
No, what? Oh no, I should have hindered that. My bad.
My cover.
I also needed to hold my high noon, that was bad.
Let's stick 'em with it. Maybe a different angle.
Okay, we should still win. Alright, where are we at? Where we're leaning towards right, so I lean towards left. Need a track tracer.
Bring in the rain!
I'm gonna steal the mini here.
All patched up.
Upgrade unlocked. Overtime.
No! Shoot, man.
Just give me a reason to smack you.
We should probably
Fumbled.
defend the objective.
I needed to hit that hinder, man.
Class.
Pain is inevitable.
Still a good stall, though. It's still maybe winnable. My soldier will be back soon.
Death ain't on
Yeah,
my
I fumbled that
doorstep
one.
yet.
Oh, they almost C9'd it. That would have been nice.
Kill the
Tactical
Mahal.
visor
No
activated.
way,
Огонь по
no way,
готовности.
no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. I think we lose that.
They got us
Let's see if I can catch one, though. Let's see if I can catch one.
Next,
Let's see if I can
flashpoint,
catch one.
The ducks.
Up with me. What's up? Shall we do this together?
It's fine. Oh no, I missed wave respawn. That's bad. Their Moira's probably gonna swap to Kiriko. That's my prediction. I know Plat. I can smell Plat.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Maybe
still
Ana,
haven't
but
seen
I
my
feel like
ace.
knowing Plat players will go. Oh wow, they went Ana. That's actually impressive. I was not expecting Ana swap.
Flashpoint unlocked.
I'll watch here. Life protects life.
Kinda need to rotate back for high noon.
It's hand. Enemy here. Bring in the rain. Easy picking.
Special delivery.
I'd heal that, but you know.
That's funny voice line.
Heat check. Affirmative.
Keep my eye over here.
Mei. Interesting. That means flanks are freer.
I'm really feeling the heat.
Огонь по готовности.
Object permanence, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm on fire!
Plat mechanics, ladies and gentlemen.
No one can hold me down.
Tactical visor activated.
Wait, we capped? Whoa, stop, we capped? Wait, we capped?
Play.
Stop! Hang on, wait a second. I was joking about the C9 and we actually, they just walked off point. Whoa. Dude, I'm sorry, I'm locked in. I was like thinking about catching the lurk, you know what I'm saying? Wait a second, this is the brig, this is the duel I fumbled on the Moira and the brig. But I was like, okay, once Lifeweaver's dead, because they chased the Lifeweaver off, I think. Yeah. But then they retouch. They just walked off. That's crazy, bro. You're waiting for it to crash? Yeah, same. I think it's only specific replay codes, or it might be specific perks, Gavin.
Ready.
Okay, I gotta find out when this guy rolled off the map, though. We can't forget this one. Leonidas, or whatever the heck this guy's name is.
Ready
Alright.
for battle.
Jacob, no, not generally. It depends on the map, but you want to close the distance on anything that's not the enemy tank, usually. Okay, we gotta check this. Here's my prediction. My prediction is he's gonna play here, he's gonna shoot, and he's gonna roll for a reload and try to catch the ledge going this way, but he's gonna fall off this way. 10,000, 11,000 hours of coaching. Am I right? I mean, it wasn't that big of a, it wasn't that hard of a prediction, but
I can't redeem it with points. Also managed to make it to Masters finally after this morning smile.
yeah. Nano Primal. All right. What do you got, Tristan? It's all right. I won't hate. Nice highlight. I didn't. The channel points probably aren't available because of I'll play Genji here because there's like a timer on it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get it. I repent for my earlier comment. We want to see. Junkie has the ability to bleed enemies in shot. Would that be a good perk for her? Maybe. I think that was one from the Junkerstein's lab, right? Can you ask Gavin when we look at the teammates' HP bars and scream like the classic event? Maybe. Maybe as like an optional thing, maybe? I don't know if... Yeah, I'm not sure. Which heroes got done the dirtiest with perks? Oh, man. Again, that's such a long discussion.
And I always prove them wrong.
Spylo Widow win? I don't know, man. Spylo Widow's like Wrecking Ball. It's just... I don't mind playing it if I had like a one-trick account and I really wanted to grind it for like a stream project. I'd totally be down. But not if I'm trying not to throw games.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Hello. I see one.
Stop the payload.
No holding back.
Let's put a stop to that payload.
Frick.
An enemy here.
I require healing.
I respect it. Object. What? There's the latency again. Frick.
I prefer the payload.
Shoot.
An enemy. Enemy here.
Ashe is picking some crazy angles.
Much better.
Want to be your enemy?
I thank you.
A pleasure.
I burn with purpose.
I don't know why I primary fired that, but okay.
Upgrade unlocked.
I am restored.
Lab's almost ready. Ready to establish orbital reconnection.
Kind of pointless to deflect, I'm not gonna lie. Thought I heard rat on me.
Is almost ready.
I'm with you.
This guy shatters me, I'm gonna cry. Frick you, dude! Frick you! Get fricked! 1 for 1 and I get my 1! Listen, I wasn't purposely 1v1ing Ryan. The angle was just good. Their backline was too far away. I couldn't get close enough.
Now.
But now I'll go for backline. Yeah, you wait. Yeah.
Watch here.
Shut the frick up, Alrosha! Okay, thank you. I love you. Those got me to mid-master. Okay, now I feel bad. Whoops. Congratulations. I'm glad I helped. I don't need to shotgun angle this stuff. I could just hold the angle here. That I need the shotgun angle. But she didn't have an angle on me for like 6 years. I could just abuse the fact that I could take angle and shoot tank here.
An enemy here.
30 seconds.
Go, the Mahol.
Enemy here. There. An enemy.
Brimming with biolight.
Object permanence. I just disappeared. They don't even know.
Enemy here.
We are outnumbered.
10 seconds.
Okay. Maybe I need to do a little more pressure there.
The checkpoint.
My ultimate is ready. Are you? The payload is advancing. Hardly ideal.
Get the frick up here. Oh! Oh no! Oh, bless you.
My blade is ready to be unleashed.
I'm gonna grab them and get
Life protects life.
My soul burns ever brighter.
Hello, break.
Oh!
I really wanted that. Occasionally it's okay, like if before the fight, you know? Oh no, I'm getting counterpicked. Actually,
This ends now.
I'm totally lost myself. I'm totally lost. Totally lost. That was horrific.
Get in there, Bob.
Baptiste here.
I'm trolling. I need to get out here.
60 seconds remaining.
We're going to be in trouble if that payload doesn't stop.
Welcome to orbit!
Frick.
Watch out for that enemy.
That's okay.
Careful. We're
don't think we touch here, right? They know. Oh, frick, our Ange. Oh, no, she didn't stagger. She got
30 seconds
wave.
remaining.
Where are they? I know they're hunting me.
The fight is almost over. Keep defending.
Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. There's Orb. There's Junkrat. Yeah, this is what we want.
For the Crusaders! Fire! Come face me!
10 seconds remaining.
Don't want to go in there. I heard he was in there. No, my gosh! I egoed him. I didn't think he'd get it. He did. Kiriko. Okay, we're good. I mean, it's a good shot. I'm not gonna lie. It was a good shot.
Complete.
Honestly, him even on that opener was pretty good. He hit me on the angle, like he predicted the angle there. I mean, that was kind of obvious, but.
2-1. Switching sides.
Don't harass Gavin too much, chat. Behave yourself. I know everyone's being polite, but let him in.
Select your hero.
Let him in and enjoy some elite gameplay. Just for a little bit. Huh? Pepper says hi, Gavin, by the way. Also, somebody technically redeemed an Amari Pepper cameo and I ignored them because, you know, you're not as important as I am. Help? I don't think I need help, chat.
Here she is. She's trained. Oh, good girl.
He farmed a clip, yeah. Alright, I'm covering you with YouTube chat again.
This is
in
a
the
silly
deepest
place.
layer of irony.
Nobody wants a Grimby cameo. When did you make a Grimby cameo?
We'll make, I mean, technically Amari cameo is a Grimby cameo. Like, you can do them interchangeably.
Take care of each other out there.
Stream. Oh, hi, Cat. Hi. Good boy. He's a good boy. Does your cat go out at night? I don't know. You have to ask him.
5, 4, 3.
Get wrecked, buddy. Get wrecked. Enjoy your moment.
Commencing.
YouTube chat would never.
Escort.
Wait, I knew this guy was gonna do this. I'm better. I'll get him. I'm better.
Show me what you're made of.
I was more of a respectful teabag there, you know? Like, I respect it, actually. I you know.
Sojourn en route.
Bro. Yeah, it was a respectful teabag. I'm like, hey, man. I just love what you do. Big fan.
Let's show these foes.
Yeah. Bro, we need to stop the vomiting on point. Yay! What? Stop jumping the Ramatra! Please!
My spirit burns. I see one.
Nano boost administered.
Let's kick this up a notch.
No. Suffering?
Upgrade unlocked.
Bro.
Behind you.
It's go time.
I'm gonna get this guy. I don't know what that was worth. She teleported. There's no way. We got her. Ladies and gentlemen.
On a target.
That was too early.
The payload has reached.
OWCS Blade there. Listen, a kill's a kill, buddy. I think going for him was the play, not the play though. That's true. I'll take the.
Much better.
I don't like this. I don't like where I am right now.
I'm on fire.
You know what? Screw it. Frick me, frick me, frick. Okay, I need to deflect for that. I need to deflect for that. I don't know what I was thinking. I need to deflect for that. 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 I need to deflect. I need to deflect. I don't know why I deflected then dashed in. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. Do I just go backline chat? I don't think I have to. Like I can.
No, they can't hurt you.
Enemy here.
Kind of force point all here, and then look for a short range off angle. No. I mean, we're getting cart presence here, or cart pressure. Super awkward, but.
Nerf this.
Nanoboost administered.
It's Kiriko. Forward barrier.
Enemy seen.
The payload is approaching its destination.
What's up?
It's go time.
Fire in the hole!
Feeling fortified.
Do your worst.
Victory.
Shut the frick up! These blades are excellent! That's right, Poke. That's right. I am trying to put you out of a job.
Play of the game.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and appreciate what we're about to do here. I don't remember this. Oh, this is the shatter. What? I don't remember. I didn't remember it was the shatter. I don't remember what it was. All right, well, we're doing good. Platinum 2. Maybe we could sniff diamond a little bit. AKM, yeah. I miss your 1v1s versus Ryan, to be honest. The monkey swap was unnecessary. Yeah, me too. That was fun. That was classic. Just farming damage. You could tell he was really irritated at me. I could tell. I thought he was gonna shatter me at one point. Listen, I got a kill with every blade, right? I think an average of every blade. For the sake of balance, I'll ask a non-dev question. Do you have a favorite cheese? I killed the Kiriko with the last one. She died. They popped Tree and Suzu and everything and Life Grip, and she still died. So yeah, shut the frick up. Cheers, Kay. Do you think Bang Bang is too oppressive? I don't know. I haven't played with it enough. I might try to. Don't listen to the Haters King. Yeah, well, tell me something I don't know. Appreciate this. Listen, I don't credit you guys who staying up for me. That's just common sense. You get what I'm saying? It's like saying, congratulations, you don't, jab forks into your groin, Like, that's such a low bar to hurdle to appreciate my prowess. I'm the same with you, Gavin. I like cheese, but I don't like cheese by itself. It just kind of freaks me out.
Thanks, Doc.
Please don't take Pasadena perk again, I'll die. Why would I take anything else? Why would I take the fan perk? I don't know how... I don't think it's that good. Pro Genji, yeah, exactly.
5, 4.
Big on cheese on something.
1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
No way I get a mercy pocket, chat. I get a mercy pocket? Oh, right.
Let's keep each other safe.
Not saying I'm something of a Chad here, but yeah, I'm pretty good with
Thank you kindly.
With a pocket. I deserve all the support in the world. Okay, they're on ramp, so I gotta avoid main.
G'day, mate.
Look at the draw. That is new.
Objective unlocked.
Damn it.
We can't let them progress.
Cost you everything.
I didn't want to get pushed.
Take everything from them.
Over here.
Hiya. Heightening your capabilities.
Thanks. Put it on my tab.
Hi.
Taking the
I'm
lead.
gonna swap. I'm not sure what they're gonna swap to.
Issuing an alarm.
I'm here. Keep my
Healing stream connected.
Thanks, Doc.
Sombra and
Boosting your damage.
My ultimate's ready.
Oh, she looked away. She kind of baited me.
Out of ammo.
Damn it. Thank you.
Fix you up.
Dead eyes ready. It's high noon.
Targeting hostile.
Frick, man. We didn't get enough. Just to frick you, Stefano. I wonder if I should have just canceled that earlier or whatever.
It's getting.
I think the Eye Noon was good, but we had a 4v4 and we didn't capitalize off of the space we took, which happens. It's alright. You're welcome, Stefano. Glad to be of service.
Hiya.
The barricade is on the move. Let's go.
Carried on the
You know,
wind.
Minefield deployed.
Oh, what a mine. What a wall.
Robots ours.
Holy crap. You guys ready for the world's biggest Hender? Oh. 2 man, or where's that, 3 man?
Targeting hostile.
Object permanence.
That's the spot.
Cupcake, thank you for the sub. Lag. Crosshair placement. Death. I tried to jiggle peek and swing wide with roll and it worked, but yeah.
Continuing to push.
Death ain't on my doorstep yet.
Why would I ever use Fan the Hammer in a situation like this? It's literally less headshot damage, right? Right? Isn't it? Because Fan the Hammer has... It's a 1.5 times multiplier.
We're outnumbered. Stay sharp.
Ah, Mr. Frick, man.
Team kill.
Ultimate ready.
More if you can click fast, but then you're not aiming for head. Like, you need to experiment with them more. I'm just saying, I'm admitting ignorance. I'm admitting ignorance, but it could be bad.
Don't let them push any further.
How you would.
Over there.
Minefield deployed.
Nerf this.
All patched up.
I've got you in my sights. It's high noon.
Where was I?
Knock them off the barricade.
We've fallen off a little bit. I don't know why exactly. I think it's probably factors that are outside of my control. That's my best prediction anyway.
Nano boost administered.
Upgrade.
Surely she should die.
I'm really feeling the heat.
Let's try this one.
Initiating defense matrix.
The battle ignites me.
Kovacs.
The breeze.
Keep my eye over here.
No! Cry, dude. Keep getting caught with my pants down.
I am.
Shut up.
Nothing gets past me.
Damn it. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I was doing. It felt too long with the snipe angle. I probably should have gone right side. I don't know what I'm doing.
Rolling with you.
I have no excuse.
Eyes sharp this time.
Excuse.
Group up with me.
The enemy is moving the barricade. They're catching up to us.
Huge. Help me, Papa! Stop, Kiriko! Do something! I knew something stank there. I was like, why am I not getting any help?
No time to waste.
The right headphone off and just scream full of anything. Everyone in the house heard it. Yes, it's too late to explain. No, I have nothing to explain. I have nothing. I don't need to explain. I shouldn't have the responsibility to explain. Oh my gosh, it's a double hinder. I didn't understand it.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why I did that. I knew it was bad as soon as I did it. I didn't have any scouting. I don't know why I did that. 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 I can't. I don't know why I did that. I actually really don't know why I did that. It wasn't good. It wasn't necessary.
The barricade is on the move. Let's go.
It's bam bam is what I'm saying. Trick you.
Nano boost administered.
Hit a shot on it. Hit a shot on it. Hit a shot. Hit a shot.
Enemy forward spawn room activated.
Frick, man. So what's the deal with hinder? It just goes further, right? I think I chose the wrong one, guys. I'm glad I tested it because I didn't understand what it did.
Got the robot.
Targeting hostile. Hack complete.
Sir.
Enemy coming ahead.
Lag, frick.
Forward spawn room deactivated. 2 minutes.
Lag again. Lag again. Lag again. And my Kiriko's away.
Nerf this. Get to cover. Calling in the big gun.
Frick.
Forward barrier.
Eyes sharp this time.
Big kill in the Sombra. We have the comp to live visor. I'll be back relatively soon.
Look at me go. Enemy coming ahead. Holding up, G.
Bro, again, lag.
I feel all warm
Need a
inside.
doctor. Thank you kindly.
The hamster will live forever.
I've got you.
60 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
Hang on, fire.
Forward
I
spawn
am high.
It's happening.
Not worth. I hate this character so much. Absolute bane.
Barricades moving. Eyes on a target.
Hi there.
30 seconds remaining.
12 and 9.
I think we're outnumbered.
Bit early to dust off the boots.
Lock in, buddy. Lock in, buddy.
Let's get a move on and finish
No ball.
it.
Chill ball. Ball.
Rendezvous
Ball.
at my position.
10 seconds remaining.
Hi, oh my gosh, the jump scare.
Apagando las luces.
That literally scared me. I jumped.
Stop them and it's over.
Oh no. We missed rave respawn.
Not time to fold them yet. We can't let them catch up to us.
Enemy forward.
Just chill, ball. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Nerf this.
I'm really feeling the heat.
Clutch ball. Wow. Feel bad for my ball. It's not my best game. Nerve-wracking, cheeks clenching, breathtaking. Bro, you whack! Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. How you been? We're clutching it out. Playing in what? High Masters right now. So we've been really doing well. Bro, you raid. Thank you, mate, very much. Hope you had a good stream. Frick, dude. This stupid internet, man, thing. Okay. No, it's not your fault. Yeah, low GM. Low GM. Approaching low GM, essentially, yeah. Huh? Yeah, hit scan. Chat, come tell her how excited, how good I've been playing. Yeah, on my low GM DPS.
How good has he been playing, chat?
How have I been playing chat in low GM?
Tell me how. Great.
They can't see you. Crazy value with the high noons. Spylo's cracked.
He's like,
Okay. Dude, Stefano, why are you saying that?
guys, blink twice if he's forcing you to say he did a good job.
Fruition comes from within. As
He's playing great, and GM hitting big plays. Now Genji's gonna be even better.
Listen, I want to brag, but
Yeah, gold 3.
I'm average.
He and I have a similar accuracy. Fart smell and stop playing Overwatch. Crud, man. Overwatch is really dead.
Party started.
My life seal. No, wait. How's my guy already dead? How did my Zarya die? What did my Zarya die to? What did she die to? She has 2 bubbles and a Malga that was focusing me until he lost all his armor. And then she swaps D.Va. Have we thought about having her coach me? I don't think the world's worth it. Frick. I don't know what that guy's doing.
The objective is in my hands.
Right. Dude, this Ana, this. What is going on, chat? We're getting all the space. Like, please, because we know how to play. We're gonna keep swapping. Eventually, it'll be the swap. Where's the Genji? He's gonna cage fight. I'm gonna kill this guy. If I can hit a single combo here.
This ends now.
Frick you!
I need some backup. Behind you.
Breaking them down.
A threat emerges.
Oh, I wasn't full HP. My bad.
Tranquility.
Something dies now. No, we died. We died. We popped 2 ults and nothing died.
What is that synergy? We are attacking the objective.
And then we ult the Malga, who is full HP. Frick me, man. Our tank is so freaking. Oh man.
Feel better?
Enemy vector calculate.
Not so fast.
Oh no. That's alright. Did you know that your attacks are better aimed at the enemy rather than
I'm with you.
Score 0-1.
Do not fear, for growth is always painful.
Thong Buckle wins that. Have you ever heard the shing noise from using it, but it's a quote unquote? Yes, it happens all the time. Yeah, it's more of an Ethernet thing.
Genial. Otro trabajo aburrido.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Don't be down. We still got this.
Oh, this will go over real well. Yeah. I love backseat coaching from a position of competence. It will always work. They understand that I know what I'm talking about, given my credentials. Zen is not fine. Okay, well, you know. Good enough.
The objective is now active.
Come at me.
Frick.
They're taking the objective.
Blade flashes.
Jeez, the 180s are not good. Who would have thought? All of a sudden we're playing a map that's good for Zen and we're winning. I don't know how that works. Yeah, but the backseat coaching works when you give good advice, right, chat? That's how it works. You just have to make sure you give the right advice. Every time.
Not so fast.
Don't hold it back. I am healed.
Not good. I think I should have leaned right side. I think my problem is I'm playing left angle. Oh, I'm freaking dead.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
My soul, I thank you.
Over here.
Exclamation mark drops. Let's go, baby.
I'm on fire.
I love advice only when it's brutally advice. If there's no brutal advice, I don't listen to it. You have to call me names. I deflected! I pressed the button! You heard it!
I continue on this path. Over the moon. Discord play.
Frick me, man.
This guy outnumbers us.
Come on, Blade, coward.
Like the dawn.
This is a choice. That was a choice. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I feel a little sense of shame about that one. Now Maga dies, right? There's Suzu.
Can't stop me now.
You're kidding. I'm actually gonna peel this because there's literally nothing I can do. I just am the worst. I need to uninstall and find a new job. That's a double ultimate, man. It's a 2 ultimates. It's 2. It's 2.
This ends now.
Gosh darn it, I'm dumb. I just didn't listen. She literally says this ends now and it ended. Frick, my bad. We're okay, we're okay. Good trade on the Ana, good trade on the Ana, good trade on the Ana. We got 2. We're back, we're 4, we can go. I'm trolling again.
Experience tranquility. Share sacred victory.
I tried. I shouldn't have done that, I don't think.
The enemy outnumbers us. Thank you.
No. Shoot, man, my bad.
Defeat.
Frick. It's my bad. A couple of random deaths, man, cost us there. It was stupid. It's okay. It's still a fun game, though. Gold, do you think? Maybe silver? What does Spylo normally play at? It really depends on the character. Enjoy your content, learning about the game from you and other coaches and curious how do you learn to coach when you learn the game from? Just a lot of practice. A lot of practice. Also able for me to get the skin off the send tears. I could just watch it. I'm not sure what I understand what you're saying. Do you have a video on old economy? Probably look up a lasagna video. If I look up Spylo lasagna, what comes up? Let's see. Spylo? Spylo lasagna. No, that's not correct. Spylo lasagna Overwatch. No. Spylo layers. Yes! There it is. Layers, an advanced Overwatch 2 concept. Look it up on YouTube. Nice, Vax. Congratulations, mate. When am I going to make lasagna in stream? I don't know how to make lasagna. Hero Bands are not until season 16, I don't think. Garfield lasagna? No, it's not the mukbang special. Is it mukbang or mukbang? You were tanking before you stopped more to content creation. So, if you guys aren't the sauce, I used to play. I was a Genji main when I first started Overwatch. I was like really bad, like low bronze, major competitive anxiety. Locked in, got kind of bullied into playing tank because nobody ever played DPS as support. This was before rule lock, so I just basically played like Ryan, and then I picked up Winston because I liked Winston a lot. I think he was like, and then I played like Ryan Winston, and then I played a little bit of Zen for fun whenever I had to play support. And I climbed from over the years to like low masters in like 4 or 5 seasons, and then I got tired of playing tank because it was Grav Dragon meta, and main tank, especially in like 2CP, was like really cancer. Like it was a horrible experience. And so I dropped Ryan Winston and just became an on Zen 2 trick. And this was right around rule lock. And then I climbed to 4.2. And I climbed to 4.2, quit, and started full-time coaching. I just did, I enjoyed playing the game a lot, but I literally did it just to say that I did it. I learned very little from my grind. I learned a lot more from actually studying the game and practicing coaching people. I've been coaching people since I was literally gold. And then ever since then, I just I've hit Masters 2, like early in Overwatch 2, I was playing a little bit more ranked, and so I hit Masters 2 in support, and like Masters 3 or Masters 2 in DPS, and Masters 3 or Masters 2 in tank. But I've been pretty much the only time I really play ranked now is I play, I mean, you guys know, I play
needs to fill this
ranked when I'm learning a new character or hero rework, so I can coach the micro better. And I play them until I get to
a lot
Masters.
simpler when I was robbing banks with the deadlock.
4-200 was pretty high, yeah. I mean, I could have gotten a lot higher. Like, I'd only been in GM for like 3 weeks, and I kept winning, but I decided that it took a lot of time. It took like 2.5 hours every day to get there, so.
4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I played a lot of Winston back today.
Let's show them what we got.
Winston was still one of my most played heroes. So, remind me later about what I actually learned about the grind. 2 for 1, baby. Okay, maybe not 2 for 1.
There is no need to fight.
Does this help?
Stuck your landing, huh?
Gotta be patient.
Behind you.
That is new.
Not really a good angle for me.
Please do not.
Enemy.
I'll watch here.
Let's take. Oh, we have taken the lead.
100% disruptor shots this.
Stopping the push.
Bro, what?
We need to take back the robot.
I'm really feeling the heat.
I kind of have to roll the dice a little bit here.
The enemy still wants more.
Dude, once it got for the res, I should have started to stop them.
The enemy's pushing forward. We've got to stop them.
Might be on tilt.
Hey, Cole.
Might be, I don't care. My ultimate is ready. Saddle up.
I might have Cage here. Definitely have Kitsune.
It's high noon.
Your team has lost the lead.
They're pushed farther than us. Fight back.
You take those.
Enemy's pushing.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Fire at will. I'm on fire. Robot, you're with me. Enemy here.
We're gonna broad this, but we can't be in there.
Multiple shots.
We should win this. We just need to walk on anything.
Bit early. Just
I don't have the perk yet, but it doesn't matter. It's still the play.
I am on fire. I will lead us to victory.
Nice. Good stagger kill. They have Barrage, Sojourn, and Valk, I think.
Your team is close
We are close to taking the lead. Push.
Please resolve your issues.
upgrade unlocked.
Better thank you.
I promise I'll experiment with that chat. No
Let's increase our pace.
We're on the move.
Your team has taken the lead.
Well done. Let's keep it up.
Let me heal you.
Forward spawn activated.
I'll watch this position.
I think I'm too far forward, chat.
Dodge this. Tango inside.
These barrels are smoking.
I'm on fire.
I need a
The
doctor.
robot is pushing the barricade.
So is Garage. I think I have CCTV back here with High Noon. Like, just hold the back angle, actually.
Our barricade is moving. Keep up this pace.
I need healing. It's time.
Oh, man. My bad. You guys saw the vision there. I thought the damage reduction would help me out there, but...
Enemy here at will. I'm just getting started.
Oh, did you guys see that, I knew? Or that frick, grab?
Let's move.
That's hilarious.
Tango in sight.
That's crazy. Hey man, space created.
Fire!
This ends now.
Increase our pace.
Should be okay, hold your ground. Has she used Barrage yet? Oh, I lost my crosshair for a second there.
Approaching the final destination.
Watch here. Over there. I've got you. Going here.
She has grab, right, chat?
Tango in sight.
Welcome to orbit. Locking satellite vector.
It's go time.
Now we're in orbit.
Enemy here.
Approaching the final destination.
Pushing the barricade. Let's keep it up.
Maximum velocity.
Cybernetics regulated.
Someone up here.
Over here. Over here.
Victory.
You like the spiral lore? Yeah. I was surprised at how fast I died at that High Noon, man. I must have taken a headshot literally immediately. I thought I'd get a little bit of healing or Suzu, but I don't think it would have mattered. I just got smoked. What did you learn about the grind? Ah, yeah. So the best thing that I got out of grinding to Grandmaster was not the Zenyatta and Ana micro, really, although that kind of helped a little bit. It was more about, like, I guess, knowing what it was like to get to that level. And so I'm being able to communicate with a player about, like, this is kind of what it was like for me. Because I had never played first-person shooters before. I didn't want to play tank. I didn't want to play support. I wanted to play Genji. I didn't know. I fell for all, like, the myths about sensitivity and quick tips and tricks. I had competitive anxiety. I had toxic teammates. I tried to shot call. I dropped to bronze. I didn't know how to develop better aim. You know, so it's like, I've been like, I think it was, and honestly at the very highest level, like knowing how to grind and how much the dedication and building it. So, you know, I've kind of, going through that process was very insightful, I think. You know, it was like kind of the experience of the grind was a good experience for me.
And now the world pays for your
Thanks, Hot Chill. I appreciate you, mate.
Hinda, we are the same.
Nice, Brandon. Good stuff. But yeah, that to me was the most useful aspect, was just learning kind of the process again. And kind of being able to, so I can kind of be like, yeah, I've been in your exact, so whenever I coach somebody, I'm like, yeah, dude, I know exactly how you feel. You know, I've been in that same spot.
You're a chance. Heard you,
And so it's more about the experience and then knowing how to relate to it rather than the actual micro device itself.
We must ensure.
Escort the payload.
Nice. Then Ryan.
Arigato.
Right.
I see a hostile.
My bad. Oh, I forget we're running Moira Zen, so I need to be way more cautious. Proudest moment as a coach? Here's a weird one. I coached a dad who had 3 kids, and we talked a lot about like his goals and commitments and stuff. I coached him to quit the game. No joke. Wait, no way.
Big stanger left.
My warrior is kind of trolling here. Come on, you want it. I don't know what I'm doing. That was not the escape route that I intended. Oh, that was so bad. I don't know why I even peeked that there. My bad. I think you might be able to find the session too. I don't know where it is. It was about 1.5 years ago. I don't know if you might be able to find the session. I don't remember if it was public or private or not. That was such a horrible play for me. Gee, Willikers. Frick. Why though? Just because his responsibilities weren't working. Like he didn't have enough time to commit to improvement, and he really wanted to improve, and then he just realized that he was letting other responsibilities kind of go. It just wasn't working with his schedule. I'm not saying that you can't parent and have kids at the same time, but for him it just wasn't worth it. So I respect it. All right, I gotta lock in, guys. I'm not.
Help me. Bob, do something.
My spirit blazes.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Helden sterben nicht.
Hammer down.
60 seconds.
Wait, there's no way my Reaper stole the kill. What a chaotic game, man. What the frick is going on, man?
Clearing the area.
I like Genji's perks okay, but I don't think anybody knows for sure with a lot of these perks. Oh, I need to update the stream title. I'm sorry, guys. Or whatever it is. That was dumb.
The payload is moving with me.
I'm burned with
That shouldn't have gotten away with that. I mean, she shouldn't have gotten away with that, but hey, here we are. We're still winning the tank trade right now. Dude! I timed it perfectly with like 1 second on the deflect and I get scammed again!
About time.
Frick, dude.
Fire at will.
Fortified.
Still winnable. Still winnable. We have payload heals, so I don't know if that's enough. We need to get a kill like now for this to work. Okay, now we just need to get out. Thank you.
Bob,
Wow,
they're gonna blow everything.
Precision is the way of the effective warrior.
you cannot escape me. Enemy located.
Maybe we just go Genji, honestly.
Swift is the wind, and dim is the night.
Well, I wanted to do the rotation. Remind me later, Hot Chill. I had weird jobs.
My blade is ready to be unleashed.
My ultimate is ready. Get in there, and I will boost you.
No powered up.
My spirit blazes.
Oh, I thought the lifesteal would get me. That was my bad.
Subject.
I was purpled. Frick, dude. I honestly went for the clip. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I messed it up as well, and I didn't mind deflect, but...
I see a hostile. Coalescence is charging.
Shoot. Sometimes you just gotta do it for the clip, man.
أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا.
They're gonna have a lot of ults here, I think. I want to see if we can hold this space a little bit.
I thank you.
Oh, maybe I think prematurely. Yep.
Come at me.
I felt it. I thought about it. But I didn't have deflect. I didn't have deflect.
Thank you, Sayonara.
Do something!
Queen.
Rick. Oh man, I needed that. I needed that.
Enemy location.
Go walk, guys. Walk. We do one more kill now. We need one more kill now. Well, we should be okay. We have a high charge rally and they don't have a tank.
Our time is up. Push now.
Yeah, somebody was asking about the normal job. So I did a lot of tutoring as a kid, a lot of math tutoring. And that kind of carried throughout like high school and college and stuff. So that wasn't really a normal job. Did a very, very, very brief stint as a substitute teacher, like literally a couple of classes, a couple of days rather. That was it. And I did tree service for a while, for a couple of months. I hated that job. Very much a grind. Very dangerous. I almost lost a couple of teeth, banged myself up, it was freezing cold at work. I was really sick a bunch of days, and one of my coworkers was killed like a week after I quit. So it was pretty rough. But I haven't like had the generic work at a grocery store. It's either been like super like grimy stuff or like super like teaching calculus thing. Alien Zarya, maybe, yeah. But yeah, I've done basically nothing but teaching almost my entire life. Yeah, that's pretty rough. So it's a dangerous job. Nice, Brandon. Good stuff, man. Did you always know you wanted to teach? Not always. My dad does a lot of teaching, and I grew up going to work with him, and he offered to give me his job when he retired, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that. I was really into science. I thought about electrical engineering for a while. My grandfather was an electrical engineer, but I don't know. It kind of just floated naturally. It was more about what I taught and less just teaching itself, because I like doing things. You know, I do like teaching, but I like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe. I like competing. You know.
Disrupting. We have to stop the payload.
Say, I will be the light that blinds.
I actually taught guitar lessons for a brief period of time. I only had like 4 or 5 students over like 2 years, but yeah, it's fun. It was pretty fun.
Show me what you're made of.
Doffy, thank you for the gifted subs. Whack. Frick me, man. Dude, this chick's dynamites are killing me. Actually, really good. I gotta respect it. I don't think that flank is the play, honestly.
Nano boost
Stay on
administered.
the clock. Yeah. Can we break shield? Maybe we can kill. He's gonna have shatter soon, I think.
I am repaired.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
My soul is alight.
Okay, goes. Did he die because of the work conditions? Yeah. I don't. It was more of user error rather than like bad work conditions, but yeah. I really don't like the Bastion pick here.
Your end is within my reach.
Enjoy, Hanzo.
Bro, she does not miss a dynamite. Holy crap, this is so annoying.
I'm under attack. I'm under
This ends now.
That's in. I messed up the dash there. I kind of egoed it.
do something.
Could have been a little more patient. Yeah, musket combo. Yeah, I know, Tech, I know. It's always been a bad habit of mine.
Surrender to
At least we
my
kept
will.
space. I kind of want to hold close here, honestly, with how goofy this has been. Can we hold close? Will we hold close? I don't know if our comp can. Yeah, we can. It's all about the angle, ladies and gentlemen. Target priority doesn't matter. Their hit scan can't hit me, so... Dude, she does not miss those dynamites, man. It is kind of brutal.
What you're made of. I need healing. Arigato.
Wow. No! Like, you're kidding me. Bouncing nade plus the millisecond. Oh, yeah. That's okay. We got what we wanted. We have Nano again. We have Grav. We're 2/3 to Blade.
An eldritch blessing.
Over
there.
Administered.
Much better. My spirit blazes.
I think we should go back.
Team kill.
Can we go back? I know we're down one, but... This time they won't be surprised by it, but... They might be surprised by it. I mean, he doesn't have time to rotate. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, he thought about it and they cleared me. It's actually kind of risky to rotate like that for me.
Taking damage.
She thought about it. Bro, like how? What was that? Like I just melted. Like what is this? Like what shot me? Was it a dynamite too? Did I get dynamite? Lucian, thank you for the gift of the sub. I appreciate it. Did I get dynamite at the same time? That was weird. Ana, dynamite? Alright.
My ultimate is ready.
You see it, chat? You see it? You see it?
30 seconds remaining.
Shoot it.
I require healing.
Over there.
Miss!
10 seconds remaining.
This ends now.
Nice, we're good.
Victory.
Holy crap, dude. It was like main character that whole game. Like even that blade, I had to be like super disciplined. I knew they're gonna turn on me, I knew it.
Play of the game.
And sure enough, dude, imagine 19 and 13, let's go. That's not their only job. I'm just saying that she never missed. Like I was impressed. I'm not complaining. I'm complaining. I'm definitely complaining. But I am impressed. But you guys see the vision, right? Like that you just gotta play discipline. But you are right, Tech. I kept slash dashing because I was reading the. But she got a little bit of healing, and then it just, yeah. Oh well. How am I guys dealing with what? Wait, what did I miss about Bat CNC? Watch a counter video from trying to. Oh, Sojourn. There's no real clear counter to Sojourn outside of poking her out on sniper maps and diving her out in non-dive maps. She's just kind of a middle of the road. Sojourn's weakness is that she's not always the best. Blah! She's not always the best hero for the best situation. Did she have the dynamite perk? Oh, dude, frick me. Of course she did. That's probably it, right? I mean, I don't think she still hit him, but yeah.
Someone needs
no,
to
Drake.
fill this saddle.
Hitting it, going 60, going above 60 to 120, your name will be noticeably better. Hey, there's diminishing returns after 144. I've played on 240 monitors before. I don't have a 240, and you notice it, but it's very, very minor. But going from 60 to 144 is a big deal. Hey, Wrenchman. Oh, she did? Okay, maybe I'm done then. There's a very high chance.
I've done things I'm not proud of. Time to start making up for it.
Do I am content with my life? Do I have any regrets? I don't have any regrets, but I think there's a balance between I'm happy with where I'm at with a lot of things, but I can always see myself getting better in some things, and that's part of what makes it fun, though. I think it's the challenge with life is being thankful, but not complacent. Content, but not complacent. You know? It's just too much fun to do different things. You know? What was the plan with that? Oh no! I need to get out of here. This Torb is gonna blow my head off. Hey Nessie, you think Pharah's better than Echo this season? I don't know. I think you could argue that. Oh, my penis again. I think you could argue that Pharah maybe have got the better perks off as an eye check, but bro.
Over here. This area denial.
Torb or Bash every game because their perks are fun. And I do think they're decent. I did not mean to pin. I did not mean to roll in. I pressed the wrong directional key. Oh. Shoot! Why didn't we nano that?
They still haven't seen my ace.
Why didn't we nano that?
Enemies attacking the objective.
That was a perfect nano opportunity there.
Come to my position.
Hello. Nearly ready to overclock.
I don't think we can touch that.
Ultimate is ready. Get in there.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Bro, I keep switching. Why are we backing? We have. I thought we were holding the choke. Watch us. Oh, way too late. Oh, just not hold at all. I legit was holding front corner because we were holding front corner, and then we backed off, and then my voice is getting whinier and whinier. Have I ever smoked pot? No. Nah, there's no way. We'll try it. I don't know how.
Right.
Enemy turret.
It's go time.
Enemy turret.
Are you kidding me? We still haven't pressed Q? Press the button! You have one job! 2 ultimates! 2 fights! 3 fights! And we don't press it! Press the button, Grand Star! Press the button, Mando!
The enemy's got a turret.
Holy crap!
Open fire.
I'm on my enemy turret. Not a minute.
And we press both at the same time! Ah! We press both at the same time.
Over there.
Group up at my position.
Thank you kindly.
Over there. Hello.
Wow, this is a horrendous start.
Enemy.
I just play this Parker is useless.
This one.
No, my Zarya's dead. I'm worthless.
You are under my guard.
Thanks.
Enemy.
Efficient design at work.
Enemy turret here. Enemy turret destroyed.
This might be feeding, guys. Like, I actually might be feeding. I don't know if this angle actually works. This feels a little too all in for me. Maybe I shouldn't do that.
Breaking them down.
I am trolling my brains out. I am actively. I don't know what I did. I honestly don't know what I did.
A round of healing.
Enemy turret ahead. Огонь по готовности.
Might be on tilt. Might be, I don't care.
I'm trolling. Wait, the Zarya is dead? How?
Group up with me.
Enemy spotted.
I don't know how we won that.
Give me a challenge. Here.
Upgrade unlocked.
Fire at will. This one.
Good thing you ain't alone out here.
Now. Over there.
Hey. I'm ready to overclock.
Shouldn't Zarya bubble me in that? I don't think she could see me. That's all my fault, honestly. Hair in my eyes. What do you think about Choices Reaper? I'm not as familiar with Choices Reaper. I know that he's like the streamer guy, right? High level player.
Efficient design at work.
I'm not as familiar with this game.
Over there.
Keep my eye over here.
Stay alive for me.
Enemy turret here.
Dodge this. This one.
Help me. Being fortified. Enemy turret destroyed.
Enemy.
Let's stop that payload from getting
It's go
Watch
time.
this position. I never miss my mark. It's hot. Draw.
Got the victory fever.
Probably not necessary. Probably not good, but that's okay.
Watch here.
I didn't want to do it with the Bastion was alive because I know he can just burn me through
Got
it.
time to fold
Because
them
he's got
yet.
way too much HP. I can't kill him without he killing me.
I am on fire.
Stop saying nice.
This strong as the mountain.
Good to see you.
Over there.
I just wasn't sure we had won it yet, you know?
Strong as the mountain. Here. Engaging enemy
Mei
forces.
Reaper, so I can be a little bit more poke oriented, I think.
Efficient
thank.
design at work.
Over there.
I wish he was grab right, chat.
I'm with you.
Disrupting.
Rendezvous at my position.
We're going to be in trouble if that payload doesn't
He
stop.
knows.
60 seconds.
That's noisy. Ah! How did I not hear him? He just materialized. All right, we're gonna press Q, right, guys? Press Q.
No
Press the
time
button.
to waste.
Press the button. Press it. Press it. Press the Q. Press the Q. Succulent juice. Succulent juice. Earth the succulent juice. Here we go.
Nano boost administered.
Nice, guys. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. You don't want this. You don't want this. I'm better than you. I'm not better than you. Oh my gosh. I don't know what the frick I'm doing. Staggered. Staggered. Do I just have to watch to get the skin? The Mei skin? Yeah. Yeah, it should be.
They still haven't seen my ace.
Because watching me is really good. Yeah, I believe you. Thoughts and perks in open queue? Yes, dude. This is so sloppy. I want to get the perk. You know, I want to get the thing. Pop, 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 pop. Just
score.
I know! I know I can steal health packs. I don't know what was going through my head. Maybe it was nothing. Can we queue, bro? I need to get a diamond 5 too. No. I'm a big boy. I will do it on my own merit. I don't think they forced the new modes. It might just be bad RNG, mate. I'm not really sure how the map system works. As a Genji OTP, I have some criticisms of that one. Yeah. Merit? What did I say? This? Did I say Merit?
Someone needs to fill this saddle. Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
So, what do? You go tap, 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 tap on tank? You know? But, like, if I'm rapidly tapping, how am I supposed to aim for the head?
Good, but superior brain power's better.
It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm surprised you're sticking around.
Like, you're like, oh, just
Was
burn the
going to
tank with it.
leave,
Well, then
but
why would I just
reckon
not
you miss
fan?
me too much.
True.
Bind it to mouse
Nobody
wheel?
does second
I tried
most
that. It
handsome
doesn't
man on the
work.
team
At least it didn't
better
work
than
when I
you.
tried it in a Blizzard. Because there's like, it goes hurt. I don't think it works. Maybe it was the mouse that I had in Blizzard. Maybe I should try it.
Capture objective A.
Look out for each other.
Maybe it was the mouse then.
She's disrupting. This one.
That is
Enemy. This one. Killing machine.
They really don't know when.
I'm better. Yeah,
Good to
as I
see
said.
you.
Disappointing.
This guy says don't overthink it and then criticizes me for using the one that actually gives guaranteed value. I can't do this anymore, man.
Objective A captured.
Hello.
Escort the payload.
Hello. Focus up and move the payload. This one.
It's not guaranteed value, but there's situations where it can be useful, you know? Not guaranteed value. You know what I meant. Like, you can strategize around it, you know?
Enemy.
I'm gonna smoke the weed a little bit here.
This one. I'm on
At least make him think about it, you know?
Enemy.
You really underestimating me.
Object permanence. Did I mean do that?
Ready to throw in the towel?
Okay, we're good.
Precision and control.
I'll watch here.
Breaking them down.
My ultimate is charging. Enemy.
I'll watch this position.
This one.
Much, but I need healing.
Experience tranquility.
It's go time.
The payload has reached the
I thought about using High Noon there, but I didn't hear Sleep Dart.
upgrade unlocked.
All perish.
Or wait, it's working for me. Maybe it was the mouse chat. It's way faster than it was in Blizzard. Mother.
Good to see you.
My ultimate's ready.
Dude, do I grab High Noon?
I'll watch here.
I am effervescent.
Fire at will. Tango inside.
It's time.
وليهم قوتك.
Draw. I'm really feeling the heat.
I'm better.
See that?
Real men! Real brawny, hairy-chested men like myself. We don't wait until we win the duel. We call it ahead of time. I'm not scared.
My soul.
Yeah, easy one for me, honestly. Yeah, what did I tell you guys? I haven't tried Soldier's Stim Pack, no. Not in an actually, I haven't played much. Now, don't deco me. Yeah. No sissy mama's boy stuff when you come to here. You get what I'm saying? Try Soldier now? Maybe. Bind into mouse wheel up and mouse wheel down? Alright. Well, let's try. Can you give us 3 pointers, rules, and DPS? Your habits are good? Sure, that. Is Sarah Lee here? Stefano! 3 rules. Play at the clock, don't play in the middle, play on the outside, take an angle, play cover.
Prepare for battle.
And or aim at head.
Select your hero.
Alright, frick, man. I'll try Soldier. I'll try Soldier. Play one. A good Zarya game feels like being the protagonist. True, actually, yeah. If the game feels really good for her, then you really kind of just... You really do a lot, yeah. Aim at head level, I mean...
Every soldier needs a cause.
Always with an acronym. CART. For never, I'll leave, or the part
Once a day, just after my steak dinner.
That's crazy.
5, 4.
Is that Cass in the corner? I didn't notice.
1. Round 1.
Where?
Capture the objective.
I think the plays go left, chat. So never plays like this. Okay, they got Doomfist, so I gotta be careful of that.
Got eyes on this location. Damn it!
Holy crap, I'm dead.
Take this.
I did not see those in.
Amplifying your power.
No real sadly, but let's go.
Setting up beds.
I wanted that.
Powered up. Pyre.
The ultimate's charging.
This is your warning. Heals coming up. All your dumplings. Rocket one.
Already fed punched or whatever.
Let's make a scene.
Death ignited.
Holy crap. Nope. No. Frick. There's no way these guys suck.
It's I'll try to return to favor.
I'm not positioned well, I can just smell it. Frick, where did my Mercy go? I think she had to pop my mouth on again. Which should be fair to good ball.
Upgrade unlocked.
Hey, you're all good.
Feeling spry. Wait for it. Meteor strike.
Healing stream.
No. Oh, he hit this Mercy too. How the frick did he hit Mercy? You have a super jump. Crying out loud. Yeah, to heal place yourself as well, is what I was told.
If I'm still standing, I'm still fighting.
And I will boost you. White Saman.
Visor.
Cage fights now.
Cage fights? Nah.
Who wants to fight me?
This will help you.
Fields online.
I've
got you in my sights.
Frick me! That was so bad. I feel like my positioning is super mid right now. I'm not really taking the opportunity to rotate better angles. I'm being a little lazy with it.
I can't get away with
It's
this.
getting
I'll take as long as
Okay, I hear Suzu, I hear Doomfist cooldowns, so I can break.
almost ready.
Heals coming up. That's better. Heat check. Affirmative. There are no sides out here.
Over there. Behind you.
The ultimate's charging.
My ultimate is charging.
Understood.
Healing stream connected.
Come get healed.
I'm on fire behind you.
Back.
I'll try to repay the favor.
Adapt to this.
There's one.
Get out of my way or I'll run you over. A little help over here. Good choice. Go get him.
I'm just gonna go now. Wait, what?
Cage fight still charging.
I'll hold the angle here actually, because we're gonna fight.
First round.
Nice.
1.
Meteor
Yeah, I
strike.
don't know. I'm not playing that well. It's an easier map for me, which definitely helps. Are there any person at the top of your head that should be implemented to character's kit? I really like the Torbjorn turret one a lot. I think that opens up a lot of depth with how you can use turret. And it's kind of like one of the more thoughtful things. Okay, what's stim pack? Is
You'll
it the left
never
one?
guess what I heard
Or the right
when I
one?
tapped the Hashimoto's calls.
I think...
I don't do guesses.
I don't know
What's
which
your
one's
price?
better, chat. Stim pack or agility training? Probably
I have
agility
a
training
feeling
considering I
we're
have field
going to get
emergency.
along.
Well, no, I could do it either way if I want to.
I'm
5, 4, 3,
Could I get
2,
some healing?
1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Winners out on this team. Feeling spry. This is your
Upgrade.
Who needs healing?
Alright, screw it. Let's try the stim pack. Let's try it. I don't know if it's gonna be good with this comp.
Couldn't keep up.
Well, they're on
Appreciate
Cassidy
it.
Reaper now, so that's good anyway.
Gonna catch you.
The objective is now.
Hey, Kyle. We're finishing up the last game here. My last perk. My first.
Good choice. Let's make a scene.
Tu esfuerzo no fue suficiente.
Oh, I kinda...
Enemy here.
You know what? Screw it. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't know. Everything about that was bad. I did the. I waited. I messed up my keybinds. I rotated too close. I rotated too late, and then I also rotated too close. I was just. Oh, I got a pocket. Let's go.
Attack the objective.
I lost my pocket the second I take an angle. Awesome. Thank you, Diamond. Okay. On to it.
Careful.
Come on.
The ultimate cage fight still charging. It's high noon.
Fred can't see anything.
On my way.
Nope.
The battle is done. My thanks.
Bro, Summer, can
That
you
warms
not
the
walk
bones.
through?
Hello.
Do I have to go for it?
Objectives
I have to go for
mine.
it. Okay, no.
Wait for it. We got him where we want him.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
I feel like I'm a little outside my comfort zone here, but shooting a pro is awkward.
Meteor strike. I've got you in my sights.
Never die. My ultimate is ready.
Let's put that brain to use.
I am fully focused.
Good choice. Bionic healing ready for you.
Why?
Where's outnumbered? They're taking the objective.
Take all your dumplings. Fight's coming to us.
Hack complete.
Taking this
Enemy
point.
spotted.
Powered up.
I feel like a waste of space.
Got it.
I'm gonna become a homeless.
Come here. I'm
No,
getting the objective.
no.
Come
I
get
don't know
healed.
what I just did there. That was terrible.
Thank you, guys.
I'll
Yeah, I
try
gotta
to
rotate, I gotta
repay the
commit.
favor.
My ultimate is charged.
Here to join me.
Behind you.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Double kill.
Biotics deployed.
Yeah, that feels a little unearned, I'm not gonna lie.
My ultimate's ready. Let's make it
That was like the worst execution of the right play I've ever seen in my life.
Good choice. Ready for the game.
Adaptive circuits
I've got you in my sights.
Ah!
Get out of my way or I'll run you over. Need to start this party. Aim
deactivated.
where they are. Scrapped. Can't save you ever.
Victory.
I don't know, bro. That was not good.
Play of the game.
Well, we tried Soldier Stim Path.
Everybody riot.
Well, where did we place? Let's find out. Hurrah! Could have been a lot worse. I mean, from our initial placement, we went up 3 tiers, right? Or 2 tiers. Or 4 tiers, actually. Because initially it was... I haven't placed in Season 10, so it's like, oh, you're plat 3. Okay, maybe this shouldn't be a hot take. I think it's way too... Is Gavin still here? Is Gavin gone? Gavin? Bueller? I think when you don't play for a few seasons, I think it... Yeah, it's gone. I think it tanks you way too low in rank. Like... I mean, I know it's Season 10, it's been a while, but like, I'm not like, I was Masters 4 then, you know? I'm not Platinum 4. So, I mean, we went like, what did we do? I think we went like, what, 7 and 3, 8 and 2? I think we went 8 and 2, I think. Maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, 8 and 2. Yeah, 8 and 2. And, yeah, so... yeah, maybe the reset. You're true, but see, that's the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure when I did like one competitive game last season, and it was like the same thing. You know what this is? Shea Fresh, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, man. The bad news is, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe there were multiple resets. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Very clean game. Thank you. That was so. Bro, just ignored the entire fight just to die to Bobby Pfizer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, chat.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to solve right now. Let's see here.
Solve what? Oh. Time to queue up for IRL.
I'm IRL queuing up.
Yep.
Peak! Exclamation mark! Peak! Let's do it. All right, chat. Loves and kisses. I'll see you guys later. Is the new season busting? I mean, I'm having fun. When am I breaking the core principles? Well, when am I breaking the core principles? So this is actually really important. This is when I'm breaking the core principles. So